Morning, fellas. It's a little earlier than usual, but that's because your boy didn't sleep again. But I decided rather than put the stream off for another day and probably not get any sleep tomorrow either, I just go ahead with it. So if I'm a bit drowsy or a bit, like, not with it today, that's because I had, like, 2 hours of sleep. I think. I don't even know. So we'll see how this goes. We're going to start out with some DCS. Probably spend an hour or two on Enigma server just doing some groundwork, because Red are getting pushed back. And then we will see what's going on Alpen's server. I think it's either today or tomorrow. I think the mission with the mosquito is running. I kind of want to fly that again, even though I know I'll get my shit pushed in by F-86s. And I do want to still see if I can get some Mirage in as well. We'll see how we go with that. If we can't find a populated server that's kind of Mirage friendly today, then we might either just tool around with one of the instant action missions. The BVL one for that's really, really good, really well made. So just get some practice in because I don't fly it enough, and try again for a proper session another day. After that, we'll be heading to MSFS. I feel like doing some glider flying, since I was able to fly for about, I think, an hour and a half or so without any incidents the other day. And before that, earlier in the day, I'd been able to fly for about an hour and a half before I had a mountain, you know, come up to hug me. So we're getting there. Still not proficient, but we're getting there. I can actually make it more than 5 minutes into a glider flight now without stacking it, so pretty happy with that. Good progress, I think. Hello. Okay, there we go. You should be seeing DCS any moment now. Let me just fidget myself a little more so I'm actually looking directly at my screen instead of sitting sideways. I feel like I need a sim pit of some sort, not because my immersions, but because I need to actually get in the habit of sitting, like, in a straight line instead of sitting like this. Like, my screen, my keyboard, my HOTAS, and then me are all offset on this kind of left-hand slant for some stupid reason. Okay, let's get this thing going. It would also help if I had SRS working. Oh, not this shit. I wish they'd do something about the fucking AI ATC spam. This has been an issue with DCS literally as long as I've played it, and it drives me insane. And because it's an FC3 module, I can't tune the ATC out, and I can't turn the radio off. Mirage confirmed in less than 2 weeks. Was it? Okay. Level of hype? Moderately hyped, we'll see. Like, I expect it to be interesting and fun. I'm just curious to see what the modeling's like, because I don't know if you're in Enigma's Discord, Aftermath, but the radar video has me kind of, I know they're good at modeling stuff like engine limitations and such, because the C101 is very good with those. But the radar is their first attempt at one that I'm aware of, and it looks to me kind of like it's overly simplistic. It doesn't work, Vladinsky. It's been bugged for like 2-3 months now. They broke it. Hey, Envy. Overlord, Circus 1-4, set tripwire 15. I'm surprised I don't get bombed on the fucking apron, because this is literally on the front line.
13,700. Hot, high, fast, begin. Overlord, Viking 1-1, Viking 1-1.
A Tomcat kill stolen from me behind.
61, 5,400. Drag south.
Hey man, if it's a hind, I wouldn't be angry about it. If it was anything else, I'd be a bit, you know, lightly salted, but if it's a hind, fuck it man, they can have it.
Hike 1-1, merged, 303, 4,900, begin.
I do not think...
Hike 1-1, merged, 225, 800, Warthog.
Overlord didn't acknowledge my tripwire, did it? Overlord, Circus 1-4, set tripwire 15. It struggles in my accent sometimes, which is weird because I'm never used to.
Circus 1-4, there we go. Overlord, copy, warning 15 kilometers. Overlord, Viking 1-1, set tripwire 15.
What do you get it with a R60?
Overlord, Viking 1-1. Tripwire 15 kilometers. Viking 1-1, Overlord, copy, warning 15 kilometers. Overlord, Viking 1-1, book it up.
So I didn't stream it, but I was flying on Alpen's server yesterday morning. They had a 104th outbreak. A bunch of the 104th guys hopped on for some 3rd gen practice. So some of the red regulars were bat-phoned in. So we hopped in the 21. Went flying with Alpen and Seal. Got a couple decent kills in. I ended up in a fucking 6 vs 1 merge in this on 2 towns. 6 F5s on me in the Su-25. I took 2 of them with me. I was going for a 3rd when I got popped. Titanfire extended out and came back. He wasn't going to play close in dogfights with me. He knew better. The rest of them fell for the bait, but Titan knew better. So I got my 2 R60s off, each one claimed an F5, and then I was going to gun a 3rd one, but Titan bailed him out.
Overlord, copy, warning 15 kilometers. Overlord, bottom gun, request bogey dope.
We're literally on the front line here, so this could be interesting airspace to operate in. Red are looking like they're going to lose this sector, maybe. Blue did have a quite decent point requirement to take it, because the attrition's so high, but I think they're going to meet it. I probably should have taken that turn. We'll go for the next one. I think I've got space. Something I've found out is that the these hazards, the Su-25 can fit through them. The A-10 can't. The A-10's wingspan's just slightly too wide, I think.
Overlord, Thunder 4-1, request bogey dope. Thunder 4-1, Overlord, Bra, 139, 28, 3,300, Hot, Tiger 2, Warthog. Viking 1-1, Threat, Bra, 145, 15, 3,300, Hot, Tiger 2, Warthog.
You know, as much as I do complain about how Serial looks from the air with the repetitive kind of washed out textures, which is an Ugra issue, all their maps are like that, from the ground it is the best looking map, hands down. Kind of funny, in a flight simulator it's one of the worst looking ones from the air, but one of the best looking from the ground. It's not really that bad looking from the air, it just could be better, I think. Yeah, like all the little bushes and shit, and it makes it more interesting on this server because it's much harder to find ground targets. You don't just see them jumping out, you know, kind of jumping out at you like they do in Caucasus. Shout for him. Hey, shiny card. Yeah, Persian Gulf's the opposite. Persian Gulf looks fucking amazing from the air, and as soon as you get down on the ground it looks like dog shit. Caucasus just looks bad either way. Oh fuck, two ship. Beam east at least, hopefully they ignore us. Probably about to get a call for me as I lift from the runway, but... Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope. So the actual front line is literally just directly to our left.
700, hot, 2 ship Tiger 2.
Fuck.
Break, Circus 1-4, merged, 113, 600, Tiger 2. Break, Thunder 4-1, merged, 126, 800, Tiger 2. Break, Circus 1-4, merged, 107, 300, Tiger 2.
Behind me. Please, do we have... No, we don't have any airfield defenses. Fuck me. Oh, it's Rhino. With his fucking P5s, god damn it. So, do we have no we do have SAMs, but because Eagle Dynamics, a Russian developer by the way, because Eagle Dynamics don't know how Soviet SAM systems work, ASARs are firing and then getting trashed in the ground. You cannot trash that missile by diving at the ground. It physically cannot do it. Because the way these missiles actually track in real life, we're already on a rant, we're only like 5 minutes in the stream. The way these missiles track in real life, they do not lead the target, they're 3-point tracking. Which means that the missile always aims to be on a point between the fire control radar, or the launcher because it has an electro-optical mode as well. It aims to be on a point between the launch vehicle and the target. It will always maintain that point. You can literally see it if you happen to get your hands on an OSA launcher, or you watch like the SamSim footage of it, because he's got the TV programmed in, you can actually see the missile spiraling and jinking around to always stay on that straight line between the target and the launcher. That's also why in some videos of Dvina launches, you can see the missile looking like it's spiraling around, doing all sorts of crazy, like tying knots in the air. It's because it's in 3-point mode, and that's what it's doing. It's trying to stay on a direct line between the fire control radar and the target. Yeah, exactly. Just use the fucking Sakos ATGM API. Like, it's so dog shit simple.
Did I just merge with a Saber, or is that a MiG?
But they...
MiG-19.
It's like they don't even try.
I just merged with MiG-19.
It's honestly like they don't even try. Like, it would be so easy to make it work properly. And that's not just unique to that system. I mean, that particular tracking method is, and the fact that it only has that method is unique to that system. 3 points used by other systems as well, but the ASAR is, I think, the only system that has only that as an option. But none of the SAMs in DCS behave correctly. None of them. The missiles have the incorrect parameters for their aerodynamic performance. The tracking methods are all wrong. Like the ASAR should also have an electro-optical mode. Like I mentioned, it has a TV system. So it shouldn't even need to spike you to get a shot off. It can just do it with the TV. So also you can't, you know, I mean, you can't really notch SAMs anyway, in a general sense, but You definitely can't notch it, because it will just see what you're doing anyway. The only way to trash that missile is to either extend away from it and burn off its energy, or to physically terrain mask it. You cannot dive it into the ground, you cannot, you know, chaff it, you cannot notch it, anything like that. It just doesn't work. That's why they're so fucking dangerous for things like A-10s, because the A-10 doesn't have the kinematic performance to get away from the launcher, right? The A-10's a slow piece of shit. So if that launcher is alive and the A-10's within range, and there's no terrain for him to hide behind, there's nothing he can do about it. Because you can't decoy an electro-optical system that's staring right at his plane, right? And I don't know how much of it is ED not modeling this stuff because it would make blue players cry, and how much of it is ED not modeling this stuff because they just can't be bothered. It's not like they don't know. Like, I'm sure it's not like they don't know. There has to be somebody at ED who is aware of how Soviet SAM systems work. I'm sure at least one of them has played SAM. I just, like... It's the little things, man. Like, I love this game, but it's the little things like that that piss me off. Just little simple things that you could give an intern, like, a day to fix, and it'd be done. Just little things. One intern. It's a couple lines of code in a Lua file. That's all it is. It's like fucking MSFS flight models, right? Couple lines in a Lua file, and suddenly it's fixed. It takes 5 minutes. They just don't do it. Tunguska's a beam rider in DCS. I don't know how it's modeled in DCS, if I'm honest. I rarely encounter them. So yeah, I was hoping our air defense would cover me there. That's why I didn't immediately jettison everything and go defensive. I was hoping they'd fly into the air defense. But our air defense is, you know, gimped. So all we have to do is get the launch warning, see where the missile's coming from, and dive it at the ground. And that somehow works. It's not just red SAMs, by the way, that are fucked. Blue SAMs should also be a lot more potent than they are, so this isn't just me being all like, ooh, red's so hard done by. Blue are fucked on SAMs too, because they should be a lot better. Like, as scary as the SM2 already is, it should be better than what it is. Like, it's just... The whole air defense situation in this game's a joke, and really, in a combat flight simulator, you can't have air defense be that bad. You know, that's why your average DCS player, particularly the kind of Hoggett types that fly modern stuff and think that harms are actually good weapons, actually reliable weapons, that's why they view SAMs as targets and not threats. Because in DCS they really aren't threats if you know how to deal with them in DCS terms. You know, there's how many tutorials out, and this isn't a shit on people, like Archer for instance has made a bunch of really good videos explaining how to avoid SAMs in DCS, but if the SAMs work properly, he'd have to redo his whole series, because basically none of that shit works in real life. It gets worse with the bigger and more complex systems. So, ASA is 3-point only. It does have the electro-optical tracking, but it's just command guidance radar or electro-optical, and then 3-point, that's all it is. It's simple. Pretty basic. When you get up to the bigger systems, even the old ones, like even Dvina, which is, you know, the second oldest Soviet SAM, and kind of the most well-known and prolific in the early Cold War period, that thing has multiple tracking methods it can choose from. You can do 3-point, if your target's kind of non-maneuvering. You can do half-lead, if you're trying to shoot something that is maneuvering or is moving quickly. And then you have K-mode, which is like a low-altitude version of half-lead, where the missile can't descend below a certain altitude, so you can't dump it in the floor when it's in K-mode. So what you'd do is you'd see the target coming in, and they start diving. In DCS, that'll just trash a missile into the dirt. In real life, you'd switch to half-lead K, and then if they kept it up, you'd switch to 3-point. And then they start going, oh shit, this isn't working, so they start jinking side to side, you go back to half-lead. Like, you can constantly switch guidance methods on the fly. It's a command guidance missile, right? That's the whole point. Once the missile's off the rail, it's not detached in its own world like a semi-active missile or an active missile is. You have a direct radio command link to the missile. You can tell it, right, change your tracking method, do this, do that. I mean, you have things like you can select the radio fusing, so you can have the radio fusing on, you can have a delay on it, you can turn it off. So if there's a chaff cloud and you're worried the missile might fuse early, you just turn the radio fuse off and command detonate it. Like, there's just so much complexity in the SAM systems that is not even attempted in DCS. And it sounds like nitpicking on the surface, but once you actually look at how the systems are designed to be employed and how they function in an air defense environment, it's a huge difference. It makes all the difference in the world. Like, this is stuff that matters. They're designed to be used in a specific way, and that just isn't present at all in DCS. Yeah, we have Dvolkhov. Half Dvina, half Volkhov. Yeah, I did wonder about that, like, ages and ages ago, because I always thought we had a Dvina, and then, because I hadn't seen the sites up close, I just knew that we had one of the older ones. And then I was in TACView one time, and it's, I think, Alpen has it in a couple missions. In Swedish Delivery, they're actual targets for the Viggen strikes, and in Two Towns, they act as airfield defense. And I'm like, hang on, that says Volkhov. It says S-75M. What? I thought we had Dvinas. And then, yeah, sure enough, we've got half a Dvina and half a Volkhov. The missiles don't match any of the other fucking side equipment. Was it we have a Dvina fire control radar, Dvina launchers, and then the missiles themselves are, oh no, sorry, the other way around. Volkhov radar, Volkhov launchers, and Dvina missiles. Because the Volkhov missiles were usually painted differently. It's fucked. Shit's fucked. Like, my beloved, the S-200, we still don't have the P-14 radar, which is the actual early warning radar associated with that SAM. Is this the... No, this is a taxiway. Airfield layouts in Syria fuck with me so bad. So we still don't have a P-14. So the early warning radar associated with the S-200 site in DCS is the ST-68U, which is part of the S-300 system. It's one of the older S-300 radars. It's not a bad radar, it's just not as good as a P-14 because it's not as long-ranged. So you've got a much lower response time and a lower overall range on the S-200 because it picks up targets later than it should. You're still limited by the fire control radar in terms of absolute range, but because you don't have that response time, if you've got a high closure rate target coming in, it fucks you up. The S-200, the missiles, the 5V-28s, burn energy really badly. Like, if you guys have spectated a Phoenix when it goes active and seen it do like a fucking Cobra and just dump all its speed instantly, they do that. So you'll have a 5V-28 going direct for someone's asshole at Mark 6, still on burn, and as soon as that motor goes out, the missile will just suddenly go poof, and it dumps all its energy. It's stupid, man. Stupid. No idea why it's like that. Oh, yeah. Sinej, the other thing that's not modeled at all in DCS. I think pretty much all the SAMs in DCS use the same guidance, or like same tracking algorithm, or very similar, because they all behave basically the same once they come out the launcher. Tunguska, I'm not sure, but everything else, it looks like it's just doing proportional navigation, like it thinks it's a Sidewinder or something. And that's why you can drive them into the ground. Hey, Steve. Yeah, like, the thing is, it can work with the ST-68 as its early warning radar. I mean, theoretically, it could work with fucking P-19. I don't know why you'd do that, though. I have seen that setup. I think it was on, like, was it Hogged or Conflict or something? It was one of the PvE-type servers. They had a fucking P-19 as the early warning radar for an S-200 site. It's like, bro, what the fuck are you doing? It's That's like putting a fucking red dot sight on a 338 Lapua Magnum. What the fuck? But, you know, like, theoretically, it doesn't matter what the early warning radar is. You don't even need one, as long as you've got Sinesh. But the point is, ED insisted that, oh, the ST-68U is a particular setup that the Syrians use with the S-200. Well, show me, because I have not seen that setup. I've not seen photos of it. I've not seen anyone actually detail that, that setup. Like, maybe it is a thing, but I've never seen it. And why are we doing a specific weirdo homebrew Syrian setup? I mean, yeah, we have a Syrian map, but why are we doing a specific weird homebrew Syrian setup instead of the standard doctrinal Soviet setup, which is the way it will be used by literally everybody else? Oh, there goes another Asa. Kill him. And there it goes for the ground. It's a fucking A-10. And he's driving missiles into the ground. He shouldn't have survived that. Like, that's just stupid, dude. I forgot to set my tripwire. I don't really care at this point. We'll do it once we're airborne if we survive that long. From the EWR category? They should. You motherfucker. Never mind, we're not going to have any air defense by the time he's done. But, like, that should have killed him. There's no way he could have got away from that missile if it worked properly. Also forgot to change my frequency, so I'm not even on the right channel for Overlord. Probably going to catch a fucking 9P5 from him in a second. Oh, actually, did it get him? No, it didn't. I merged. There you are. Like, look at this. It's just stupid how easy they are to evade. He won't evade that because he didn't see it. That one got him. Somebody else hit him. Right, well, we're airfield defense now, I guess. Going 3 for 1. Hot. I'm not sure if it's his wreck or if there's another guy coming in. Again, I forgot to set my tripwire, so... There's another froggy there. Oh, he was the guy that finished the A-10. Go ahead and... Is that the F5 or was that him popping someone else? Can't tell. It's an F86 too. It's a shoot. It's the other froggy. There's the saber. This thing fucking crank its nose around when those flaps come out. We're not going to get a missile off on him, so we'll switch to the gun. Other froggy's going to help out too. Oh shit, someone else is joining. 2 froggies. Happy days. Oh, now you fucked up, F86. Oh yes, go for him. Go for him. Go for him, bitch. Get the fuck out of here. He's probably still going... No, he's dead. Fucking frog gang. You guys know what happens when you mess with the frog. Really glad they fixed the GAR-8. Yeah, it's so much better now. Like, it's still not a great missile, but it's actually usable. Just need them to do, or just need Heat Blower, I guess, since it's their weapon. Need them to do the RB-24 for the Viggen. Because it still acts like the old 9B. Yeah, you can use it, exactly. Exactly. Like, it is actually a viable option now. Which means that earlier Cold War missile sets are a viable option, because suddenly there's not this imbalance anymore. Nothing for 78 kilometers? Yeah, boy. Let's go land and grab some more air to ground. We're probably going to get another shit takeoff from Wuja, which is our closest airfield, so we'll grab some air to ground as quickly as we can. And find something to go kill while we have some time. And we've got the SR manual, only the Samson one. I don't have the real one. Wish I had the real one. Couldn't get the smoke modder stickers here. I might not be running the most up-to-date version of it, I'm not sure. I mean, fucking HPASP is, by definition, a fucking subject matter expert, so just tell ED to talk to him directly if they don't want to work off Samson's documents, you know? Like, I don't know, dude. Like I said, I'm sure somebody at ED realizes how broken this is. Oh, hello. 35. I wonder if that's a Huey or if it's someone that just took off from Wuja. Yeah, it's somebody that took off. Oh no, sorry, it's a Huey, I think. Yeah, I like pre-9B fix, I got a MiG-29 kill with it in the F5, and I got a MiG-21 kill with it in the Sabre. It was just very difficult to do, because you had to hope they didn't see it, and didn't react in time. And you also had to make sure you weren't turning when you shot it, because otherwise they'd just go, you know, completely wide. But yeah, now it's actually really dangerous. It kind of fucking slaps. God, the amount of adverse yaw this jet has is ridiculous. It's like a fucking glider. Kind of hoping there'd be a turn-off point here, but I think we missed the taxiway.
188. Заруливайте на стоянку.
87 nuclear weapons officers manual military. Ooh, the good stuff. This thing has square wheels? Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, shoot me. Fuck, put it in chat even. Someone beats me to it, then fair to him. I probably shouldn't be spending much money at the moment anyway. Oh, fucking... I hate that shit. I'll wait for it to finish spooling down. It's gonna take a while. Oh, you got one for download. Oh, excellent. Drop me it in Discord as well, just so I don't forget to grab it later. They're gonna push. Fuck's sake. On the other hand, what are the numbers like? Oh, they actually don't outnumber us. Wow. Would you guys look at that? When they actually have some competent air-to-ground guys on, they can actually push. Astonishing. They're not even in air-to-ground shit at the moment. I guess they've declared their victory. They will switch back to F5s. Which is not a bad shout, because now they're going to be saturating the air with F5 to try and stop us from making up that difference. It's remarkable how they can get their shit together for like one campaign and then they just drop it all again the next one. Playing War Thunder and a douchebag pushing around a corner in front of 5 tanks. That's why you don't play War Thunder. Or you be the douchebag. There's a... Fuck, I always forget the guy's name. From Something Awful. Used to play a lot of War Thunder, probably still does. Uploaded a video to YouTube called Don't Tailgate. And it was some dipshit pubby who was pushing them around in spawn. So they hitched up a winch to the front, a friend hitched up a winch to the back, and then they non-consensually, like, fucking frog marched this guy to the water and shoved him into a river and drowned him. It was beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Okay, I can actually start up. Hey, Lush. Burn out on my other games? Yeah. I'm not really burnt out on other games. It's just I don't have the time to get everything done that I want to get done, and so that kind of rolls downhill. Like, I still haven't started my second Cyberpunk playthrough. I really want to, I just haven't. I meant to play, like, pick up DayZ again. I haven't done it. I still haven't played High Fleet since the last time I streamed it, which was, like, what, start of the year? Like, not that I don't want to, it's a fucking amazing game. I just never find the time because, like, I'm either playing DCS or I'm busy doing other shit. Like, I barely even play DCS anymore because I don't have time. I play this maybe, like, pretty much when I'm streaming is when I play DCS. and then maybe one extra day every second or third week where I don't stream it. We haven't even done the first Ace Combat playthrough, and we're not doing a second. There will not be a second. Do you already know they announced? Well, I knew it was coming soon, but yeah, no, I didn't know the exact date. 20th of July? That's not bad. We'll see how it goes. I know I said I was going to pick it up day 1, but I think I'll modify that to day 1.5, because I just want to see how some things are modeled before I jump on it. The radar is what kind of gives me the concern, having seen how it was modeled in like in Red Kite's video and in the radar preview videos. It looks like it's, I mean, it's probably not like too bad, but it looks pretty simplistic, like not even F5 kind of level, if I'm honest. I get it's their first radar, so I'm not going to say like it should be perfect first time, but with the amount of time they've been working on that module, and also the fact that they kind of did leave the radar till last from the sounds of it, I just wish that they'd put more time into it. Because that's something people don't really notice about the F5. That clutter isn't just random on the F5. It's not like... So the F5 doesn't render clutter on both scan bars. It's a 2-bar scan. The... Was it Doom said the bottom one doesn't render clutter? But the top one does, I think. One of them doesn't render clutter. That's why you can kind of... You can side-lobe people, even though DCS doesn't model side-lobing. So, that's an actual real-world technique with that radar, and with other pulse radars like it. I think it's a Phantom technique. Specifically, I remember seeing it in one of the Phantom manuals for the F4E. So what you do is you point the main beam, the main lobe of the radar, above or below the actual place you think the target is, and you use the side lobe to pick them out. Anyway, DCS doesn't model side lobing, but because it's not rendering clutter on that second bar, you can kind of fake it. So those of you who have seen the clip, it's got posted in Enigmas recently, I think, of me picking up behind, way down on the deck. That's how I did it, was I just pointed the radar down further than he was, and then picked him up in the... or above where he was, sorry, and picked him up in the bar that doesn't render clutter. Clear, like plain as day, I could see him easily. He wasn't even in the clutter, he was above it. You can also pick people out of the clutter with practice, but it's a harder skill to pick up because you have to actually look for a stable track moving in amongst all the other bricks. But anyway, I'm getting sidetracked here. The F5 radar, the clutter on that is actually dynamic. It's not just like a random texture or whatever. It's not pre-baked. And so if you want to, and if you kind of get the hang of it, you can fly the F5 IFR in a valley using the radar for terrain avoidance. Which is, you know, pretty impressive for the age of the module. Like, don't get me wrong, the radar's way too capable, and DCS doesn't model pulse radars well at all, but it is something you can do with that radar. The MiG-21, you couldn't do that because the clutter on the 21 is just a kind of cloudy, blurry mess, but the 21 used to be like that before the radar broke. It would render clutter where there was actually terrain, and it still does to an extent, but nowhere near what it used to. See if we can hit at least one ground target before the mission cycles. Alpine server will probably start populating pretty soon, so I might get another couple sorties on here and then switch over. I'll probably end up getting it anyway, to be honest, like regardless how things are modeled on it, just because I want something that's a bit more exciting than the F5. Like, I like the F5, it's just, you know, it's not the most riveting flying experience, shall we say. So I'd like to have a blue module with weird flight like handling characteristics, janky, shitty weapons, all the fun stuff. All the stuff I'm used to from Red, I want a blue module with that. So I probably will pick the F1 up anyway. Oh my god, really? Motherfucker, I got an F5 coming in to wreck my shit. About to cross the front line, so anything I see over there is hostile. We got a blue pilot. We could do some war crimes, I guess. Try and spot a front line position. That's a target of some sort. I think all the units might be dead though. He's pretty high up. I just want to dump these rockets. I don't want to drop them without actually killing anything. Is that target alive? I can't even tell. I think that... no, they're all dead. Okay, that whole thing's dead. Yeah, he's coming for me. You motherfucker. Oh, we got a 15 here. Good shit, MiG-15. Oh shit. Hang on, what are you? Another froggy. Don't tell me the froggy killed the 15. Well, someone just got dunked. Oh, it's McDonough. He got the F5 for me. Good shit. Thank you, McDonough. Did they actually pick that pilot up, or is he still there? No, he's still there. If I can avoid losing sight of him. Nah, too late. I already lost sight. I think he's down there. Fuck it. If I can't see him, a helicopter won't see him. Got another guy inbound, so we'll try and spend these as quickly as we can. Flaps are still out. Thought I was a little slow. Okay. We'll stay in this front line sector and head inland. Horst, thanks for the follow. There'll be a front line position up on the hill in front of me that somebody's already working. Page 12 of the manual. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I don't think they ever bothered reading the manuals, to be honest. I think they just kludged whatever... well, I mean... I'll tell you what happened. They just kept whatever the fuck lock-on had, and they didn't change anything. But when they did lock-on, they probably just kludged everything up in under generic tracking logic, rather than base it on the actual SAM system. And it's just never been changed. Pretty much guaranteed that's how that happened. Gotta work. Wanna fly myself for a bit? Alright, Ilush. Good hunting, and thanks for the alert. I know what you mean. Every time I watch someone play DCS, I want to start flying myself. I don't know if we're gonna fucking spot a target before the mission cycles. That's been worked over. That's trashed. The fuck is that? Is that sand? I should probably be one sector back, to be honest. It's easier to spot targets that way, and there's less chance of catching a Stinger. Because we're kind of smack in the middle of the sector here. We got a FARP on our right-hand side, which I've had a few run-ins with before. That target's been worked. Jesus. Maybe we should have spawned further over, because it looks like this sector's been pretty well dealt with. I'll have a quick sticky beak as we go by the FARP and just see if there's anyone on the pads. Doesn't look like it. Their air defense is still up. But if I can hello. Okay, no, never mind. I see someone heading there, so guess what we're gonna do? Get the laser going. We've got our rockets selected. We'll go say hello to their air defense, and then we'll say hello to whoever's about to try and land there. Camping the FARP is a no-no, but opportunistically shooting people as they come into it is a-okay, and they do it to us, so I will happily do it to them. Gotcha. Where'd you go, my little friend? He would have seen that for sure. He's going to be having second thoughts about landing there now. It's also possible it was one of our helicopters, but looking where he was flying and the direction he was heading, it was probably one of theirs. Probably just on a troop drop or something. No problem. Yeah, whenever I'm around a FARP, like especially if I'm going to be operating next to it for ground targets, I'll usually pound its defenses just to buy myself some breathing space, because a few too many times I've got a bit close to one while working a ground target. So I've learnt to just not take the risk. It's worth the extra rockets. Alright, I don't see Buddy Boy down here, but I know he's around somewhere, so we'll just circle our FARP for a minute and see if we can pick him up visually. Ammo truck burnt down as well. Looks like they hit our FARP defenses as well, so bit of payback. Oh, I see you. Shit. What is that? It's moving pretty quick. It is a helicopter, I don't know what kind. Let's try and visually ID him first. The speed it's moving at and the size of it at this distance makes me think Hind, but Hinds and Hueys, the way DCS renders at a distance, look kind of similar until you get close. I think it's a Hind though. If it is a Huey, we've got plenty for him. I reckon that's a... So no. It's a Hind. I can see his wing. Yeah, that's a Hind. Sure as day. Okay. We'll leave him alone. It's fucking flying high for a Hind. Jesus. I don't think we're going to get any actual frontline targets for the mission cycles. I don't even know if there's any alive here, though. It looks like Red have been pretty busy with the ground forces kills as well. But Blue are going to push this round, unfortunately. Like I said, they Blue seem to get their shit together for 1 or 2 campaigns, and they just forget how to fight again. And the cynic in me, which is to say just me in general, would say it's because Blue's most experienced players are Red players on holiday. Not all of them, but a lot of them are. So when the Reds are playing Red, and when Blue's handful of Blue mains who actually know what they're doing aren't playing, the normies really struggle to get anything done. Yeah, we're 1 sector back. Well, actually, we're almost 1 sector back. So this is kind of normally how I'd spot the front one. I go a little further either side of it and look out the side lights, because it's much easier to see out the side of the aircraft, and there's less risk of directly overflying something. Especially now that the 57mm guns are back in. I don't know if there's Bofors on Blue. I think there are, but I was flying the A10 off stream the other day, and I flew directly over a ZSU 57. And I learnt that lesson real quick, to not fly directly down the frontline domino, but to fly offset from it. Should be a frontline target somewhere here. There usually is. It might just be destroyed. No front. Oh, yes, we stopped him. We fucking cock blocked him. Get fucked, Blue team. Skill issue, cope, sieve, etc., etc. Man, someone's been busy over there. Those are aircraft wrecks. Those big fires. So the smaller fires are frontline targets that have been destroyed, but those big-ass fucking oil fire-looking motherfuckers, those are aircraft wrecks. So someone's been doing a lot of shooting down around there. And we got a Red pilot Seesaw smoke there as well. Come on, give me something to shoot at before the mission cycles. Should be a Blue target somewhere in this area, but they're really hard to spot here because they tend to spawn in the olive groves. I know, right? I'm terrible. Okay, there's one marked to our left, but it might be destroyed. Fuck, how well is this song aged, hey? Like a fine fucking wine. Even if Johnny Rotten's gone off the deep end a bit. Shoutouts over there. I don't want to trespass their fucking Rolands, because Rolands are absolute motherfuckers to deal with. So the frontline target I'm looking for would usually spawn in that or that olive grove, I think, but I can't see anything, so someone might have already popped it. Mission's gonna cycle anyway. Small amount of trolling, just a little bit, just a microscopic amount of trolling. What was the video called? Don't tailgate. I doubt you'll be able to find it. I need to go on my YouTube subscriptions and look through them until I remember what the guy's channel name was, and then I'll find the video. And every time I actually find, I'm like, oh, how could I forget? But my memory is not so great. We're gonna go from the same place. So, oh, I was wrong, by the way. I always misread the map because of the position of the airfield marker. It's not Bene Musawad, it's Rene Muad. So it's probably named after somebody. It's not named after something else. Yeah, Rene Muad. Su-25. Ludicro! Oh my god. Yes, Ludicro. You did find it. It's a small miracle, because every time I search for it by name, I can never find it. Somehow. Ludicro has some really good ones. Really, really good ones. No, not that. 60%. We don't need fuel where we're going. Literally the first option. Really? Huh. Wasn't there also... I mean, I know you're lurking, but just in case you're still listening, Ilush, yes, there is an issue with the 21's radar not being recognized by RWRs. So the 21 will give you search warnings. You'll see a 21 nails. You'll get launch warnings from the 21, so when it shoots an R3R, you'll get a launch warning, but you don't get a lock warning. So you'll see it searching, you'll see it firing, you will not see it locking. And that's been a persistent issue for a while, potentially forever, I'm not sure. The 21 radar needs to be reworked, basically, from the ground up, if I'm honest. No Vicar. Only on the 25T, and the 25T is a unicorn. They built 8 of them. 8. Ever. That's the only Su-25Ts that ever existed. 8. Right at the end of the Cold War, kind of towards the early 90s. So the aircraft was actually, like, the modification was kind of laid out on paper in the late 80s, and they were constructed, I think, from like 87 to 90-something. 8 of them as basically a fucking, not a prototype as such, but like an extremely limited production stopgap modification. There's, like, particularly as the Soviet Union got kind of more and more towards its final days, there was a lot of programs that were not prototype programs, but they never entered full-scale production or full service. And the Soviets had always been kind of spotty about things becoming officially operational. So, for example, the Yak-28P, the interceptor version of the Yak-28, never officially entered service, and yet for a good 20 years was in quite strong, numbers in the PVO operationally. They were operationally used. It just was never officially accepted to service, so it's kind of a meme. You get, like, particularly when people want to fucking balance lawyer about R-27 ERs and ETs, and I thought this too for a long time, but the ER and the ET were in service in the late 80s. They are Soviet missiles, they're not 1990 or 1991 missiles like I thought they were. They were in service by 87, if not earlier. They were just extremely uncommon and not officially in service. So that's one issue when you look at whether you put something in a mission or not, whether it's historically accurate or not. You need to understand that in service and officially in service are two very different things sometimes, and it can be quite hard to corroborate when something actually appeared. So that's, that's how you end up with a lot of "it came to me in a dream" kind of mission lineups. Can we not have an existential crisis today, please, Saber? I need to set up my SRS as well. Do that before I taxi, or before I roll into the runway. The R-27ER. And we know it was because the Su-27 that had a collision with a... was it an Orion, I think? It was photographed with R-27ERs. And you don't get much more up-close detailed photos than a plane that just crashed into you. Overlord, Circus 1-4, set tripwire, 15. I'm like that with the early 2000s, Saber.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, copy, warning 15 kilometers.
It only gets worse as you age, trust me. So yeah, this Su-25 doesn't have the Vicar. It's only got laser-guided weapons, and it doesn't have very many of them either. I don't really like using them. Like, they're interesting weapons to use, but they're not very efficient. You have to fly directly towards your target. It makes you very vulnerable. And because you don't have a magnified sight to aim them through, you're just squinting through the normal gun sight. And so it's honestly quicker and more efficient, and sometimes even more accurate, to just use unguided rockets with a properly executed attack. So, like, I think I'm more accurate with S-13s in a diving attack than I am with the guided missiles in this. That's why you don't see me carry the guided missiles anymore. On top of that, the Vicar itself is a very specifically guided type of missile. It's radar, oh sorry, not radar, it's laser beam riding. Same theory as radar beam riding. It's looking back towards your aircraft and trying to make sure it stays in the center of your laser beam. Whereas the laser-guided missiles on this are semi-active laser homing, which means that they're looking ahead for a reflection of your laser. Which is how most conventional laser-guided munitions work. They're semi-active. Tommy Moat, or Tommy Mott, Tom backwards. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Hey CJ, good to see you, man. It is. You should be able to fire them without them lofting, by the way. In the real aircraft, you can fire them with or without loft. In DCS, they always loft, which makes them very hard to use at kind of close-range targets of opportunity, unfortunately. Palindrome, yeah. That can be your nickname from now on, Palindrome. But anyway, the Vicar, because it's beam riding, and because it's a relatively small missile, it doesn't have a lot of range, and it requires you, again, to fly directly at your target. It puts you at risk. So even when I use a Su-25T, like, I will use them, but I don't like them that much. Yeah, I know. That's what I mean. That can be your nickname now, is just Palindrome. Save's trying to work out how to say your Palindrome nickname. Let's see how long it takes them to take off. They'll be coming from Wuja, so they're pretty close. The amount of adverse yaw this thing has is just ridiculous. Loaded or not, like it is like a glider. You have to boot the rudder to turn it. I mean, you don't have to, but obviously it's ideal if you do. I'm pretty lazy on my rudder inputs in everything, so it's something I need to work on. I'd normally say hopefully gliding in MSFS can fix that, but the gliders in MSFS, one of their kind of shortcomings at the moment is they don't have enough adverse yaw. We'll go for that target though. Imagine flying coordinated, can't even. I'm like that in real life too, I'm very bad at doing it. I'll either not have enough rudder, or I'll boot the rudder before I enter the turn, and I'll end up with too much. Which is a really bad habit to get into, to be honest. It's quite dangerous. So I've got to kind of be conscious of what I'm doing to avoid doing that. That was an example of a sim habit carrying into real life and potentially being dangerous. It's a sim habit I picked up from flying World War I stuff in Rise of Flight, because that's how you turn a World War I plane, is you boot the rudder over, because you don't have any aileron authority. But in a modern aircraft, you do not want to be doing that.
11-1, 1,200, Warthog. Break, 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 Red 1-1, merged, 190, 900, Saber.
How did I miss the fucking compound? I figured if I was gonna fucking hit anything, it would be that.
Break, 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 Red 1-1, merged,
It probably is.
1,400, Aviojet.
Because the nice sounding lady was too expensive. Her asking price was too much, so they went to Microsoft Sam instead.
Red 1-1.
I should really be saving these for the fucking tanks.
20, 900, hot, fast, Saber.
We will save them for the tanks, I think.
1-1, threat, raw, 190, 20, 1,900, hot, Aviojet.
I can gun the 113s, but I can't really gun the M60s.
Overlord, Thunder 4-1, request bogey to...
Thunder 4-1, Overlord, Bra, 148, 43, 2,300, drag southeast, Tiger 2.
We'll ditch some of these empty pods as well.
Magic, Red 1-1, bogey to...
Ground 1-1, Magic, I could not find you on
Might
scope.
be coming in a bit flat here.
Red 1-1, Magic,
Yeah, we'll get away with it.
167, 3, 1,400, hot, Saber.
Generally better to come in steep than flat. Just makes it that much more likely you'll hit. Okay, I want to get rid of the outer 2 pods. Why wasn't there any SAMs? At this one, because it's too far from their airfields. So the airfields are where the SAMs usually are. Some frontline targets do have SAMs, but not very many. Usually they just have like AAA, sometimes not even that. So this one doesn't even have AAA, this one's just like the tanks, machine guns firing at me. Most of them have something like a Vulcan or a Shilka though. I think there should be more SAMs, but I'm in a minority. The majority of players that play on here would cry themselves to sleep if there were any more SAMs.
05, 20, 2,700, flag
DCS players don't know how to cope with air defense. Even as badly as DCS air defense is programmed, like as bad as it is, they still can't cope with it, so... yeah, like, they would not be happy if we had more SAMs. I think we've got 2 rockets left in the inner pods, so we'll get rid of those. Some 50 cal coming up from that 113. More chaps, I agree. I agree, I am a fan of the chapel. I do wish we had the actual Cold War Chaparral with the shittier Seekers, because the one we have is like a very late Cold War, early 90s type one with Stinger Seekers, which is why it can engage front aspect into the sun. Because it uses a JUL channel, as well as the heat seeker itself. It also looks for UV shadow, which is why it can fire into the sun. There we go. Yeah, we'll deal with him. But yeah, it makes the Chaparral a lot more potent. I don't mind them though, like I really don't have a big deal, or a big issue with Chaparrals. They die just the same as anything else, just don't fly into them. Hello. Missile didn't leave the rail there, that's okay. He's smart enough to get above me. We'll see if he keeps that up. If he starts turning with me, he's dead. Okay. Okay. We'll switch to gun, because he's going to be too close for an R60. He wants to do this, that's fine. Yeah, buddy, you keep that up. Why are you gonna go vertical now when you've dumped all your speed? Oh, his air brakes are out too? Oh, I almost feel bad for this. God forgive me for what I'm about to do. This poor little Bambi. This poor little child. He doesn't know what's coming.
Thunder 4-1, merged, 140.
If I can actually hit him.
Audio jet. Thunder 4-1, threat, raw.
He's gonna try force an overshoot.
2,300, hot, Tiger 2.
Overlord Apple 1-1, set tripwire 12 kilometers.
Go. See ya.
Break, Thunder 4-1, merged, 119, 2,100, Tiger 2.
Oh! Oh!
Apple 1-1, overlord.
Oh, I pilot killed him. I was gonna say he re-slotted, but no, we pilot killed him. When they despawn like that, you check to see if they disconnected or if they get pilot killed. He got pilot killed, then disconnected. That's okay. It's when they disconnect before you kill them that I get the shits. I've watched Firefly? Mm-mm. I've heard it's good, but I've never seen it. I haven't seen that much sci-fi stuff, if I'm honest. Okay, we got nothing else nearby, so we're gonna head back and rearm. Pull the flaps in. I really wish I could use the fucking fixed net sight, but depress it down. I would rather use that than the gyro sight for the air-to-air guns, but this is too high. I don't know why they've got the fucking fixed net set that high on the glass, and you can't move it. So your actual, like, if you look at the fixed net, and then we go, air-to-air, that's my air-to-air missile bore sight, is literally right there. Right? And then if I go air-to-air guns, my gun bore sight is about there. Like, it just gives me the shits. I wanted to press the sight so that my fucking gun bore sight is right there, and then my missile bore sight's a little below it. You can't do that, can you? Because when you go to gun with the air-to-air mode selected, it automatically goes to gyro pipper. Since you've only got the one trigger, it uses the fixed one for the R60s and the gyro pipper for the guns. Oh, we're way high. We'll just give it a bit of forward slip, just to get rid of some of this airspeed. That's how you dump airspeed and altitude in a hurry. Well, more so altitude here, without speeding up. Left stick, right rudder. Or right stick, left rudder, you just cross the controls. You never ever do it when you're in a marginal performance situation, so if you've got like an engine out, or if you've got really sketchy winds, but if you're in calm weather, and you're too fast or too high, you just slip it in. Glider guys do it a lot, so you'll usually see them doing it, but it's not exclusive to gliders. You can do it in anything. Frontline. I don't usually go for depots or industrials in this unless I'm quite close to them. I do sometimes take it to depots on Corxes if we've got enough air cover, but usually I just go for frontline in the Su-25, it's easier. And there's less risk to me. It also means once I've got my air-to-ground weapons gone, I can start trying to find A-10s. Swat some of them. Yeah, the Corsair does use its landing gear as air brakes. I know it does. The main wheels come down. Isn't it more rewarding to go after factories? Not really. I mean, if you can get to them safely, yeah. But unless you're quite close to them, like in the last few sectors, it takes too long. It's more efficient for me to just do constant attacks on the front line than to spend an hour flying to the industrial from the back of the map, get shot down on the way there, and not even destroy anything, you know what I mean? So I won't go for the industrial until we're, like, say, down here somewhere, then I'll go for the industrial. Usually the last 4 or 5 sectors is where I go for the industrial.
I found more than one unit with a matching call sign.
Otherwise, it's too risky and it's not worth it time-wise. There's a lot of maths that kind of goes into playing on here. Some people really go overboard with the min-maxing. I just try and keep it fairly simple, so I do a basic kind of cost-benefit of time, pretty much. Is it going to take me enough time to get there that I could have got more points just from hitting the front line? And if the answer is yes, I hit the front line instead. As well as that, depending on how many blues are on in fighters, or who's on in fighters, sometimes you can just ignore the industrial and the bombers will do it, because a lot of them will fail to intercept the bombers. They're marked on the map. They're marked on the map. But you do see them visually, they're pretty obvious. They're great big factory complexes, oil rigs and stuff like that, oil platforms, they're easy to see. But you have to get all the way to the back of the map to get to them, so it's not worth it a lot of the time. How the team's looking. The blue stack's starting to wake up. So the teams are usually balanced in European prime time, but then in American prime time, so around the middle of the day, early afternoon for me, blue stacks really badly. So most American time zone players are blue mains. They won't play red, or they'll rarely play red. Whereas Europeans tend to be an even split. And then when the Australians get on, it turns into a red stack. Ever tried the recon with the MiG-21? Twice. Twice. And both times I got fucked over by Vigans that... just Vigan things, of course. So I overflew the target, did some reconnaissance, I was heading home, and I was over the red front, like I was past the red front line, I was over our depots. I had a Vigan merge with me and continue flying for about a minute, so I thought, okay, he's going for a depot, he's gonna leave me alone. How wrong I was, and I couldn't believe this fucking happened. I checked TACView afterwards. He did a fucking Immelman, accelerating as he went, climbed up to my altitude. He had like a 5,000 meter difference to make up because he was on the deck. So he comes in at fucking like Mach 0.9-ish on the deck, flies past me, does an Immelman, climbing, accelerating 5,000 fucking meters of altitude, accelerating through to about Mach 1.4. In my MiG-21, mind you, I was just about to get up to the point where I was doing 1.2. Like, this is why its flight model is such a big issue, because it makes them so much more potent than they actually should be. Like, when you have an aircraft like that, why even bother doing a reconnaissance in the 21 when a Vigan can go hit your front line, come back for you, and still catch you? The MiG-21 might be faster in theory, but in practice, like, that's only at very high altitude if you've had the time to accelerate to Mach 2. And even then, you're only a bit faster. So, I don't know, dude. It gives me the shits. I know it's a dead horse, but it gives me the shits. It makes it unfun to play when people do shit like that. And I don't necessarily blame the players doing it. Some people I do, because I know they're only doing it because they can do that. But most players don't realize how broken it is, or they just don't care. It's like with the MiG-21, like a lot of people don't realize that the aircraft shouldn't be able to do CCIP bombing attacks. Guns and rockets, yes, but not bombing. And they use the CCIP magical pipper for bombing and think nothing of it. It shouldn't be able to do that. Or like the fixed beam kind of bore sight lock, it shouldn't be able to do that. Groms should not be able to, I mean, it shouldn't even have them for Abyss, but even if we had an MF, which is what actually could fire the Groms, you can't lock them to a point on the ground. You literally have to point the nose on the target and hold it there. Like, the missile follows where your gun sight's pointed. So there's a lot of shit modeled wrong in DCS that makes modules overperform or underperform. That's normal, but it's when something is that broken, it really becomes a problem. You know, the MiG-21's a bit too good at very low speeds, whatever, don't fight them at very low speeds, it won't be a problem. You know, the MiG-21's radar's busted, well, if you're mindful of that, there's ways to get around it. The F5's radar as well, like, if you realize that that's a potential threat, you can work around it. There's not a counterplay, like, there's literally nothing you can do as a counterplay to an aircraft that accelerates 5 times faster than it's supposed to. Or can reach, like, the speed of heat on the deck when it shouldn't. You know, like, that's my issue I have. It's not little bugs or little things that are modeled wrong, it's when there's something that's so fucked up, there's literally nothing you can do to counter it. And to even try, you have to divert the entire resources of your team to deal with it. Like, when the fucking Ronin guys were doing high-speed, high-altitude industrial runs, everyone was just like, and I started with this too, I was like, just send someone on a dedicated cap, and when you get word the Vigans are incoming, send them to intercept. And people were saying, no, it's impossible. Like, it's not impossible, but I get it. You have to have one person who's just doing nothing but waiting for those Vigan callouts, and then we'll go for them. And it's boring and no one wants to do it. So essentially Red can't stop them, because nobody wants to be the guy flying a cat pattern for half an hour waiting for that callout. You know, I get it, but what's most impressive to me is that Heatblur thought it was acceptable to model the aircraft like that. ED didn't throw it back at them and tell them to do it again, which tells me ED didn't test it, or ED just didn't care. The community doesn't care. Like, until recently, nobody would even acknowledge it was a... Well, I'll come back to this. But until recently, most people wouldn't acknowledge it was a problem, and if you suggested there was a problem with it, you would be shouted down, because Heatblur best devs, how dare you question them? Having said that, literally since the module's release, the actual people who know about that aircraft, the actual, not just like official SMEs as in pilots, but also some of the people with access to the military archives, like Renhan Shui, for instance, there were threads from the Vigans release saying, hey, something's not right with this aircraft's flight performance, like it's accelerating too fast, something's wrong with the engine parameters maybe, and nothing was done for 5 years. That blows my mind. It was a known issue at launch, and nothing was ever done about it. And the community as a whole covered up the problem, basically, because, you know, rather than acknowledge maybe Heatblur had modeled something wrong, I mean, fucking who knows, maybe it wasn't even Heatblur themselves that did it, maybe that was a leftover from before the split, I don't know. I don't know who made the Vigans flight model. I don't know if it was the Magnitude side of what became the two devs, or if it was the Heatblur side. Who fucking knows? But regardless, it's a Heatblur module now, so they inherited the issue, so to speak. But I just don't understand anything about that. Like, I really find it hard to believe that made it into the sim. Like, the Gazelle as well has a lot of issues, and a lot of people are like, how the fuck did the Gazelle get in the game? Yeah, I agree, but also, like, how the fuck did the Vigan get in the game in its current state? The MiG-21 is pretty fucked up too, just because it hasn't aged well. Successive DCS patches have broken things. Some things were, you know, modeled before there was an API, whatever. But it's not quite to that level. And yet, you know, a year or two ago, I remember going on Hoggit and seeing people calling, like, not just one person, but a number of very loud people, with a lot of Reddit karma, which is essentially, it makes you God on Hoggit if you have a lot of Reddit karma, because Reddit is a shithole full of fucking intellectual midgets. But people were calling for Magnitude's license to be revoked for the MiG-21. They were literally saying, oh, they're as bad as VEAO, pull their licenses. Like, over the MiG-21 having some issues with the radar that hadn't been corrected for 6 months. And here's the Viggen for 5 years having flight performance of a fucking UFO, and if you dare mention heat blur might have fucked something up, you would be run out of the place. Until recently. Finally now people started sitting up and noticing. It only took how many years, but finally now people are starting to realize, hey, maybe all the DCS devs have similar problems to each other. Maybe it's not just Razban that, you know, takes on too many projects and doesn't always have the cleanest releases. Maybe it's not just Magnitude that never actually get around to fixing bugs on their products. Maybe it's not just this, or not just, like, you know, maybe it's not just Deca who make up things out of their ass and then won't provide the documents because it's still classified. That's kind of been my point for a while, is I don't think heat blur is such a bad. I think that the way the Viggen was handled was bad, but I don't think they're a bad dev. I think they could improve, but I don't think they're a good dev compared to anyone else. I don't think there are really good and bad devs for most, like the most part in DCS. They all have similar problems to each other, some, you know, some more noticeable than others, but just the level of double standards and favoritism that the DCS community displays, especially the Hoggit part of the community, because it's fucking Reddit, which means that they're all, you know, they're all incapable of independent critical thought. They'll just follow whoever has the most fucking upvotes, which is why Reddit's such a shithole site. Just mob rule by idiots. They did acknowledge it's a problem though, which is good. I'm glad they've acknowledged it's a problem, and I hope they can get it fixed. Because I would like to be able to go back to playing the Viggen without having to think about, am I overspeeding my jet? Am I doing something that's basically an exploit by accident? Like, I got into the habit of retaining the rocket pods after an attack, because if I took the, like, if I jettisoned my rocket pods, I'd be going like 1,600 kilometers an hour before I could blink. And I don't want to be doing that shit, you know? It's pretty bad if you have to do shit like that just to avoid grossly exceeding the aircraft's performance. It's just silly. But I hope they can fix it, I really do. Because I'd like to stop complaining about heat blur and start, you know, singing their praises again. You motherfucker, there's an M6 still alive there. I don't know how he survived my last attack, but we'll finish him off. DCS community borders on Call of Duty community. Yeah, they absolutely do. Flight simulators in general are like that, to be honest, Sherlock. Like, the MSFS community is pretty much as bad. It's unbelievable how bad they get. A lot of the MSFS third-party devs have really bad fucking messiah complexes. Really, really bad. I don't... Well, no, I have an idea why... Oh, someone else got him, never mind. I have an idea why sim devs are like that. Autism, I would know. But, you know, it's not really acceptable. And it's only because sim players need their fucking crack fix that it's tolerated. You know, like, that's the thing, they got a captive audience. In any other line of business, a lot of these companies would put themselves out of business with how bad their attitude is. Like, the way that, for instance, Aerosoft treats the MSFS community, if that was any other fucking community, they wouldn't have a business anymore. They straight up wouldn't have a business. Same with PMDG. You know, like the recent debacle, PMDG backpedals on their fucking DMCA takedowns, and then goes and changes their shit so you can't fucking open it with the SDK. Like, what the fuck?
Overlord. Copy. Warning 20 kilometers.
As Rob put it a couple streams ago in chat, not just Randazzo, but flight sim devs in general need to experience ego death. Find the fulcrum. I don't remember if it's today or tomorrow. I'm going to hop servers in a bit. I just wanted to get some groundwork done for red on here because they're kind of getting their shit pushed in. But I will probably hop over in a couple flights. I'm kind of hanging out for the Mosquito mission because I do want to fly the Mozzie again. Even if it means getting bullied by F-86s. 26Ks. He's probably operating near our airfield over there. It's not a big deal. As long as he stays away from me. So there should be some targets. Oh, right off the nose. Hello. Are they still up or are they destroyed? No, those are fucking glitchy shadows, never mind. I love seeing shadows through hillsides. DCS moment. We're getting close to the far bed fence. We'll turn around and look for targets again, then we'll come back. Great song, by the way. Especially given the recent revelations about the Thresher's discovery. Won't have tripwire set up. I have it set up for text. I think I forgot to set one up for voice. Set one up later. Oh, actually, my tripwire is shorter, so I might have set the voice one up, but it wouldn't call him until he's within 15. I've got text at 20 and voice at 15. Oh, I'm too far over, that's why. There's one domino too far over. The targets here in the hills are quite hard to engage because a slant range unit doesn't like the hills. Can't see anything here. I know there's a target here somewhere, I just can't find it. So I might go for the easier to spot ones. That's one of the frontline positions. I'm not sure which one, like, because they all have different templates and it's kind of randomized what template spawns in at mission start. I'm not sure exactly what I'm looking for, but it should be a group of ground vehicles and or some concrete structures. Not like houses, but like, you know, the roadblock type dealios. Usually it's one of those and a bunch of tanks or something. They're static targets, so once you spot them, they're easy to deal with. It's just seeing them sometimes can be an issue, particularly on Syria. That is one of the reasons why I am glad that Alpen's server is still going and is getting repopulated again, is because it's one thing to come on here and pound static ground. Like, I enjoy coming on here and pounding static ground targets. It's kind of a thing I do to chill out. But when I actually want action, you can't beat Alpens for air-to-ground stuff because you're actually fighting human players on combined arms. You know, they will try and hide stuff from you, or move it away from you, or shoot back at you with it. Whereas the targets here, this is like an A-10 pilot's dream. This is the most permissive of permissive environments.
20, 1,200, flank north, fast, Tiger 2. Rooster 1-2.
Someone's already hit that.
174, 20.
So we shouldn't need to worry about the air defense at that blue FARP. The cloud shadows aren't helping. I mean, it looks cool, it's just gonna make it harder to see things.
Rooster 1-2, merged, 295, 800, Tiger 2.
Usually there's targets down in these hills.
Threat. Broad.
I think it is slightly randomized where they appear though.
500. Drag southwest. Aviojet.
That's our fault. It's like they've already been attacking our airfield.
Threat. Broad. 146. 16. 800. Drag southeast. Warthog.
Yep, their air defense is already dealt with, so that's something I don't need to worry about. So I know I kind of labor the point a bit sometimes, but I did say when this server was releasing and everyone was kind of panicking, I think that it's better that we have the two servers because they cater to different play styles. Even though they might have similar plays, you know, plane sets or whatever, they play very differently. They have a very different feel to them, and I'm glad we have both because I, you know, on any given day I'll prefer one over the other based on how I'm feeling.
148. 15.
And the more people start buying Cold War modules and realizing how fun Cold War stuff is, the more both servers will benefit from it. So players come in here and learn how to fly the Cold War stuff, they'll learn how to work it, how to look for targets, whatever, and then they'll come on Alpins when they want to challenge. So it kind of ends up with both servers feeding into each other, which is how it should be. Oh, we got a fucking F5 coming up here. Where the fuck are the ground targets here? So we're a little bit back from the front line, just so I can see better. Oh.
Raw. 148. 15. 1,500. Hot. Tiger 2.
Overlord, Rooster 1-2, Bogey Dog.
0 Star 1-2. Overlord. I could not find you on scope.
I don't want to jettison my shit. If I have to, I can drag him back to our SAMs.
Circus 1-4. Merged. 178. 1,100. Tiger 2.
Fucking Saber coming as well. Okay, he's punched his fuel tanks. Is he gonna be intelligent enough that I need to punch my stores? Probably. If they're really, like, if they're potatoes, I won't bother, but yeah, this guy ain't a potato.
1,800. Hot. Saber.
I probably should have punched my shit earlier, to be honest.
Circus 1-4. Merged. 176. 1,200. Saber.
I hate that you gotta be wings level to get rid of shit in the FC3 modules.
4-1, set tripwire 15.
Nah, bro, nice try. Okay, now we have to get rid of that because we've got a Saber incoming, and that's actually dangerous to me.
15 kilometers.
This guy's, yeah, he's not that good, he's really slow. We'll get him in this turn, probably, or the next one. I'm just worried about the F86 third-partying me. Because the 86 can sustain a turn pretty well. Unlike the F5. That's if it sees me, though. Are you gonna one-circle? Of course you are, you're an F5 pilot. What else would you do?
Overlord, Rooster 1-2, set warning 20.
There's the Saber.
Rooster 1-2. Overlord. Copy. Warning 20 kilometers.
Using a lot of rudder here because we're super slow. Oh, I'm not going to make this. Oh, barely. He wasn't going to make that either. I shouldn't have followed him into that. I don't see the F86, and there's another Tiger coming.
Circus 1-4. Threat. Broad. 081. 15. 4,000. Hot. Fast. Tiger 2.
Bro, get off my dick. There's a Saber. He's kind of slow, to be honest.
Circus 1-4. Threat.
Oh.
Broad.
Oh.
185. 15. 1,700. Flag north. Begin.
Is today the day we out-sustain a Saber?
076. 2,200.
He's just gonna pull his nose in on me. Oh my god, we got a fucking Tomcat coming too. I'm out of flares. This is fine. 9p5 any moment now.
Overlord Thunder 4.
Bro, do not fucking underestimate the Su-25.
Thunder 4-1.
Look at this.
Overlord. Raw. 193. 34. 4,000.
Look at this big girl come round.
West. Fast. Tomcat. Circus 1-4.
Man's about to get fucked on if I don't get third party.
15. 4,400. Beam west. Fast. Tomcat.
Is he gonna extend or is he... No, he's gonna double down. Okay, see ya. Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope. We're gonna break the other way, just to disrupt anyone that was sitting behind me.
Circus 1-4.
Oh, there was someone sitting behind me, hello.
139.
And he got me.
700. Tiger 2.
That was gonna happen sooner or later. It's fucking Rhino. Bully someone else. Fucking bully someone else. We've basically... no, let's stay at Renault Moad. I don't want to spawn into the airfield here. I'll be jumped on as soon as I fucking take off. So we'll go from here. Waste a good rocket, so I didn't get to use them. We'll just... no, we won't take full flares, because there's a Tomcat. We'll take the usual. We've got the other Su-25 that was there. It depends on how stupid the F5 is, Boltsy. If the F5 pilot has a brain, the F5 should easily deal with this thing. But the thing is, most F5 pilots are used to just turning in a horizontal turn, right? They don't think to use the vertical, because if they try and use the vertical against a MiG-21, it will usually get them killed. So they have this, like, neurosis against climbing. Against a Su-25, climbing above it is exactly what you want to do. It's like when I fight an A-10 in the MiG-21 or the MiG-19, you'll see me come in and then climb above it. So instead of trying to turn, you go up and you perch above him, you wait until he's on the other side of his circle and you dive back in. You never try and horizontal turn with a Su-25, it will get you killed. Even in the Sabre. You need to use a vertical, and you need to be aware that this can follow you in the vertical, but only for a limited time, because the Su-25's got a lot more power than the A-10. It's actually got quite a high thrust-to-weight ratio, especially when it's lightly fueled, and so it can really get its nose up. It can't point its nose. Its instantaneous turn rate's quite poor. The A-10's the opposite. The A-10 can't sustain, but it can get its nose up. This can't get its nose up quickly, but it can sustain. And its speed, it holds its speed better as it climbs. The A-10, if you pitch up like that, you're going to die. In this thing, you can kind of get some height out of it and then kick it over. So, it's deadly to F5s, but only if they don't know what they're doing. If they're intelligent, it shouldn't be a threat to them. So when you merge with an F5 in this, you always watch what he does after the merge. If he goes level, you know he's probably going to be a pretty easy kill. If he goes up and kind of disappears above you, then you're in trouble. You really need to worry if that happens. Oops. Bit carried away with the throttle though. Batfink, thanks for the follow, by the way. Saber pilots give that... to be honest, he probably didn't realise this thing turns so well. Because... a lot of people in DCS, when they're attacked in a ground attack aircraft, will not jettison their stores. If you get within threat radius, like if you threaten me, I will punch off whatever I'm carrying and I will go in murder mode. Like, I have this mindset, and I'm like this in the A-10 as well when I fly it. I have this mindset, if you make me jettison my stores, I will make you jettison your life. Because you've just wasted my sortie, pretty much. And to be fair, they've achieved their mission goal. They don't have to kill me to achieve their mission goal. All they have to do is get me to dump all my air-to-ground weapons and have to go home for another set. So, that's a mission kill for them, getting me to punch off my stores. But, I'll make them pay for it. You know what I mean? So, a lot of people in DCS won't do that. They'll hold on to their stores no matter what. A lot of fighter guys even will hold on to their fuel tanks. in a dogfight. I don't. As soon as you engage me, I punch off everything, I get the aircraft as light and as clean as possible, and I just go pure air-to-air. And the aircraft handles very differently when it's not carrying anything. Like, this aircraft with a full load of weapons is sluggish. It's not slow, but it can't maintain speed because it just starts shaking violently and it'll eventually break up. It mark tucks really viciously, the Su-25. It's probably got the worst mark tuck in the game. But when it's clean and light, you'll notice I defuel to 60% when I'm close to the front line like this. When it's clean and it's light, this aircraft is a monster. This thing will give a Tomcat a run for its money in a horizontal fight. Level of these players, yeah, that's the other thing with Alpine server, is the general level of skill is higher. It's not to say there's not good players here, but the majority of players on here are much more inexperienced. A lot of them are new to DCS. Like, I mean, even a lot of the server staff came over from IL2 because they're IL2 players who are interested in playing Cold War stuff, and DCS is the only place to go for that. The IL2 guys are typically quite good dogfighters, but the majority of the server population are just new to Sims in general, I think, so they're not quite so skilled. Or they're, you know, used to modern aircraft, or they mostly do PvE or whatever. When you get into a fight with the IL2 players, you really notice it quickly. Like, they're very good at energy management. They're typically the ones that will get above this and try and grind it down that way. In other news, F-106 fucks. Falcon does 27 Gs in a Mark 1.5 to 2.0 intercept. Hello, please get on it. The Falcon is so underrated, dude. I've been telling people for ages. Like, yeah, it had issues. It needed fixing, but had they bothered to actually fix those issues, it would have been a really good missile. Considering the AIM-9J was a 22G missile. The AIM-9 fucking J. The early AIM-9s were 10, 16, something like that. You have charting up more flares. There's Tomcats around. There's also Rolands at the airfields, but mainly I'm worried about Tomcats. I don't expect the chaff to help me much, but just in case. I've seen MiG-29s retain their drop tanks in fights, even on Alpine server. Hey, Boiler. 106 is used to operate from short runways for NORAD QRA, landing on them required releasing the ship for touchdown. Yeah. Just give me my 106 already. Someone please. Ooh, the Ursa is awake, which means we have a friend nearby. Also, I need to remember to set my tripwire. Where's text and speech? Overlord, Circus 1-4, set tripwire 15.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, copy, warning 15 kilometers.
I'd agree IL2 players generally have higher skill. Whatever it was, it must have gone down. That's probably smoke pool there, because the nearest call out's 47 kilometers. Don't underestimate it, but try that on other servers, especially Alpines, and you'll see. Well, yesterday, I didn't stream it, but yesterday the 104th came on for some 3rd gen practice, and I ended up in a situation where it was my Froggy. There was another one nearby, but he was off comm, so he couldn't help me. It was literally me versus 6 guys, and most of them were 104th members. It was 104th and the 475th, both on at the same time. They literally vectored in 3 pairs of F5s on me. I shot down 2 almost immediately with the R60Ms. and I was lining up for guns on a third one when Titanfire shot me with an AIM-9P, because he actually realised he had to extend out and come back.
Set tripwire 12 kilometers.
The rest of them thought that they could just stay in turns with me and you know, kind of hold me by the belt buckle, which you do not do to a Su-25, ever. If you fucking want to kill a Su-25 and he's aware of your presence, you extend away and come back. You do not try and circle with him. I think I've given a few people rude wake-up calls when it comes to this aircraft performance. I know I have on this server, because I heard my name called on Blue GCI while I was watching other people stream, and I wasn't even on the server.
Overlord Apple 1-1, set tripwire
That's a
12
Tomcat.
kilometers.
That's a fucking Tomcat right there. Guaranteed. It's a weak signal. It's an STT lock for a fighter. It's coming from over there. He's high altitude. He'll be way out, like 100 fucking miles or more that way, and he's STTing me. Like, what are you doing, champion? Now I know there's a Tomcat there. Why didn't you just let Jester TWS me? Pair the Ionis. If he's STTing me at that distance, Davey, he's going to be the kind of guy who blows all his sparrows on hopeless shots, then merges and rips his wings. Speaking of which, yeah, Tomcat, yeah. Those of you who are in the Discord probably saw it, but last stream, remember how I had a Tomcat call out and then it just mysteriously faded? Or not last stream, I think. Yeah, last stream. The Tomcat call out that mysteriously faded and I didn't know what happened to him. You know what happened to him? TacView revealed all. He was literally, like, skimming the sand. He was so low. Like, he was maybe 10 meters off the ground, and he went to fire a Sparrow at me, and my mans forgot that the Sparrow's on a catapult launcher, not a rail launcher. The fucking Sparrow... There's the target I was looking for before. The Sparrow dropped off his belly, impacted the sand below his jet, and blew him up. He killed himself with his own Sparrow trying to kill me.
3,900 Tomcat.
That would be that threat.
Overlord Apple 1-1,
We'll stay low for now and see if he
set
goes
tripwire
past me. I'd rather not get into a fight yet.
Rooster 1-2, merged. 166, 900, Saber.
So, if you want to know the average intellect of a typical Tomcat player,
Merged. 180,
particularly on this server,
2,300,
there's your answer.
Tomcat. Circus 14, Threat, Bra, 139, 15, 8,300, Hot, Tiger 2.
You're fail mutts.
Rooster 1-2, merged. 193, 2,600,
That's him.
Tiger 2.
If he ignores me, then whatever, but if I see him
1-2,
dive down...
243, 2,500, Tiger 2.
Overlord, Circus 1-4. Bogey dope. That's that tiger.
Rooster 1-2, Threat,
Someone stepped
Bra,
on me, so Overlord didn't hear.
20, 2,700, Flank West, Tiger 2.
Overlord, Circus 1-4. Bogey dope.
Bra,
Oh, there we go.
231, 10, 8,800, being northwest, Tiger 2.
Okay, tiger's ignoring me, and we found a ground target with our face.
Overlord, Bra, 254, 15, 9,000, drag northwest, Tiger 2.
Overlord Apple 1-1, set tripwire 12
To be honest, I kind of feel like Heat Blur will just hand wave it and say, well, even if they didn't, let's imagine they did, and I would be totally down with that. I'd be okay with Heat Blur doing that, I'm not gonna lie. It would be a lot of fun.
1-1, set tripwire 12
Like, that's one case where I'd be totally okay with them doing something that's not necessarily accurate.
Apple 1-1, Overlord, copy, warning 12 kilometers.
Oh, fuck me, there it is. New glasses should be ready in a couple days, they can't come soon enough. It's just Humvees anyway. The fucking R27 setup on the Tomcat is hilarious. It's like a rail suspended from another rail. It looks so stupid. Okay, that target's dealt with.
Merged. 303, 2600, Tiger 2.
You know what would be really trolly? The Serbs, with their Kub launchers, modified them to have launch rails for R60s on top of the 3M9 rails. So it would have the 3M9s, the Kub missiles, but it would also have a couple of R60s for close-in self-defense. Could you imagine your typical blue player thinking, oh, I'll just gun the Kub's search and track radar and it won't be able to hurt me? They get fucking blapped right in the face by an R60M. Imagine the fucking salt. There was also that particularly cursed photo I found, well, I didn't find it, it was posted in Enigma's Discord, of a 3M9 with the Seeker off an R60 grafted to the front of it, which I, to this day, cannot work out why the fuck anyone would do that, or what the fuck they hope to achieve by it, but it looked absolutely ridiculous. Fucking Sabers come back for more. Okay, well. Is there far... Target of opportunity, boy! Oh, here comes some salt. We're gonna have to jettison our shit because we're getting intercepted. Is that a Huey? Yeah, it's a Huey. Might be a wreck, actually. Kind of hard to tell. Boom! Oh, someone else is getting him too. Never mind. Oh, they had R73s. They mounted R73s with extra boosters on Praga AAA trucks, like the truck part of the Praga system. They stuck fucking R73s with extra boosters on them. It's just weird, like, Yugoslav breakup era Serb jank is the most hilarious form of air defense. Overlord, Circus 1-4. Bogey dope.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, Raw, 077, 26, 800, beam south, Saber, Tiger 2.
Track makes me crave lamb. Makes me wish I had an eagle to go hunting with. That's the fucking life, dude. Just living out on the steppe and hunting wolves with your fucking eagle.
Circus 1-4, threat.
That's the way to do it.
086, 15, 800, hot, Saber, Tiger 2.
Fuck it, we're close to a friendly airbase, we can always rearm if we have to. Come at me, boys.
Circus 1-4, merged, 106, 800, Saber. Circus 1-4, threat, Broad, 061, 15, 1600, hot, Tiger 2.
Overlord, Circus 1-4. Bogey dope. Might be behind me already.
Circus 1-4, merged, 045, 1400, Tiger 2. Circus 1-4, Overlord, Raw, 227, 4, 600, drag west, Saber.
Overlord, Apple 1-1, set trip via 12 kilometers.
I'm blind.
Apple 1-1, Overlord, copy, warning 12 kilometers.
Overlord, Circus 1-4. Bogey dope.
Threat, Raw, 231, 15, 3100.
Motherfucking target.
Flank north, Saber. Break, Circus 1-4, merged, 135, 1400.
Right there.
Tiger 2.
There's one behind me as well.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, Raw, 013, 1500, hot, Tiger 2.
The guy on my tail is going to be an immediate problem. I didn't see where that one went either. I know, right? We took some hits, but I think we're still okay. Oh, my flaps are damaged though. Really? Okay, well this one's kind of keeping his energy up a bit. Might be Rhino. Rhino's smart enough to do that. Most blues aren't. I'm going to do something very silly here. He knows what I'm doing. Never mind. Yeah, that was very silly. I shouldn't have done that. Might work in a 1v1, it doesn't work in a fucking 3v1. I never even saw the F-86. We're the only Su-25 flying from there. You just spawn back in and check what the front line's like. Whoops, wrong button. Oh wow. Yeah, we've been slapping them down. They are... This is how it begins, see? The Europeans are starting to get off, so red's thinning out, and the Americans are starting to get on the server, so blue's starting to stack really badly, but look at this. Look at this. They're just... They've got like one guy hitting depots and one guy hitting the front line maybe. And they've got how many fucking players? We got 2 Tomcats, so both Tomcats are active. They got all these F5s. How many A10s they got? 1, 2... 2 A10, 3 A10s, a couple Vigans. Yeah. This was the last time we flew the MiG-19, like a week or 2 ago. On stream, I don't remember, but I flew it pretty recently. Let's do one more sortie, I think, then we'll hop over to Alpens. See what's going on over there. I didn't prepare for that merge very well, to be honest. I waited too long to start turning, so the second guy was already on me. Don't you have enough points? Yeah, easily, but I'm not gonna hop in it. Like, I'll just bank him. I don't feel like flying the 29 today. And that, like, the other thing is, there's no point. If blue aren't pushing the front line, why bother wasting my 29 points? 29's something I use when blue are actually dangerous to us. If blue are just fucking around doing nothing useful, then why am I gonna stop them? Never interrupt your enemy when he's making a mistake. Cheers to bits, by the way, CJ. Done a little bit of falconry in university. Oh, nice. I thought so. I thought so. Rhino's doing pretty much all the work between him and that Tomcat. No, I'd expect the Tomcat to have a bunch of kills, but Rhino's doing pretty much all the work for them. Traitor? The fuck's he playing on blue for? Yeah, I know it'll sort biplanes, I'm just lazy. Don't want to have to change it and then change it back. To be honest with you, at this point, I'm probably more dangerous to most DCS players in this than I am in the MiG-21. My MiG-21 skills have dropped off a cliff over the last couple of years. General Obesity, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream.
Разрешаю руление на полосу 6.
I think we'll do one more sortie on here. I'll grab myself a cup of tea and maybe a quick snack, and then we'll see what's going on an Alpine server for a little while. Like I said, I do want to try and get some Mirage 2000 in pretty soon, but we'll see how that's going today. And we'll be doing some gliding in MSFS later in the stream. Release some Mirage F1 press update. I know they released the actual release date for it. Don't know what else they released for it. I'll have to have a look at it after the stream. Is the F15 any good? It's low fidelity, so it's like this. You can't click anything in the cockpit. Its radar and systems aren't very in-depth. The flight model is more in-depth, but the actual radar and systems aren't. So if you really want a real sort of in-depth F-15 experience, wait for the Strike Eagle. If you want a in-depth fighter F-15 experience, then you're kind of shit out of luck at the moment. But like the thing is, the F-15 is probably the kind of training wheels fighter of DCS. It's so easy to fly, you can't possibly fuck it up. It carries a bunch of missiles, it's fast, it has a lot of thrust, it turns well, it just does everything well, and it has quite easy low-speed handling as well. Has a gun with good accuracy and a lot of ammo. It's kind of like the default, if you want to win, you get in the F-15 kind of thing. But like I said, it's not very well modeled in terms of systems, so you won't get the in-depth systems modeling you get in something like the F-14 or whatever. Wing rip. Yeah, it has that now, finally. Everything in, like, this is the thing. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. It actually is about right. Like, I know that somebody on YouTube claims that an F-15 survived a 40G pull, but mysteriously the HUD tape slips right as the supposed 40G happened. It's bullshit, dude. Like, if somebody's throwing the aircraft past its engineering limits, it should break. I don't care if it's an F-15, I don't care if it's an F-5. More modules in this game should break when they're abused. Like, the F-15's G limit is 7 point something with a typical load. I know it can go up to 9 depending on load and airspeed. But, like, the F-15 is a 60s design and 70s construction. It's a good plane, trust me, but it's not Jesus. Like, it's not going to tank that much. Oh, hello. I need to remember to set up my airboard. The F-14's G limit in DCS is... no. Like, the F-14 in DCS right now will survive 18G. It used to break at 11.5, it breaks at 18 or something now. Like, test it, you'll see it survive 17, 18G before it breaks. What am I doing? Overlord bot. Parked in the middle of the taxiway, probably shouldn't be, but whatever. Overlord, Circus 1-4, set tripwire, 15.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, copy, warning 15 kilometers.
It's like the F5, right? Everyone complains about, oh, my F5 wing rip too easy. If you rip the wings in the F5, I think that it is too easy to break the wings in one specific instance. The limit lowers at 0.95 Mach for a full internal load of fuel. In DCS, it seems to do it at about 0.85 or 0.9 instead, so I think that's a little low, but in every other respect, it's about where it should be. If you break the wings in the F5, it means you surpass the engineering limit. Not the structural limit, the engineering limit. Structural limit's for pilots, engineering limit is where the plane actually begins to fall apart. And if people are pulling shit where they're breaking that, it means that they need to learn to fly better. I'm sorry, but that's what it is. Either put heavier curves on your controls, or just relearn your muscle memory, or just, you know, don't fly bad, pretty much. I'm not going to pretend like I never break the plane. I do, not really in the F5, I've done it like twice in the F5. And that was because I had my throttle detent set up wrong, so I was too fast. But like, I break the Tomcat from time to time, I break the MiG-21 even from time to time, and the MiG-21 actually has a system to stop you from doing that. But in general, people in DCS who have been complaining that the F5 is suddenly unplayable, it's because they refuse to unfuck their bad habits. The F5 never had structural limitations modeled for years. And I would literally go into attack view, and every time an F5 pulled a defensive break or went into a merge, they were pulling 13G. Literally every time, 13G. In an aircraft rated for 7.3, symmetrical, clean. Like, it's just ridiculous. I'm glad they're finally getting punished for it. They fucking had it coming a long time. And now that it actually punishes them, they don't like it. Well, suck it up, Buttercup. I have to deal with the same shit in the MiG-21. The difference is my aircraft has an automatic system to try and stop me doing that. It just doesn't always work. I have no sympathy at all. Absolutely zero sympathy for people that complain about wing rips in DCS, because it means if your wings are ripping, you are pushing the aircraft well beyond what it should do. It's a flight sim for a reason. If you want planes that pull ridiculously huge load factors and all that shit, War Thunder exists. But even, like, you know, you can run your own server, play single player or whatever, and turn G damage off. You can do that. Just don't come on servers that, you know, that ostensibly want to be realistic and complain when they have it turned on. It kind of gets me how DCS players come to DCS from War Thunder or wherever, and they'll say how superior DCS is. Oh, DCS is a full fidelity sim. Oh, it's study level. Oh, I have to learn how to do this in the circuit breakers and all this shit. And they never actually bother to read the real aircraft manual. They just read Chuck's guide. They don't even read it fully. They skim it. But they never actually read the real aircraft's manual properly, and so they don't know how to use it. And when they do things it shouldn't be able to do by rights in real life, they'll complain about it. And I'm just waiting for the day the Mirage F1 releases, because if they model it properly, that is. I guarantee you, if that aircraft is modeled anything close to how it should be, it's going to piss off so many people who, like, you know, they all think it's going to be this magical upgrade from the F5. You've got many of the same limitations as the F5, and in some cases even worse, and a very temperamental engine. So have fun with that. I enjoy that. I enjoy a challenge. I enjoy having to learn how to handle the aircraft competently. I know a lot of people don't. They just want to win no matter what. And like I said, there's a game for that. It's called War Thunder. Oh my fuck, a two-ship Sabre. Well then. We'll prepare to jettison. They ignore some parts of it at times, but yeah, they have to. Yeah, there's two of them. Fuck it, we're just going to jettison here. If I survive this merge, we'll go rearm at the other airbase, but I'm not expecting to.
Circus 14, threat, broad, 082, 15, 1700, hot, fast, Tiger 2.
Oh my fuck.
Circus 14, merged, 076, 1800, Sabre.
The entire blue team's coming for me.
Circus 14,
let's see where they are.
Merged, 073, 1900, Tiger 2. Circus 14, threat, broad, 061, 15, 1600, hot, Sabre.
There's one pulling in behind me. Oh shit, he's real close. He's overshot, but he might climb over me if he's smart. Over a mountain as well, which is less than ideal.
Circus 14, threat, broad, 072, 10, 1700, drag northeast, Sabre.
Let's see him. He's probably above me waiting to dive back in, which is what you should do against a Su-25. Yeah, there he is. Okay, please try and horizontal turn. Just sustain that, dude. Sustain that. Okay, there's the F5. He's not very smart if he's trying to do that. I'm a little bit slow, so I'm not sustaining as well as I should be. To be honest, I'm kind of struggling because of the altitude. Sabre's climbing. I need to get my nose down for some airspeed, but I need to avoid the mountains. There's the Sabre, he's across the circle. Not sure where the F5 is, probably above me. Or he may have just fucked off. See, this Saber's rating a little better. He's still not doing super well. We're slowly coming around, but he's doing better. I think I just saw Tracer go past. The other guy probably just swooped me. Much better off over flat ground because I can get the nose down for airspeed there, but here we're really struggling. Okay, here it comes. One more circle, I think. As long as he maintains that and the other guy doesn't pop me. Fucking Vigan coming in as well, Jesus.
Circus 1-4, threat, raw, 075, 15, 3200, hot, Saber.
Okay, that's him dealt with. We'll just keep up a defensive turn, because I don't know where the F5 is still. And I don't know where that other Saber is. We'll give it another little bit, and we'll dive away. Okay.
Circus 1-4, merged, 075, 3600, Saber.
He's way up there. I mean, we're above a mountain, but he's above me. There's something. Hello. That's the F5. Splash. See you later. Where's the second Saber? That valley worked out nicely for me, gave me the turning room I needed. Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope. It's probably above. There's this smoke trail he's behind.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, raw, 019,
See him?
0, 2000, drag north, Saber.
I'm not sure if we're going to be able to bait him into the same mistake his friend made. See, he's climbing now. I think he realizes that that was not a very smart idea. So he's just going to stay above me and dive back in. Yeah, I don't really enjoy War Thunder either, but like that's what I mean. If you don't want to play the simulator part of a simulation, there's your option. You can't, like, if you're playing a simulator like DCS and you want to brag about how it's a simulator and, you know, full fidelity and I could fly a real plane like a lot of DCS players act like they can, fucking, that comes with limitations as well. Like I said, not enough modules model the operational limitations of the real jets. Things like fucking stores separation issues. This guy's gonna fuck me up because he's actually holding his turn pretty well. Things like stores separation issues. Things like inertial coupling from successive rolls, which is a thing even in modern Gen 4 fighters. This guy's really doing well. I don't think I can shake him. I need to get over some flatter ground. I'm not going to be able to really force him past me without dumping too much speed and making myself either vulnerable to a last second that he dropped back and shot me with a missile. That was good play from him. And faceplant. Well, that wasn't bad. We got an F5 and a Saber on our last sortie. Who was that? Pink Cube. One of the handful of intelligent Saber players on blue team. See, he knows not to play that game with me. If he can't get a shot sitting behind me, he'll just drop back and hit me with an AIM-9B. And I was out of flares at that point. Anyway, let's go see what's on Alpin's server. If you really wanted to be immersed, including the bad, wouldn't you keep the HUD camera installed on the MiGs? Depends. Like, the HUD camera was largely used in training. I don't know how often they used them operationally, to be honest. But also, in real life, there's certain things you can look around that I can't because I don't play VR. So on a flat screen, things like that that block your vision are more of an issue. In VR, you can kind of see past them. Yeah, if you didn't notice that they changed the structural limitations, that's a good thing. It means you're flying the aircraft properly. You know, like, that's what I mean. If you want to just fly the plane properly, it's not a big deal, but a lot of DCS players don't actually want to be... You know, I'm not going to pretend that I'm a real jet pilot. I'm a student pilot that flies light sport aircraft. Well, hasn't flown for years, but, like, I have a couple of hours on a light sport aircraft. That's about it. But a lot of DCS players are, like, dudes that have never fucking sat in a real aircraft in their life, and they'll come into it acting like they're fucking fighter jocks because they, you know, they watch Top Gun one too many times, and they just have huge fucking egos and argue. Like, it was funny, a couple of years ago when the Folds of Honor tournament was running, because DCS players were arguing about G limitations with real pilots. Like, they were actually arguing with real fighter pilots about aircraft that those fighter pilots flew and trained on. And, like, even pilots exaggerate sometimes, so I would trust an engineer over a pilot when it comes to things like limitations of the aircraft. But, like, these guys were arguing with pilots who were trained on the aircraft. Oh no, it's fine if I pull fucking 9G and pull the paddle on the Hornet. It doesn't hurt me. Like, your wings might not rip off that time, but you've just fucked the G limit down by about 1.5 for the next guy to fly it. You know, like, every time you overstress the aircraft, even if there's no visible damage, that G limit's going down to avoid future damage. They're trying to keep these things flying for 20 or 30 years. If you go out and thrash the shit out of it just because you felt like it, that aircraft's going to end up in the dumpster a lot sooner than it should. This is one of the reasons Tomcats don't fly anymore. Like, people complain, oh, Dick Cheney this and Dick Cheney that. Yeah, it was largely Dick Cheney's doing. But you know why the Tomcat was so fucking expensive to maintain and keep in service? Because fucking pilots with huge egos kept thrashing the shit out of the jet and thought just because it didn't have a flight data recorder, they could sit there and press the reset button on the G meter and then tell porkies to the crew chief about how many they pulled. That's why they don't fly anymore. Search and destroy. Red needs fighters clear. Oh my god, they got, yeah, pair of Tomcats. Either 2 Tomcats or 1 with a full crew, but I did say I wanted to do some Mirage stuff. Blue Flag Series, or Blue Flag 80s is dead at this hour. Conquest, I haven't tried Conquest yet. I don't know if I'll try it on stream or try it offline, then maybe fly it on stream if I like it, but they do have Mirage slots, and they're on red, so I'd be balancing it if I jumped in it. I don't know. I kind of feel like if I'm trying to get back into the Mirage 2000, jumping into a server I've never played before and a mission I've never seen before is not the best way to do it. Yeah, Blue Flag's dead at this hour. $7.33 for low fuel, full fuel at 6.5. For the F5, yes. So the F5's G limitations, I've got a stream highlight saved of me testing this, by the way, in case anyone's doubting what I say here. Like, I test this shit to make sure. The F5's limitations per the manual, and this, mind you, it doesn't say exactly what's going to break, but it's an operational limitation because it will break something, so... 7.33G for a clean aircraft or clean with 2 sidewinders on the wingtips. Below 2,200 pounds fuel at any speed, or above 2,200 pounds of fuel, which is half fuel, half internal, below 0.95 mark. Above 0.95 mark, it drops to to 6.5, as Super said. Now, what's killing people isn't the symmetrical G limit so much, although some of them are still in the habit of pulling fucking all the way back and doing 13G. What's mostly ripping wings on the F5, and if you guys, any of you guys are having trouble with this and sitting there thinking that I'm personally attacking you, listen in closely, because this is how you avoid doing it. What is ripping wings on the F5 primarily is people fly it at like 600 some knots on the deck. They're either like just edge past mil. If you're just past the mil detent, the engines will spool up to like 102.5% or something. It won't ignite the burners, but you'll be going like rocketing along. So when I got my new throttle, I had my detent set too far forwards and didn't realize how fast I was, and I started having issues. But that's one thing to watch, is watch your speed. Below 450, 500 knots, do whatever the fuck you like. Below that speed, it doesn't matter what you do with the stick. As long as you've only got the two sidewinders, right? When you start adding bombs, rockets, fuel, then you have issues. But as long as you're only two sidewinders, which most people are for air-to-air, and maybe a centerline tank, you can throw the aircraft around below 450. Above 450 to 500 knots is where you start running into problems, and it doesn't come from just pulling the stick back, it comes from mixing roll and pull inputs. So the aircraft doesn't like to roll and pitch at the same time. This is a thing on real aircraft, right? That's why I said symmetrical limit 733. The asymmetrical limit, which is what you get when you're turning and pulling, or rolling and pulling, is lower than that. It's 5 point something. It depends on speed and configuration, but it's typically around 5 to 5.5. That's really important, because what that means is if you're already pulling 5G, or 6G, say, let's say you're doing 6G, that's well within the F5's limits, but as soon as you start rolling at that 6G, especially at higher speeds, suddenly you're not just doing 6G symmetrical, you're doing like 6 point something asymmetrical, which translates into all kinds of unpleasant load forces on the airframe. That's what's killing people, is when you roll and pull at the same time. So with your stick, just imagine it's a T shape, maybe a cross if you're feeling sporty. So you'll hear the phrases fly the T or fly the cross. That's a real thing in real life flying, because aircraft do not like it when you put load on them in two different fucking directions at the same time. It's not good for them. And the F5 is like probably the only module in DCS which actually models that at the moment. Most of them don't. They just have a single G limit which applies for everything. So fly the T is because negative G is bad for you. It's bad for you personally, and it's bad for the airframe. Negative G is really painful and unpleasant, and it fucks the plane up. That's why you see even like aerobatic planes or fighter jets, they'll have a much higher positive G load than negative G. You'll see like aerobatic planes, for instance, are typically like +6 -2 or +6 -3. Fighters are usually like, you know, somewhere like +7, +9, whatever, +7, +8, +9, and then -3 or -4. Negative G is really, really bad. In the same way, mixing inputs while pulling G is really bad. So you want to fly the cross. If you say you're in a fight with somebody and he kind of goes off to the side, you want to follow him, and you're going quite fast, you don't roll and pull, you roll and then pull. Always try and roll and then pull. You never want to be mixing inputs. Pretend like your stick is just a cross shape instead of a gimbal, and forget the corners of it exist. At low speeds, use the corners all you want. But when you're loaded up, when you're fast, do not use the corners of your stick travel. Even in modules that don't simulate this yet, it's a bad habit to get into. It will kill you if they fix that. And it will absolutely kill you in the F5. What do you find today? We're just doing some Su-25 and Enigma server. I hopped off. I was thinking of jumping in and doing the Mirage 2000, but I'm not really... I haven't played on Conquest yet, so I'm not familiar with their mission. I might kind of give that a skip for today and pick it up offline, get a sort of idea of what it's all about. And Blue Flag's dead, so we might go on Alpins. Might do a couple of sorties in the 29 maybe, and then I want to do some gliding in MSFS. Not sure how long the stream's going to be today. I know I keep saying that it ends up being like 12, 13 hours, but genuinely I'm not sure. I got about 2 hours of sleep, so don't know. Yeah, even at low speed, you should really still be using your rudder, because at low speed, especially on older aircraft, your ailerons will either become ineffective or will induce such bad adverse yaw, you'll end up in a spin. So generally, just fly the cross or fly the T. If you're using full back, left or right inputs, that's the danger zone. That is a danger zone, and not in a good way. Know of a good server for Apache based on Caucasus. PC struggles at times in Syria. I have no idea, to be honest. I'm not very adventurous when it comes to servers in DCS. I have my couple of servers I play on, and that's about it. I don't really adventure outside them. I think DFA is running, or Grey Flag is running Syria, I'm pretty sure. I'm not sure what Rotorheads runs. I think it runs Syria too, so I don't know, to be honest. Don't know. think Pom was talking about what they do if the paddle's pulled. They put it on a test stand and measure things closely, and very likely the jet's now banana shaped and it's fucked, it'll never fly again. If you look really closely, I don't know what it looks like on American jets, but I can tell you on Soviet jets. If you look really closely at the liveries for the MiG-21, the official liveries for it, or some of the really autistically detailed ones, and if you look at what Overstratus has shown so far for textures for the MiG-23, particularly on the weapon pylons, you'll notice these little, they look like bullseyes. It's a little 4-segmented red circle with a bullseye in the middle. You know what those are? Those are airframe reference points. Those need to line up. If those go out of alignment, it means something's bent. So that's a quick way of checking if the airframe's been bent or not, is whether those points still line up in the correct proportions. On top of that, especially if it's a really bad over-G event, they will start pulling panels and stripping the aircraft down. They'll either pull off inspection hatches and check the sort of main culprits for over-G damage, like, you know, things like the engine mountings, the connection between the wing spar and the fuselage longerons, things like that. Basically, where heavy or really loaded up parts of the aircraft connect to each other. Typically, in real life, if you overstress the jet, unless you do something absolutely batshit insane, if you pull enough to bend the jet, but not enough to catastrophically dissolve it, typically you're not going to lose your wings. What will happen is the wings will get distorted or bent out of shape. I've spoken about this on stream before, and I need to see if I can find the book, but I've got a book about the P-51, and it's got a photo of a P-51 that chased a Messerschmitt 163, the rocket plane. It chased one of those in a dive, and the pilot realized he was getting too fast and too close to the ground, so he hauled on the stick with all his strength. That Mustang came back to the airfield with about 5 degrees more dihedral than it was supposed to have. Like, the entire wing, I know you can't see that far out, but like the entire wing physically bent up at the root along its entire length. It looked like a P-40. That plane never flew again. You can't. You just can't. You don't know when it's going to break after that. With things like Hornets, I remember Pom saying one time, typically the Hornet's wings won't break. What will be the issue in the Hornet is the fuselage longerons will start bending and distorting. With the MiG-21, I've heard it said, and this is apocryphal, so I can't fact check this, but I've heard it said that the wing bolts will begin to distort at 11 Gs. They won't break, but they'll begin to distort, so you're already having problems there. And the MiG-21, depending on variant, is either a 7, 7.5, or 8G aircraft. So, yeah, like, these are things that happen. Sometimes you might get lucky. Sometimes you might pull 12G and nothing will break. You know, you might pull 12G and there's not even a fatigue crack. You'll get away with it. But from that day on, that airframe is going to have to be watched like a hawk, because it's been... How do I put this? Life resource is how you have to think about aircraft. It's not a case of, oh, well, I didn't break it this time, so it's fine. They have a finite life cycle. It's like anything. You know, like, this is engineering stuff. This isn't how normies think. But engineering stuff, everything has a defined life cycle. Aircraft are no different. You have X amount of takeoffs, X amount of landings, you have X amount of times you can fly through heavy turbulence, X amount of Gs you can pull, you know, X amount of carrier traps if it's a naval aircraft, things like that. Even missiles, like, part of the reason missiles often go bad when they're actually used in combat is because that missile's been sitting on an aircraft getting, you know, thrown about, pounding onto the runway or onto a carrier deck. It's gone through that many landing cycles and it's never been fired. And just the electronics have gone bad. You know, these things have shelf lives. They have usage lives. And so you need to avoid using up that life resource as much as possible, which is why as well as a safety margin, it's also part of the reason why the structural limit is lower than the actual engineering limit. The engineering limit is not for pilots. That is where shit breaks. That is where the engineers design the aircraft to break, is at the engineering limit. You don't want to you don't want to over-engineer it. You don't want the aircraft to be too heavy. You don't want it to be too weak. So about 1.5 times, like a factor of 1.5, is about your typical engineering sort of limit compared to structural. So again, for the F5, that's a 7.33G aircraft, clean. Its engineering limit's about 11G, 11.5, somewhere in there. And that's where it breaks in DCS. In a symmetrical pull, it will break somewhere north of 11G. You can actually survive multiple 11G pulls in DCS before it breaks, depending on airspeed and fuel loading. So that's how it works. Like, you can't just thrash the shit out of the airframe and pretend like it's all good. I mean, in DCS, yeah, you spawn in a factory new plane every time, so it doesn't matter. But in real life, if you thrash that plane, you've just fucking ruined it. Like, you've just basically, you might not have written it off, it might still fly, but it's going to have its G limit lowered for the next pilot to fly it. It's going to have to be watched very carefully. There's components on it that are probably never going to work properly again. Like, some planes are like cars, you know, sometimes you get a fucking lemon of a car that never works, even when it was brand new out the factory. Planes are like that too. There's always one that was built on a Friday afternoon, came out of the jig sideways, it's a piece of shit and it's always breaking down. There's always one of those in any squadron. Always. There's also always a jet that's a little bit faster than the others, like just something about it, it's a bit more of a hot rod. There's always these little individual variations between aircraft. Like, the more you work around mechanical things, the more you start to believe in machine spirits, because really, it's like that. You know, it's like that. They're temperamental, they're moody. Sometimes you can tell it's not happy, and it makes it known. You start to feel like they've got some sort of life in them because they act like it. It's just because of little differences in the way it was built, little differences in material, different, like, you know, little variations in tolerancing, things like that. All these tiny little things add up and you get a different aircraft each time. Even if it was built on the same day, same production line, same batch, same worker fucking riveted the skin on, it's going to be different. Just that little tiny bit different. And so you get individual variation between different aircraft, and you also get variation in how they age. And you don't want to contribute to that by stressing the shit out of the jet. Like, you know, if you take up a jet that's, say, like a 6G jet, let me put it this way. Tawny, who some of you have been around on the Twitch DCS scene for a while might remember, he hasn't streamed for about a year now, year and a half, but he used to stream a lot of DCS. He does YouTube stuff now mainly. He was an F-111 maintainer, and he used to have stories about the shit they put up with the F-111s. By the time those jets were retired in 2012, we finally got rid of them, I think? Somewhere between 2010 and 2012, they were retired. He said by the time they were retired, pretty much the whole fleet was restricted to 4G. They were, I think, 6G jets when they came new from the factory. They were down to 4G jets. And a couple of them were 2G because they'd had over-G events earlier in their operational life. And he recounted the story of one particular genius of a pilot who, you know, towards the end of the F-111's flying career in this country, decided he was going to put on a show and did a shit-hot break over the airfield as he came into land. That particular aircraft was like a 3 or 4G aircraft, and he pulled 6. Guess what didn't fly again? It's the way it is. You know, sometimes there doesn't even need to be visible damage. If there's enough suspicion that the airframe's bent, it won't fly again. They'll just cannibalize it for parts. Certain components can be fixed and replaced, but you can't easily... Like, you can re-wing an aircraft, so part of the reason the A-10 is still in service is because they just re-wing them. There's a factory in Korea that just builds A-10 wings. That's all they do. I don't know what they're going to do when they finally fucking kill the thing off, because that's all that factory exists to do, is just build A-10 wings. Likewise with the A6 Intruder, they stayed in service longer than expected because they just re-winged them. It's easier to do for some airframes than others. Obviously, the smaller and lighter and cheaper an airframe is to build, the simpler it is mechanically, the easier it is to re-wing it. But things like wings are easy to replace, relatively speaking. Fuselages, not so much. If you bend the fuselage longerons, you're fucked. Like, you're just fucked. If you crack an engine mount, you're fucked. That plane's never flying again. You cannot repair that. That's part of why, like, the demill process for military aircraft is to cut the engine mounts or to cut the fuselage longerons, because if you do that, the aircraft can't fly again. Like, there is no repair you can really reasonably do to that will allow it to fly again to its previous performance. You might, if you're lucky, be able to get it to be airworthy if you just fly it around at, like, 2-3G. But, you know, you take say an 8G MiG-23, this is what happened with some of the Polish airframes. You take an 8G MiG-23, or I suppose 7 for them, because they'd be MFs, and you cut an engine mount, or you cut one of the fuselage structural members in the tail, that aircraft is never going to fly 7 or 8G again. It'll be lucky if it flies 4G. That's if somebody's crazy enough to repair it. Like, it's, you know, you go to a fucking airframe mechanic, like an airframe guy, and you say cracked engine mount, and just look at the expression on his face, and that should tell you everything you need to know. Things like skinning repairs, even, if you repair an aircraft skin incorrectly, if you splice its skinning incorrectly, particularly on bulkhead sections and pressurized stuff like airliners, that will fucking bring the plane down. The single biggest loss of life, like for a single airframe crash, was a Japanese airline 747, JAL 123. Happened in the 80s? The aircraft had been involved in a tail strike incident a couple of years beforehand. So the tail had hit the ground, hit the runway, because they pulled up too hard, hit the runway, and it had kind of smacked in the tail. There wasn't any fatalities or anything on that. They just aborted the takeoff or landing or whatever it was and repaired the aircraft. But whoever repaired the aircraft had spliced the skinning correctly on the rear fuselage bulkhead. Now, of course, a 747's pressurized, right? So you don't fucking get all woozy at high altitude. That means it's going through not just takeoff and landing cycles, but it's going through pressure cycles as well, as the fuselage is pressurized and then depressurized. That's fatiguing the airframe. Every time that happens, it's designed to have a certain lifetime in cycles. The repair gave out because whoever did it had, instead of, there was 3 panels. There's a panel here, and then the actual repair was here. So you have a splice panel, right? The splice panel is there to hold the repair panel to the other panel. Well, what they'd done is they'd riveted through the splice onto the original, and then the actual repair panel wasn't riveted to the splice. It was riveted to a second panel that was level with the splice. Like, it wasn't, like, the other piece of skinning didn't have enough rivets in it. The splice panel's meant to be, how do I put this? It's sandwiched, basically. So you've got one row of rivets that holds the splice panel to the original, then you've got a second row of rivets that holds the repair to the splice to the original, and then you've got a third that holds the splice to the repair. So you've got 3, like, all of them are riveted to each other, right? That makes sense. I know I'm not explaining this very well, but everything is meant to be riveted to everything else. All 3 of them are firmly connected together. Well, they didn't do it properly, and so the repair panel was not actually riveted properly to the splice panel. And what ended up happening was everything went as normal. Takeoff was fine. No big deal. The aircraft got up to altitude. They tried to pressurize the fuselage. There was a massive fucking bang because there was an explosive decompression. The bulkhead, where it had been crushed in the original accident, the splice plate gave way, explosively decompressed the fucking passenger compartment. Now, it's not like an actual, like, big explosion, but it was enough. It happened with enough force, and there was enough kind of structural integrity taken away from that it ruptured all 4 hydraulic lines from memory. Because this is in the tail, right? So all of your fucking hide lines are running to the tail controls. It ruptured all of them, and it took off the vertical stabilizer, because it took off the fucking structural member that held in the vertical stabilizer. So you've got a 747 with no vertical stabilizer, which means it's basically got no directional stability. They're having to control it using differential thrust. That's the only control input they have, and it's got no hydraulic control of the tail. In fact, probably would have had no control to the fucking wings either, because it would have pissed out all the fluid. So they're flying this jet purely on differential thrust and lift. That's all they got. And it crashed, and I think there were 3 or 4 survivors out of 500 and something people. It's a miracle anyone survived at all. But it's still the deadliest single aircraft accident in aviation history, and it happened because some dipshit didn't bother to fucking splice a panel properly. Like, you would not think that a single line of rivets would take down an airliner, but it does. That's how aircraft work. They later went back and did the calculations to figure out how many cycles that repair should have endured. The engineers came back with 10,000 cycles. They thought at 10,000 cycles, that repair should have gone. The jet had completed 12,700 and something cycles when it finally did go. So the jet had actually flown 2,700 and whatever times beyond what the engineers calculated that repair should have broken. And it had just been flying on a wing and a prayer. It had been dumb luck for, however many people a fucking 747 holds times 2,700, that it was not them that died instead. Like, DCS players are... I'm going to probably piss off a bunch of people here. But DCS players are largely, not just old dudes. I think Nick Gray believes that the average DCS player is an old dude with more money than sense, and that may be true for single player, but DCS has a thriving fucking community among younger people as well. But it doesn't really matter either way, because the younger people are mostly just gamers, and the older guys are things like software engineers, who think they understand actual engineering, but they don't. And they think that they know things about how aircraft work. They fucking don't. And so they'll go on the forums and they'll piss and they'll moan about, why does my plane break at this G loading, or why does this not work, or why isn't this modeled like this, or this is too different, it shouldn't be like this. And they don't actually understand what they're talking about. It's like it's like fucking Elon Musk, right? Software engineer. I know some of you guys are probably software guys. Like, trust me, I know plenty of software engineers. Most of them are sensible people, but there's always that one guy who thinks because his job title has engineering in it, he thinks he's a real engineer. Like that guy Peter, right? The fucking guy behind that Raptor aircraft kit. He's a fucking software engineer. He knows how to program a fucking website. And he thinks that he knows how to design and build his own aircraft because he has engineer in his job title. Unsurprisingly, he designed a fucking death trap and he's lucky he didn't kill himself in it, but this is what I mean, right? Like, people just... You see it a lot with... Scientists do it too. Like, a lot of scientists will talk outside their own field and opine about things they have no education in because they're a scientist, so they think that science is just universal and they can opine on everything and they're still right because they're a scientist. No, like, if you have a specific, job, that means that you should know about that job, but it doesn't mean that you know about somebody else's, just because you work in the same field, broadly speaking. It's just stupid people that don't know how stupid they are. Know how to reverse the linked list? Now listen up, you piece of shit. Yeah, really. Did you take your medicine today? Yes. Like I said before, the meds don't stop the rants, they make them more laser-focused. They make them longer as well, I think. F-14s with a cracked wing glove. Skittles has a story about that. Skittles was telling me one time about when they were on a cruise and they had an F-14 come down really hard. It survived the landing, but they got it in, and it was such a hard landing, they knew that they were going to have to take it down for inspection. Sure enough, get it down to the hangar deck, start pulling panels for inspection, and there was a fatigue crack on the wing box. So they just pushed it to a corner of the hangar, threw a tarp over it, and that was a donor airframe. That Tomcat never flew again. It was cannibalized for parts for the rest of the cruise. Because you can't fly it again. The Tomcat's wing box, it's like the MiG-23. They have very similar design principles to a degree. They both use a titanium wing box, which also includes the main integral fuel tank. Titanium is really hard to work with. It's shitty to weld. It's just, you have to weld it in... I can't remember if it's a specific gas atmosphere or a vacuum. Either way, I think it might be inert gas, but, titanium welding's a bitch, put it that way. The reason the MiG-23 had such a low G limit when it first went into early production is because they hadn't got the welding down yet. If you crack a weld on a titanium wing box, if I can speak today, that aircraft's done. It's never going to fly again. You can't repair it. That is not something that can be repaired. And you're 100% argon. It probably is. You guys would probably know better than me. I'm not actually an engineer. I just have an interest in this stuff. And I know the limits of my knowledge. I hope. But, if the wing box goes... So on the MiG-23, I'm not 100% sure on the Tomcat, but I'm pretty sure it's similar. Skittles would be able to correct me if he was here. The 23's wing box is also the number 2 fuel tank. That's its main sort of fuel tank's assembly. And then off the top of that come out the little lobes that the wing pivots go in, the carry-through bolts for the wing pivots. The entire load factor coming through that wing is being transmitted into those little earlets and then into the number 2 fuel tank structure. That has to be the strongest part of the airframe because it's carrying the entire weight of the aircraft when it's maneuvering. And on a MiG-23ML, that's a, 8.5 G aircraft? So whatever the all-up weight of a MiG-23ML is, multiply that by 8.5, that's how much force that little fucking titanium earlet piece has to carry through the fucking fuel tank. If you develop the slightest fatigue crack on that, it's done. You can't repair it. Like, even if you could re-weld it, it's permanently fucking fucked, right? Like, this is the thing. It's even true for cars to an extent, but particularly for aircraft, because it's so critical that these parts don't fail. Like, you know, your car, if part of the structure breaks, it's a serious problem, but, you know, you just pull over and you're fine. You're usually not going to die because of it. In an aircraft, if an important structural member fails, you die. There's no two ways about it. Like, there's no coming back from that. You're fucked. So there's a lot less tolerance in aviation for shit like that. Shipbuilding as well, there has to be less tolerance, because we've all seen that video of the fucking, was it a bulk carrier in the Black Sea, and the entire bow just goes, oh, hello, oh, see ya, and the ship sinks. And it took pretty much like 80% of it, 90% of its crew with it. Because they were all below decks and they couldn't get out quickly enough. Like, that ship went down in maybe 2 minutes, and the guys below decks couldn't get out. Same with aviation. It's just such a low tolerance of anything like that. There's such a tiny margin of safety. You cannot fuck around with this stuff. So fatigue cracks on an aircraft, if it's in a component you can't replace easily, the aircraft's done. Like, you get a fatigue crack in a wing spar. If it's a GA plane, you can maybe repair it, but it has to be checked, like, thoroughly. You have to watch that thing like a hawk. Like, you're going to reduce the limitations of it. Like, when you have to start repairing shit in general aviation aircraft, it's probably time to buy a new plane. In a high-performance jet, if you get a fatigue crack in a wing, you either replace the entire wing or you bin the entire jet. So, like with the MiG-23 and the Tomcat, when that integral titanium structure that is the fuel tank and the wing pivot, when that develops any damage at all, it's done. Once that fatigue crack starts, literally these things are microscopic. Like, fatigue cracks aren't a problem when they're an inch long. They're not a problem when they're half an inch long. They're a problem when you can only fucking see them with a microscope. Because by then there's already enough weakness put into the metal structure that another overstress event or any sort of, like, you might just hit turbulence that the aircraft would normally tolerate, and boom, there it goes. Like, once that crack has started, it has permanently destroyed the structural integrity of that entire component. There's not really anything you can do about it. Splice plates only get you so far. And with a MiG-23 or a Tomcat, it's, you know, you can replace things like wings or tail assemblies. Like, you can replace the entire tail assembly behind the engine, the break point, if you need to. Like, you know, most jets of that era, you pull the entire tail off to get the engine out. Like the MiG-21, MiG-23, MiG-19, the F-16, all of them. You just unbolt the tail end, you pull it off, and then you can access the engines. You can replace that whole assembly. That's fine. But when that number 2 fuel tank starts to get issues, the entire aircraft, I mean literally the entire plane, hangs off that assembly. That is the structural heart of the entire plane. Everything else is connected to that. You cannot just take out the number 2 fuel tank, because you would have to disassemble the entire aircraft down to its components, put in a new one, and rebuild the entire plane. At that point, you just bin the plane and get a new one off the factory floor. Like, there's literally no point to reassemble it at that point. You know, like, you're just wasting time and money. And it's probably still not going to be as strong as one that just came out of the factory. So I feel like DCS players are very gamer-brained in the way they look at aircraft, even the ones that should know better. And so they'll sit there and they'll say, oh, my plane shouldn't break when I do this, my plane shouldn't break when I do that. Would you do that in a real plane? If the answer's yes, then probably a good thing you're not actually a pilot. If the answer's no, then why the fuck are you thinking it should work in DCS? Like, oh, well, it's a life and death situation. Yeah, well, you gambled and you fucking lost, just like you would in real life. I mean, there are accounts of guys going into combat and overstressing the fuck out of a jet and making it home. I mean, there's a fairly well-known anecdote of a F-14 that pulled like 12 point something G, an Iranian Tomcat, I think it was, pulled 12 point something G and came back. And it was when they were training the Iranians to use them too. So it was an American pilot that fucking probably did it. Or was at least on board when it happened. And people were like, oh, well, the Tomcat didn't get, you know, its wings didn't rip off. No, it made it back to the airfield flying very gingerly so the wings didn't come off. They made the gentlest fucking landing they could. If they'd had to carrier land that thing, it probably would have ended very badly. So they very gently landed it, and then it was completely taken off the line. That thing was off the line for, like, weeks minimum because they had to disassemble the entire fucking aircraft to check for fucking fatigue cracks. From memory, the canopy was the canopy had actually shattered from the stress. Canopies are a weak point, both thermally and in terms of structure. Those will typically break on you. If your canopy breaks above 45,000 feet and you're not wearing a pressure suit, you're dead. No two ways about it. If your canopy goes at 45,000 or above and you're not in a pressure suit, you're dead. If you're at extreme high speed at low altitude and your canopy shatters, you're dead. Like, there's just so many things. This is why limitations exist. This is why every fucking aircraft's flight manual has this long-ass fucking section called operational limitations. They're there for a reason. You don't just get in the jet and do whatever the fuck you want and hope nothing goes wrong. That's how you end up doing a Bobby Bond to yourself. You end up fucking splattered across the desert floor, jackass flats. Like, I don't know, dude. I love DCS, but I also hate it. And I love the DCS community, but I also hate it. And it doesn't apply to all DCS players. There are plenty of people in DCS who actively want more limitations to be modeled. I'm one of them, obviously. Look, there are two kinds of people in DCS. There are masochists, and there are gamers. Masochists want every little limit modeled. I want store separation limits. If I fucking jettison my fuel tank at a bad pitch or roll angle and too high of a speed, I want that motherfucker to come up and strike the underside of my plane and give me a fuel leak. Or, you know, if I go into a high-speed spin in a MiG-23, I want the fucking compressor blades to start grinding out the inside of the engine casing. Shit like that. I want that kind of stuff. But there's also a bunch of gamers who play DCS, and they want to be able to exploit shit. They want to be able to ignore operational limitations. If the plane has a bugged flight model, they will use that. You know what I mean? I need to get a cup of tea, so I'll be right back, guys. Once a woman... yeah, I do want a woman that kick my ass. They're fun. They're a lot more fun. I like my planes like I like my women. You know. I want the throwing around to go both ways. It's more fun that way. Anyway, I'll be right back, guys. I need a cuppa. By the way, can somebody post the link to that video? The the I love the kind of woman that will actually just fucking kill me video, because that is literally how I feel about both women and aircraft. ADHD moment, even with the meds, I forgot I still had half a cup of tea sitting in front of my HOTAS, and it has now gone cold. So I need a hot cup of tea. I'll be right back. It was already there. It's always been there, Paradox. The meds just made me more talkative, shall we say.
power of 80%, which is good. I'm saving.
Перезарядка по плану. Прием.
Oh, I forgot this mission has the fucking incessant Morse code in the MiG-29. Guys, can you tolerate that? Or do I need to switch airframes? I know I'm still on the BRB screen, I'm just waiting for the tea to boil, but... That's going to be going non-stop. So what that is it's the fucking FARP's radio navigation beacon. The FC-3 aircraft pick that up. And you cannot silence it.
640.
Don't turn it off? Okay, cool. We'll stay in the 29 then.
I see you on speeding up.
This beep booping is the price we pay for working radio navigation for the hinds and the hips. Anyway, I will still be a couple minutes.
We've got a bandit over the bullseye.
Yeah, I did see the event. I was hoping to fly it, but
Back there.
unless has he extended it for an extra day? Or something? Because I did see the server was still up. I was hoping to fly it, but I was so fucked up yesterday, because like today I didn't sleep, so I ended up having a nap, slept through it.
Did you jettison anything?
Did I what?
Jettison anything?
Yes, 2 times 2 S-24s. So I still got 6 missiles left. It's plenty.
God damn it, you're heavy. I do it like the Russian. Just 2 or 3 pods, 4 pods, that's it. No more. Got a bandit, 1-5 for 50. Selecting our 60Ms. If we merge with a bandit, I go left, you go right.
Copy that.
Watch out, keep your distance, we're gonna break right. Watch the hill, watch the hill.
Not even close.
Yeah, it looked close. Moving back left, back on track. That's a good separation, we don't need to wait behind.
101. Дайте курс на ближайшую цель.
Обнаружена цель. 1-4-3. Удаление. Осторожно, цель. 2500. Удаление.
251. Дайте курс на ближайшую цель.
Okay, this is the valley where our FARP is. I think the FARP is to the right. Must be. Yeah, our FARP must be good. Eyes on the FARP, 3 o'clock.
In real life it would if you had the radio compass set to audio mode, but there's a switch to turn that off in most aircraft. So typically you would use the beep booping to figure out which station you tune to for radio navigation, but you would then just switch it to radio mode so you don't hear the Morse code.
Apok, any bandit? We'll have the FARP. 2 froggy.
The issue here is that because the MiG-29 is a Flaming Cliffs 3 aircraft, it doesn't simulate a full fidelity radio system, it doesn't simulate a full fidelity anything system. So I can't click that switch, and there's no bind for it, so I'm stuck hearing that constantly, because the radio picks it up.
Mikara, how copy? second car is on 251 and he's not paying attention to that. Yeah, if he sees any bandits.
Talk on 300.
Agreed. Speaking of damage modeling in flight sims and actual aircraft damage, by the way, something that DCS doesn't really model, something that IL-2 Great Battles over models, fuel tank explosions. So fuel in itself is an explosive, isn't, I mean. You need to aerosolize aviation fuel and most fuels for that instance to get them to combust at all. Aviation fuel, like, as in actual avgas, JP8, whatever, JP fucking whatever your aircraft takes, they all have different mixes for different different engines and different temperatures. Jet fuel, okay? Let's just simplify it. Jet fuel. Jet fuel needs very specific conditions to combust. It is, like, you can throw a lit match into it, it doesn't care. It will not combust just from that. It has to be aerosolized to the exact right kind of density, and then ignited at the right temperature. All the conditions have to be correct for it to actually ignite. However, if the fuel tank is partially empty and it's not properly pressurized, so like a lot of fuel systems will feed inert gas, typically nitrogen, into the fuel tank to push the fuel out of the tank into the pumps. Like, it's not usually the pumps doing the work, the pumps are there to get the fuel from the lines up into the engine. What's actually draining the tanks is either gravity or inert gas or both. And the other thing with the inert gas is it keeps a little bit of pressure in the tanks so that they don't implode, because that is an actual problem that was quite prevalent on earlier jets, is that fuel tanks would implode, which is bad. But if you happen to get it in the right conditions, so the fuel tank's partially empty or mostly empty, it's not properly pressurized with inert gas, you get a big tracer round or an explosive round or something in through the tank, it can cause an explosion. It's really overdone in IL-2, like to the point where it can lift the aircraft off the ground. It's not usually that big of an explosion, but it doesn't take a big explosion to fuck up an aircraft. Like, if you have something that would be, you know, kind of a mild conflagration in real life, like if you've ever thrown a match into a bonfire, you know, kind of the whoomph as it ignites, that's enough to fuck up a plane. If that, you know, if that's kind of contained in a fuel tank, and the fuel tank's next to an important structural piece, that could be enough to blow the fuel tank out and damage the structure of the aircraft, and it'll then come apart. So that's not modeled in DCS. Fuel fires in general aren't modeled in DCS very much. The Su-25, I think, is the only module where you really ever see fuel fires. So the Su-25, if you take damage to an engine, the engine will start to burn, and if you don't cut the engine, you'll potentially explode. But the big thing with the Su-25 is you might get a fuel fire, so you'll see flames licking out from behind the cockpit from the actual main fuel tank. You can't do anything about that. You need to eject, because the plane will explode. There's nothing you can do to stop it. But that brings me to the other thing with the engine damage. Engines in real life, jet engines, are extremely rapidly rotating shrapnel bombs. The turbine blades are held in just by the design of the engine. They're not riveted or glued in or anything, they're just held in place by guide rails. Right? Compressor stages, turbine stages, the blades are easy to take out because they're not actually fucking anchored in there. To the point where if you have the engine disassembled, you can reach into the fucking compressor and rattle the blades around a bit. There's a little bit of play in them. There's designed to be a little bit of play in the blades. If something penetrates the engine casing and chips a turbine blade or a compressor blade, or knocks a compressor blade out of its mount, or like out of its track, out of its mounting, or something like that, or cracks one, you now have a shrapnel bomb. And usually the engine is surrounded by fuel tanks, especially in a military aircraft with, you know, 1 or 2 engines. the engines are surrounded by fuel. So you now have the issue that you have a loose compressor blade launched off of something that's rotating at God knows how many RPM, like, you know, 9, 10,000 RPM, sometimes more. It launches out of that directly into a fuel tank or directly into your hydraulic lines that supply pressure to your flight controls. Like, if you look at gun camera footage from the different Arab-Israeli wars, particularly Mirages firing 30mm guns at MiG-21s, usually 1 or 2 hits will blow the aircraft. Not cause the aircraft to smoke a bit, not cause the aircraft to break up, it will cause the aircraft to violently explode and go down in a ball of flames, because typically it's either hitting a fuel tank and igniting it, or it's hitting the engine and launching a compressor blade that then severs a lot of the aircraft structure. Like, jets are very finely tuned, very sensitive pieces of equipment. When something goes wrong, it goes really, really, really fucking wrong. I'm not saying every hit should blow the plane up, particularly things like dry wings, so wings without fuel tanks in them, just hollow pieces of structure, stuff like that shouldn't really matter, but when particularly you hit an engine in the compressor stages, afterburner chamber, whatever, it could cause some damage, but if you hit the compressor stage of the engine, that is like the baddest of bad no-nos, because if you get a loose compressor blade, you're fucked. There's nothing you can do for that aircraft at all. Like, engine failures in jet aircraft, you do not fuck around with. Absolutely cannot fuck around with them. Anyway, I'm back, so we're gonna hop back in game. I'm sorry about the beep booping. I hope that's not annoying you guys too much. Get this thing started up.
Первый, 251. Дайте курс на ближайшую цель. 251. Обнаружена цель.
I actually find this harder to tune out in the MiG-21's RWR. The fact that it's 2 tones going at once is probably the issue. Because there's 2 radio nav stations it's picking up. The FARP has 2, it has an ARC station, and I think it has a second one on 2 different bands. So that's why it's doing that. Just FC3 things. Just thinking about simulating that in a real-time game. Are you okay with like 1 FPS? You don't need to simulate it real-time. You can just make a canned animation or something for it. You can abstract it. Like, it doesn't have to be done as a fucking full-on physics simulation, to be honest. Which is how most damage models work anyway. Like, nothing really is... We're getting to the point where flight simulators are starting to actually simulate airflow and turbulence in real time. Albeit to a lesser degree than like a full-on, you know, proper aerodynamic CFD study, but they are doing that in real time. You know, for a long time people thought MSFS had canned turbulence effects. I can tell you it does not. That's real-time generation. It's just simplified, otherwise they wouldn't be able to run it real-time. However, things like, yeah, structural damage, whatever, it's usually abstracted. It has to be. New DM-ported jets and make the R60 more interesting to use? Absolutely, yeah. You would start to see more subsystem damage. Maybe you wouldn't see the plane fall out the sky, even with an AIM-9. You know, an AIM-9 hit might not take someone out the sky, but it will fuck up their jet so badly that they're not going to make it home. And it would be nice to actually see people having to eject from a seemingly intact aircraft because they lost their hide lines or something, you know? You don't really see that. Even on some of the more detailed modules, you don't really see that. It's been a little while since we flew this, so don't expect too much. I'm not really the best 29 pilot at the best of times. Let's double check we're clear. This is a taxiway, but ain't give a damn. that nose climb as it accelerates. You can really feel the power of this aircraft. It's just got so much thrust coming out of those engines. We've got a bit of a crosswind on this mission. I absolutely hate dealing with crosswinds in the 29. It's miserable in the 21 too, but it's especially fucking unpleasant in this thing. Flaps up, please. Before she gets the shakes. And radar on. Range it out to, we'll call it 60. Bring it center scan, track while scan, encounter mode, and then what else did I want to do? Brain, please work. Oh, scale it out, right. Scale it out to 100. Okay, we'll come out of afterburner. We don't need to be in afterburner to climb in this thing, it just has so much thrust. We're gonna chuck the fucking glare filter on because it's a bit bright, like against the clouds. I can't see my HUD symbology, which means I can't see my radar. We do have the doubler, but I'd rather be looking up and out. That's why the HUD is the radar scope. This is just... this little fella's just here as a backup in case this fails, or if this is so badly glared out you can't see it. That's why they put the screen in the 29. This doesn't do anything else. It doesn't have the tactical display like the 27 does. It used to in DCS, but that was a DCS-ism. It's not realistic. All this does in real life is just repeat the HUD, because, again, that is your radar scope. So if something happens in the ILS, which is the HUD unit, ILS is the Russian abbreviation, if that fails, you still have your radar scope on this as a backup. And I have had to use it in DCS because the HUD will fail with battle damage sometimes. The world is my runway. It's a lovely symphony orchestra of beat boops I'm being subject to in the MiG-29.
Talking about the NDP?
Yeah.
Yeah, annoying, but of course, I don't know when this bug started, but all of a sudden it was there.
You have to turn down the radio volume for now. Or helmet volume.
I'll just leave it on. I'll build my resistance to annoying noises. GCI? Mikaro?
Yeah, we were flying around, but
salty.
we've got so many F5s, it's just worthless.
Well, that's why I'm here.
Yeah. Should have waited a few minutes for you to score us.
That's alright.
South of Solomon Lake.
I'll establish a patrol.
Can you guide me into him? Where are you, Apak? Northwest from said lake. Okay.
Oh yeah, taxiway takeoffs are a legit practice. Something you do in a scramble or if the main runway's been knocked out. I just do it because I'm lazy. Yeah. Or having people, like, walking across it or whatever.
Well, do you see how many F5s they have?
A couple.
That's
The IRIAF guys, last time they were on the server, they were using it for, like, squadron training, so they were just flying around not really doing anything. They also have, like, no situational awareness.
Okay, that's 3 of them. I still got 3 with 7.
Still have F-14s. I actually hopped in this because I saw they had Tomcats before. I figured you guys could use a hand with them. Now they're back to F5s, I kind of feel like I'd be better off in the 19 or the 21, but I'll stay with the 29.
Yeah, at least this one's sorted in MiG-29. I'm gonna teach him a lesson in the RTB.
You're more confident in my abilities than I am.
I'm confident in both our abilities. 2 Falcons, come on. You take off?
Yeah, I'm already airborne. I'm probably going to establish near Salman. I can come back off mill power. I just realised I was still sitting on it. The nice thing about the way the Virpil throttle detents are set up, they come in two parts, one for the top end, one for the bottom end, so you can fully customize their position anywhere on the throttle. But because they come in two separate parts, it means that you've got like a hump on the back end of the detent. And just by happy accident, I didn't do this deliberately, but by happy accident, the back end of my afterburner detent is the perfect position for either cruise power in the MiG-29 or the blown flap system when I'm landing the MiG-21. Like, it's just by happy accident. I didn't deliberately set my curves up like that, but it's perfect for those. So when I'm in the 29 and I get up to altitude, I just cut it back till I feel the middle detent, well, middle detent, which is the back of the afterburner one, and let it go. Oh, it's amazing, dude. I still, like, there are some things I don't like about the Virpil throttle. I would have preferred, like, a distinct, dedicated air brake switch over another hat. Like, I don't need this many hats. And I would have liked some actual rotaries instead of just encoders, but otherwise, like, I can't complain about it. It's fucking fantastic. Really well designed.
Southwest from Shahid, I see tank on road. Friendly.
I'm gonna be honest, I'm not actually entirely sure where I've set myself up, so...
Idling there, because I told them to move up.
Start coming left. Probably still pretty far north. Boat switch would have been great. Yeah. The main thing for me is just a separate air brake switch with like the click forwards where it holds position and then the momentary rearwards. I really like that about the Warthog. Like, overall, the Warthog wasn't a bad system if it was just built of better quality materials and better engineered. But you guys have already heard my Thrustmaster rant about 20 different times, so I'm not going to go on it today.
Well, the F5 is from Shahid Lake 228, 4 miles. Going south, going northwest. Danza, here comes. Yep. Bandit 13111. Rossman, can you assist 08740?
08740. What's the altitude?
It's high, 26,000 feet.
Imperial? Bleh.
I get this every game.
Excellent. Yeah, well, gotta change it.
Or make the conversion.
Sorry, what was the heading again? I'm stupid.
087. Banzai, on your nose, flanking right.
40, which means he's about 80 kilometers. Oh, there he is. Hey, buddy.
Yeah, he's above you.
Got him on radar.
On your right.
We'll go to burner, just to get there quickly. If this was a Tomcat, I would not be flying directly at him. I'd be putting him in my gimbals, but it's an F5. I don't care. Oh, dropped him on radar. That would be why. This thing's ridiculously easy to notch. To the point that I think they overdid it. There he is.
09225 for Rossman.
Got him locked again. He's hot on me.
Yes.
I can never remember which way this switch is to turn my fucking Erst on. I don't want to turn my radar off when I got this guy locked, so we'll switch it on after I've dealt with him. Cooperative mode isn't modeled correctly in this anyway, so I don't know why I'd bother. Well, I know why I'd bother, because it's too good. It shouldn't be as good as it is. Cooperative mode in real life is kind of short range to use it when you're in pursuit of somebody mostly. My brother in Christ, you're trying to fucking BVR a MiG-29. What are you doing? Missile away. Flares will not save you from that. Splash. Get back up to altitude.
Should have conserved the 27R. Was not.
He tried to fly head-on into a MiG-29 at altitude. He needed to learn a lesson. Rip.
Okay, there's a group of 4 fresh out of VAR. Times 3 at 5 and the begin.
Now it's in cooperative mode because it turned on automatically. Auto-magically.
60 clicks from bullseye.
Is that 60 clicks or 60 miles?
60 kilometers. 60.
Первый. 104. Дать обстановку.
104. Первый. Цель не обнаружена.
Hey Jack. Yeah, Abe died last night.
Первый. 104. Дайте курс на ближайшую цель.
I still have my tank on, not anymore.
104. Первый. Цель не обнаружена.
I'm not gonna pretend to be sad, he was kind of a shitty person. I'm worried about the fallout though. Those of you who know me well would know this already, but I'm not of the opinion you need to pretend to be sad when shitty people die. Like Thatcher, fuck her good, I'm glad she's dead, she should have died sooner. Like, this bullshit people do where they pretend they actually didn't hate someone just because they fucking died, like, it's fake. We all know you fucking didn't like him, just fucking own it. Good timing on the song. I don't know, dude, I can't stand fucking fake emotion shit. Just fucking be real. Was it? You know, like... If you want to fucking going on about how base this is or how cringe that is, be fucking based yourself. Just be outright about your fucking opinions and your feelings. Don't fucking mask it. We got 2 on scope. 2 on scope, left gimbal. I got 1 at 40, the other one's still like 50 plus. Should be above their stingers here. I'm right over Jerome, I think. Yeah, I am. That's Shahid Lake there. So I'm over Jerome, there's stingers down there, but stinger ceiling's way below. Yeah, I'm on him. There's also a 2-ship further to the right, but I'll go for the singleton.
Yeah, the beacon is alone. The beacon is alone now. You can engage 113, 15.
Oh, it's a fucking IKEA plane. I'll engage my extreme prejudice then. Let's see him outrun an R-27 from this altitude.
I'll push towards the coast.
Get the afterburners on and get some speed up, give my missile a little more reach. We're going to put that circle on the crosshair, which means we're pointed right at him. He's trying to notch me, didn't work, he's going to try again.
Okay, beacon called Rosmont 079. 20 clicks. 206. I don't see the F5s. Banzai 1-1, F5s probably on your...
And the radar's struggling to pick him up.
Do you see those things?
I lost the Vigan on radar.
Still on your nose. Yeah, I love the T-80. It's only you now. Rosmont still on your nose, cold.
Distance.
7 miles, 14 clicks. Did you
Got him. Yeah, it was in cooperative too, but it still loses them in cooperative, which is fucking bullshit. It shouldn't. If the fucking Erst could see him, the radar should still be able to pick him back up, because the Erst slews the radar. I got him, but he's fucking running. I'm gonna have to go back to rearm and refuel after this. I'm pushing my luck for speed here, but we are catching him slowly. He's gonna turn, which makes him an easier target. Splash Vegan, RTB, fuel and ammo. Get fucked. No, I'll go for home in this thing.
Just lost one guy, sorry man.
Yeah, I realized I didn't have any Maiden in the playlist, so I added a bunch last night. Been too long since I heard this. One of the few instances of me daring to sing in public was a very drunk karaoke of this song when I first went to university.
Yeah.
And I'm very glad nobody recorded it. Possible to get notch while in cool. Yeah, it is. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be possible in the real aircraft, but it is in DCS. Because it's not modeled properly. Hey, Shuff. No worries. Jack, I swear to God, if only Twitch would let me make roles for Twitch chat, you would have a mistake roll in here as well as in Discord. You don't? Oh. Would one of the mods in here like to fix that, please? The funny thing is, I don't know how it shows up in Twitch chat, but on my chat bot, your name shows up as the same color as the mistake roll. Just saying. It is ordained by fate. Playlist used to be maidenless. It did. Yes, it did. Use the autopilot. Just flex on the F5s a bit. I should have gone for the Erst earlier. I was hoping to pick him up in fucking pursuit, but it didn't.
Check 287 291.
Just saw your comment about the F104 video, said the same thing the day it came out. Yeah, I saw your comment in there. I shouldn't have scrolled down, dude, but I saw that and I just couldn't help it. I'm so sick of reading about the Interceptor F104 and about how it couldn't turn or it was dangerous or all this bullshit. Like, it's garbage, dude. It's fucking garbage. The F104 was an air superiority fighter by design. It had not, like, the same turn performance as the MiG-21, obviously, but in terms of sustained turn performance, it wasn't really substantially different. Like, the F-104 was a competent air superiority fighter when it was used the way it was supposed to be used. Now, as it happens, real-world combat experience in Vietnam quickly showed that Mark 1 plus engagements were extremely uncommon, and Mark 1.5 plus engagements flat out never happened. But the F-104 was not an interceptor. It was not designed as one. It was pressed into the role because the F-106 program was delayed, and the F-102 and F-101B did not have Mark II speed, which is a necessity to get up to really high altitudes when you do zoom climbs, like ballistic zoom climbs, to get a high altitude intruder. It was literally a stopgap, and it was not a very good one. Air Defense Command hated it. They couldn't get rid of him quickly enough. They palmed him all off to the Air National Guard, and that's how the F-104 story goes. It is known as an interceptor, despite the fact it spent about a year in that role and was not any good at it. Meanwhile, the Canadian F-104s were bought for the express purpose of low-level nuclear strike, which is the only thing they were ever used for. They were never used for air defense, because we had the CF-101B for that, the Voodoo, and the Beaumark. Yeah, like, the whole F-104 thing is just garbage because of media bullshit that has turned into popular history. It's like all the pop history about World War II, about German tanks and German tanks this and fucking Soviet human waves that. It's garbage, right? You look up actual factual sources and it's all wrong. To paraphrase a certain shitlord, facts don't care about your opinions. So, yeah, like, the 104 was not an interceptor. It was not good at the role when it was used as one. It shouldn't be remembered as one. It could turn, not well, but it could turn, and when it was used with energy fighting, which was what it was supposed to be, doing, it was designed for energy maneuvering, it was very good. In fact, if you look up the results of Operation Feather Duster, which was a comparative trial between the F-86 Sabre as a simulation for the MiG-15, or MiG-17, versus the other US aircraft that served in Vietnam, including the F-104, it fucking clapped all of them except the 104. It clapped the Phantom, it clapped the Super Sabre, it clapped the fucking Thud, it clapped them all. The F-104 was the only thing that the Sabre didn't fucking shit on, because the F-104s just kept their speed up and got above it. They used the double attack system, and it was not a problem. Like, almost like if you use the plane the way it's designed to be used, it works really well. Holy fuck. Unfortunately for the F-104s, the way they were pressed into service in Vietnam was not that. Initially, they tried to use them as scouts to VID targets for the Phantoms, so the Phantoms could actually shoot BVR. That didn't work, because the North Vietnamese didn't fall for that. The North Vietnamese Air Force were not stupid. They saw that trap coming. The second thing they did was have them escort Thuds, because the F-4s couldn't keep up with the Thuds at low level. So, like, yeah, of course the plane's gonna suck if you use it for something it's expressly bad at. But in the air superiority role, when it's used correctly, the F-104 is a perfectly competent fighter, as every NATO country that used it, except Germany, realized. You know, the Canadians used it for low-level strike, sure, so did the Germans, but the Norwegians used it as a fighter, they had no issues with it. The Spanish used it as a fighter, they never lost one. The Spanish only had 18 starfighters to begin with, but they never lost one. Never. Not a single airframe. The Japanese had no issues with it. Like, the Taiwanese had no issues with it. Like, the vast majority of F-104 users had very low loss rates. The Germans, in fact, after the initial 5 years or so in service, when they were ironing out all the bugs and training up their pilots, after about 1970-ish, the Germans lost very few starfighters. By the 80s, they were losing practically none. And the guy that wrote the Starfighter song, who was a German F-104 pilot, I forget his name, Cotty would have the link to the video, to the song, he was killed in a tornado crash. He flew the Starfighter for decades, and he was killed in a tornado crash after the Starfighter was retired. Poor workman who blames his tools. That's all it comes down to. And it's funny that in Western sources, the MiG-21 is this kind of Schrodinger's airplane, where it either is this super maneuverable little mini flanker that throws Cobras left, right, and center, and that's why it was kicking the shit out of the Americans in Vietnam. Even though the Vietnamese typically didn't maneuver, they would just do hit-and-run attacks. So the MiG-21's either the super maneuverable baby flanker that's impossible to counter with big, fat, heavy American planes, or it can't turn either, because it's, you know, the Soviet counterpart of the Starfighter, so it can't turn either. It's ridiculous. The amount of impact a fucking failed jazz record producer has had on the understanding of military technology and conflict in the latter half of the 20th century. Like, fucking Spray has so much to answer for. He never actually did anything useful or constructive. Like, he never actually contributed a single useful fucking thought to the military. And yet he claimed credit for every fucking success they had, and said that he knew why they had every fucking failure. Like, just... That's another person I'm not sad about no longer being on Earth. Fuck Pierre Spray, good riddance. Yeah, like I said, fuck him, good riddance. And fucking Sparky can't follow fast enough. Have you seen Sparky's takes about Ukraine? Boy, are they spicy. The Ukrainians are, to quote him, maybe not anymore because they've got Danish 113s now, he probably thinks they're the good guys now they got 113s, but to quote Sparky, the Russians were amazing and the best ever because they were using BMPs, which are tracked, and meanwhile the Ukrainians were wheel-tarded. New term just dropped. Wheel-tarded, because they were mostly using wheeled APCs. M48 better than M1. Oh, dude, the reformers were such fucking quacks. Like, I swear to God. I cannot believe anyone took them seriously. Just absolute fucking chimps. I mean, the military didn't really take them that seriously, but the public sure did. We're landing a little fast because we've got this crosswind. I'd rather be fast and slow in the MiG-29. We're going to need a shitload of flare here. She's going to float. That's fine. We expect her to float. I got to watch I don't bleed too much speed because the 29 drops out of the sky fast once she gets slow. Little bounce, but again, in a crosswind, I'll take it. There we go. To my mind, the MiG-29 is the hardest aircraft in the game to land. At least the hardest fixed-wing plane in the game to land that isn't a tail-dragging warbird. And I'll tell you why. The MiG-21's easy, you just have to understand it has a blown flap system. As soon as you understand the MiG-21 has boundary layer control, and you need to keep power on in landing, it's not hard. The biggest issue people have with the 21 is they don't understand what BLC is or how it works, so they come in way too high an angle of attack, too slow with a throttle cut, and they wonder why they drop out the sky, because they got no lift. The F-104, by the way, lands the exact same way, almost to the same speed. So if you can land a 21, you can land a fucking 104. But the MiG-29 has some interesting aerodynamic quirks, which ED had to write a fucking white paper to convince DCS players are real, by the way. The 29, because of the way the nose is angled, you'd think you've got enough flare, but you don't. You always need more flare than you think, so when you think you got enough, pull back a little harder. The other thing that happens with the 29 is that its tail plane enters ground effect before the wing does, and it's got a large enough tail and it's set low enough in the airflow that as it hits that ground effect, it bunts the nose forwards because the center of pressure is, like, kind of shifting back. So, as you come in to land the 29, if you don't know that, you'll go hold your stick at a constant amount for flare, and it will suddenly kick out from under you and nose over, and then the nose wheel touches the ground first. The nose wheel is made of, you know, bouncy ball rubber? Like the shit they make magic balls out of? That's what the front tire on this jet's made of, apparently. Because if that nose wheel touches the ground before the mains, you'll get launched. Like, legit, you'll end up launched in DCS. So, what you do is you give us some nice flare, and then as the aircraft comes into ground effect, you pull back on the stick. You continuously keep pulling back on the stick a little bit. You try and hold the pitch angle the same, but you're going to have to keep pulling the stick back to do it. There was like a fucking 20-page mega thread on the forums about how broken the flight model was because of its landing behavior, and ED had to actually go back and write a white paper and source multiple videos from the cockpit of MiG-29 showing this was a real effect. Where, like, even a lot of MiG-29, like, real-world MiG-29 pilots have said, you don't have to, like, what's this? Because they don't think about doing it in the real jet. It's muscle memory. They don't even think they're doing it. But if you look at the video, sure enough, as they're coming in to land, right around the time the jet hits ground effect, you see the stick come back a little more to hold the pitch angle. It's just the way the aircraft is. Once you know that, you can land the 29 easily. It might bounce from time to time, but it's pretty easy. Sam City.
contact on my 5-4 maybe. You see that?
On your 5-4, friendly.
There are some things that AD are completely wrong on because they just view things through the wrong lens. Things like the Hornet and the F-16 radar, it's like they can't get themselves outside the mindset of the way that Russian radars work. Particularly Soviet vintage Russian radars. So there's certain things on the Hornet radar that are modeled that shouldn't be because that's not a problem with American radars. The Americans solved that shit 30, 40 years ago. More, in fact, 50 years ago. But there are other things that they're exactly right on. Things like splash damage. The reason why bombs and shit seem ineffective on ground targets isn't because splash damage isn't modeled. It's because overpressure is modeled, but fragmentation isn't. Fragmentation is what does damage to things like infantry and trucks. Because the thing is, overpressure falls off, it's like an inverse square or something, it falls off really quickly. So the overpressure from a Mark 82 is going to drop off pretty rapidly. And against something like a tank, it doesn't care. You have to land a Mark 82 within about 4 or 5 meters of a tank to have much hope of knocking it out. That is a real-life figure from the US Air Force. Like, you have to basically have the bomb 1 bomb length from the tank, or it does nothing. But DCS players have this unrealistic expectation that a bomb landing in the same postcode as a tank should kill the tank. Quite often they'll post screenshots, oh, the tank should have been destroyed, this is such a near miss, look at it, and the crater is 2 tank lengths away. Well, how long is your average tank? About 8 to 10 meters. Duh. Like, it's just stupid. I'm rearming on the ground.
Copy. Do you know if that fuel meter is available on MiG-23?
If the what, sorry?
The fuel meter that we have here in the fulcrum shows you how many kilometers left.
No, it's like the 21.
Just the 29, okay. Check.
The 23's fuel gauge is a totalizer like the 21, and it uses the same system of telling you which tank's empty with the lights.
But you have a gauge that shows you how many kilometers you can travel in fulcrum.
Yeah, in this, yes, but not in the 23.
I mean, this thing about the 29 is the best thing in the cockpit. Shows you how many kilometers left.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's also great for rubbing it in when people think that this thing has no legs. You just climb up to 12 kilometers and throttle back, and you're sitting at like 1,000 kilometers to go, and you've used nothing.
Yeah, exactly like that.
That's Yonkos. You could try engaging some soft ground targets.
If you want, Seal.
Right.
Absolutely, I could use a wingman.
Watch out for the A-bend though.
But yeah, like, things like splash damage, it's because fragmentation's not modeled. And it's probably not modeled because you can imagine the frame rate hit. It's bad enough as it is. If somebody drops a cluster bomb, it would legit blow your PC up. Like, if somebody drops a fucking single KMGU in this server because the craters are bugged out, they don't have LODs or something, or they don't despawn, so the craters will stay there and build up over the course of a mission. So if you've got a 5-hour mission, and somebody's just been bombing with cluster bombs for 5 hours, except the rock eyes or the belugas, because they don't leave craters, KMGUs, RBKs, any of the BLUs, any of them, or CLUs, any of them, they will kill your performance. It builds up, it gets worse the more craters spawn. Shit like that. But yeah, like, you could imagine how bad that would be with fragmentation. So they haven't worked out how to get fragmentation to work without killing your PC. That's why that's not modeled, I would imagine. But overpressure's modeled. Overpressure just isn't that big of a deal in real life. Like, people overestimate it. Tanks do not actually care about overpressure. That's why they're a fucking tank. That's why they're a fucking tank. It's so the guys inside don't have to give a shit what's going on outside them. Radical concept, I know. In the 1950s, during British nuclear testing here in Australia, they set off an atomic bomb on a tower 500 yards from a Centurion, which was left running with no crew in it. When they came back, the tank had run out of petrol, but it was otherwise pretty much fine. It had been pushed a couple of meters horizontally, like just physically pushed, and the optics on one side were sandblasted, the canvas gun mantlet cover was scorched off, whatever, but the tank was functional. The tank was cleaned up, the broken parts were replaced. By the way, broken parts is in the optics and the fucking gun mantlet cover. It would still be combat effective, just blind on one side. But that tank was restored to fucking combat condition, and it was sent to Vietnam. That tank served in the Vietnam War with the Australian Army. It is now a gate guardian at Robertson Barracks in the Northern Territory. The atomic tank. You can look it up. It's still there. Like, tanks do not give a flying fuck about overpressure. Unless you land a 16-inch HE shell off a battleship, like, under it, or a triplex rocket lands, like, right next to it, you might flip it, but, you know, like, a fucking Mark 82 is what? Was it at SEAL? Like, 80 kilograms of explosive filler in a Mark 82? It's fuck all. They're not big bombs. Like... things like that. So ED has a lot of things right, it's just counterintuitive, or it's something that's only partially modelled, so you can't tell that they've got the part they've modelled right. But the MiG-29 landing behaviour was one of those that people swore up and down it was wrong until they actually produced the fucking evidence that it wasn't. And then people still argued, because DCS players. Didn't Lag say at some point they're kind of afraid with ECM or radar stuff? That is a problem with simulators in general. I think that was a concern when WAGs were still working for whoever it was that coded Jane's F-15 or whatever it was. Because WAGs used to work for... who was it? Was it Microprose? I don't remember. Whoever coded that sim. He worked for them. And they had a briefing from the men in suits. They came in and looked at the way it worked in-game and said, yes, this is okay, but don't model that. They were specifically told, this is okay, that's close enough to how it works, but it doesn't show how we do it. As long as... so here's the thing. The method is the issue. There are also certain things like timelines, so you don't want to have the exact real-life kinematics of the missile, otherwise that's bad. People know how to evade your missiles. But things like, you know, making the radar presentation look correct, but without having the exact workings, so you can kind of reverse engineer how it does it. But yeah, there are certain things that can and can't be modelled. There are things that have to be approximated. Obviously. It's one of the reasons why I wish they'd do less modern shit and focus more on these babies, because anyone can get info on these. None of this shit's classified anymore, and even if it is, the info's, like, no one cares. You know?
Someone crash landed just north of Lars.
Oh, need to pull my flaps up to get the high gain steering. That's a quirk of the MiG-29. It cannot use high gain nose-wheel steering with the flaps deployed. They have to be up. And to get high gain steering, for those that don't know, you hold the radar lock button when the gear's down. The funny thing is, everyone goes on about how IFF can't be modelled in DCS because it's so secretive. The fucking Mark 12 transponder is ancient technology. The Mark 12 transponder is public knowledge. Everyone knows how they work. Like, you can buy them on eBay. The actual IFF transponder is not a big deal. The interrogator is, the codes are, but the actual basic Mark 12 IFF transponder unit, every cunt knows how they work. Like, they're not secret.
That's tricky.
You will get your cab beyond me.
I'll get myself in the air now. We can kind of rotate patrols, I guess. So we got a 29 in the air at all times. Fuck, I hate this crosswind. It makes taking off in this aircraft very uncomfortable. Because it kind of floats very close to the runway and it wants to go one way, like, it wants to wing over one direction. The 29 is very squirrely and very independently minded. And very sensitive on the controls, even with curves.
That's 1 o'clock.
Will you get the new Mirage? Most likely. I'll probably wait half a day after release just to see what kind of state it's in. But I probably will get it even if it's broken, just because I want a blue plane that actually kicks my ass.
Nice, keep them coming.
I want something a bit more exciting than the F5. Santigold, yeah! Yeah, Santigold. I discovered her via let me tell you about Homestuck, a Stigs griefing video in Gary's mod, like fucking 10 years ago. No, more than 10 years ago now. Of all the places to find new music. Gallinet included a lot of cool stuff to massage radar code, but he didn't model a radar. Yeah, you can't model a radar fully. You can only kind of approximate the way it works, which he did really well. The Mirage 2000 has hands down the best radar model in DCS, possibly in any sim that's available on the consumer market, but it's still not 100%, you know? It can't be. The fucking Deuxième Bureau would be coming for him if it was 100%. Even though the 2000C was retired just the other week, I think. They did the final flight, which is a shame. Realize it tuned out the beeping? Yeah, it gets like that. It's like that with the SPO in the MiG-21. It doesn't bother me. In fact, I get more worried if I can't hear the MiG-21's RWR beeping, because it means that nobody can see me, not even the friendly EWR. So my own GCI can't necessarily see me. It feels, in the 21, the SPO feels kind of like a heartbeat after a while. You get accustomed to it. It becomes comforting, even. Very important song in current year, given the state of the world. Can't hear the lyrics over the beeping. Yeah, it is a bit like that. Hey, Garfield. Oh, bro, the MiG-29 has no range, bro. The MiG-29, no legs, woo. Fucking single fuselage drop tank. I'm not even at high altitude. I'm at fucking, what, 25,000 feet, which is like nothing for this. Nearly 1,000 kilometers at this power setting. Literally, if you go to 13 kilometers in this and throttle back to 90% power, you will cruise for 1,200 kilometers on a single tank. It just does not give a shit. Yeah, it's really good to see it happening again. Really, really good. Finally. I think with the way things are going, more people are finally starting to wake up to the fact that once you get something, you can't just, you know, you can't just rest on your laurels. You keep fighting for something after you've already got it, because there will always be some piece of shit somewhere that wants to take it off you. Always.
Ship F5 on your left, 074, it's about clicks.
I love the smoke pop in.
On your left, 040, 10 clicks, cold.
No, it's just a doubler. So this, it's the same screen, that's why it has a tact switch. It's the same screen unit, just to save on making extra parts. But in the MiG-29, it only functions as a radar, or as a HUD repeater. The reason for that is because this is your radar scope. If the HUD unit fails or the sun glares it out, you need a backup. So you can stay combat effective even if the HUD breaks. That was the lesson they learnt with the MiG-23. Because the MiG-23 doesn't have a HUD doubler, so if the MiG-23's HUD unit fails, you've lost your radar, essentially. That guy's just notched me. There he is. Sometimes you need to drop out a track while scan to pick him back up, because the fucking... N019 is just such a finicky little piece of shit sometimes.
Rosemont, target 151, 12 miles on the deck.
That's why he dived.
MSFS, they got 2 more tanks and a couple of IFVs. Very nice. Well, it's not, we need another tank here.
Fuck!
Rosemont, target 123 to 20 clicks cold. Left side of the mountain base. Left side 11, intercept.
Motherfucker!
Idiot 110.
Fucking stay on my scope, you little shit. Getting locked from either side, maybe by a Tomcat or something. He's pretty far out though, so I'm not really worried. I'm getting locked from my about 2-3 o'clock by a fighter, probably Tomcat.
Tomcat far.
Yeah, okay. If he's STTing me, he's still a distance away. Least fucking stupid Tomcat STTs from way out beyond his fucking launch range. Let me... Salty, let me know if I'm flying towards any Avengers. I'm quite low.
Roger that, no Avengers in that area.
Is this a Vigan I'm chasing?
It's an F5 being chased by MiG-15. Idiot on the target on your nose, it's merged it friendly.
Oh, he's really fast for an F5.
Fox 1 on F5.
Splash!
Good shot, there's 3 of you, don't collide with each other.
I'm climbing. Yeah, that Tomcat's still STTing me. What a genius.
Yeah. Closest target
He's
is
a-
the Tomcat, 211, 34 miles.
I did just spend an R27. I would prefer to go in with both of them against a 14, but whatever. What was this heading, sorry?
He's heading northeast.
No, like, what from me?
Bearing 217.
217. Oh, I got him on scope, yep.
High.
Accelerating. Oh, he's already got a Sparrow on me.
Okay. 50-kilometer shot. Eagle 33XX, come in.
That's a very optimistic shot.
Or don't.
And this is how we defeat it.
Smart Heathrow, fly heading 272.
Yeah, I'm trying to defeat his Sparrow while keeping him on my gimbals.
He's turning away. You can re-engage.
Re-engage.
208. 208.
Yeah, I still got him. Dropped him. Because he turned cold. The radar really struggles to hold cold aspects. Regained.
I see the Sparrow still flying towards you.
It won't be tracking. Still have my tank on. It's me, I'm the puppy that forgets to get rid of that tank. He's recommitting. He's flanking.
Turning cold.
Azimuth is horizontal, elevation is vertical. I'm catching him. Have I got any backup here, just in case I need someone to distract him?
Yeah, two friendlies behind you.
Okay, good. He's descending as well, which is good news.
Okay, heading.
Missile away.
They have. Looking good.
Second missile, just in case. Splash! Tomcat and RTB.
Good kill. Well, there's a Vigan if you want to engage close.
Yeah, where?
right 145.
He'll be on the deck.
He hit 11, so you crashed. Mine. Banzai 11. 11014. Copy that. 8 miles. First one, F5 on your nose. Pop up. He's below you. Merge. He's turning on you. Second
Got him.
F5 on your nose. Oh Jesus. Yeah, one in front of you, one behind you.
Splash one.
Good kill. Second F5 on your right. High. Right wing. 0 o'clock.
I got something on my nose.
It's a vegan.
Let me know if the F5 commits.
Vegan. Keep turning.
I don't see him, I'm on the vegan still.
F5 behind you, he's close. Start flaring.
I don't have any left.
Oh god.
Ah! Yeah. Good bait.
Eagle 3-3 F5 on your right.
My kingdom for more flares. Oh, did he go in as well? No, he ripped. Oh well, moral victory. Moral victory. That's the hazard of getting the 29 at low altitude. You notice as well, I was struggling to turn. So that's a MiG-29 thing. That's another bizarre behavior of the MiG-29 that a lot of people don't understand, but it's actually a real thing. The MiG-29 has a couple things going on at high speed. One of them is that it has a combined AOA and G limiter, the SOS. What it does is it schedules out the leading edge slats, so the SOS is responsible for scheduling them out at a particular angle of attack. It's also responsible for limiting your stick throw. It's like the ARU in the MiG-21, so it does those two jobs. It also activates a stick kicker, so if you've ever pulled all the way back in the MiG-29 and the nose bunts forwards, and you get this kind of stuttering motion as it turns, you might wonder why it's doing that. It's because if you look at the stick, it's kicking forwards. Because the aircraft is actually activating a limiter that kicks a stick out of your hand to tell you, like, hey, you're dangerously high angle of attack, stop doing it. The F-104 has the same system, right? Or similar. And in fact, the Canadian and German F-104s had a bypass switch for that because it will kill you at low altitude. So in the DCS MiG-29, that will activate automatically at, I think, like 26 degrees AOA or so. And the only way to override it in DCS is there's an override bind you have to map to something. Kind of like the paddle in the Hornet or the elastic override in the Mirage. Now, in both the Mirage and the MiG-29 in real life, that's not a physical control. You apply special person strength to the stick. It's got like a force sensor on it that tells, oh shit, the pilot's pulling through it. So you pull against the stick kicker and it overrides it. Same with the Mirage. So that's happening. It's limiting your stick throw, like it's limiting the proportionality of the tail surfaces to the stick, and it's limiting your angle of attack. It's also scheduling out the slats. One of the other things that happens, Nick Rye Gaming, thanks for the follow, welcome to the stream. One of the other things that happens is as the MiG-29 gets into the transonic range, you'll notice this with different airframes. Oh, hey. Nice. You'll notice this with different airframes, but it's particularly noticeable in the MiG-29 and the JEF. The JEF does the exact same thing. Because the JEF actually uses a lot of very closely related flight control systems to the MiG-29, but also has this other issue, which is that as you're passing through transonic, the center of pressure shifts on the aircraft, right? That's a well-known thing. That's why Mach tuck happens, right? And it affects different aircraft to different degrees. Some aircraft have really pronounced Mach tuck. The Su-25 will kill you if you get even anywhere close to transonic for that reason. The A4 Skyhawk was noted for having quite severe Mach tuck. The Viggen has really bad Mach tuck in DCS. So when you're at low altitude in the Viggen, you accelerate through supersonic, you'll feel the nose really start diving. That's what it is. It's the center of pressure shifting, and it forces the nose down because the center of pressure is moving. Matt's going to crucify me if I have this wrong. I think it moves back, and then it starts moving forwards again as you get close to Mach 2. Anyway, or it might be the other way around. I'm not an aeronautical engineer, I'm not an aerodynamicist. I just know that this effect exists, I don't remember the intricacies of it. But as the 29 passes through the sound barrier, the center of pressure shifts just enough that the 29's tail surfaces become ineffective. It can't really leverage its full stabilizer throw anymore. The MiG-23 and 21 get the same effect at very high speeds. The MiG-21 in DCS, if you get it above about Mach 1.5 and pull fully back, it'll only give you a little bit of pitch authority. So at speeds above Mach 1.5, the MiG-21 cannot be stalled because it will not pull its nose hard enough. You'll never get enough angle of attack on the wing. And you'll be able to see that in DCS. That's modeled in DCS. And it's a real thing that's mentioned in the real aircraft's flight manual. The MiG-23, likewise, there's a fairly easy to find photo of a Hungarian MiG-23 at really, I think it's Hungarian, really high angle of attack. It's got its wings fully swept back, it's got these awesome looking vapes coming off the wings, and the stabilizer is fully, like, the thing's at like a fucking 45-degree angle almost. It's fully pitched up, and yet it's not turning very well. Same reason. It's supersonic, and it's lost its, like, the airflow over the tail is not as effective because of the shift in center of pressure. Center of pressure is, you know, for KSP players, center of lift. That's where the bulk of your lift is being generated. That's also why swept wing aircraft stall the particular way they do, is because of the fucking tips stall before the roots. You want the stall to start at the roots and go out to the tips, not the other way around. And how gentle or vicious your stall characteristics are depend on where the stall originates and how much of the wing stalls at whatever time. You have different ways of stopping that, like wing fences to stop the flow from coming across the wing, rather than, like, you want the flow to go straight over it, rather than across the length of the wing. But yeah, that's what it is. It's center of pressure shift. So the faster you are in the MiG-29, you're not only working against limiters, but you're working against basic aerodynamics. So you do not want to ever get into a merge in the 29 while you're still supersonic. If you do, go up. Leverage that for a good reason, go up. Rather than trying to slow down in a horizontal turn, it's going to be a mess. Just go up, bleed off the speed in the climb, get the altitude advantage, come back down. Which is kind of where I fucked up there. I should have just gone up, done a high yo-yo. I couldn't even see the F5 anyway. He couldn't have followed me through that climb, so that's what I should have done. Oh, 2 towns again. 2 towns. Do I want to jump into 25 again? I kind of feel like doing some helicopter stuff. I'm almost tempted to jump in Seals Hind, but it's been so long since I've done front seat stuff, I've forgotten what all my... Actually, no, I haven't done my binds for the new HOTAS, so I might not. I'll have to do it offline, get some practice off stream, and then next time Seals on the server in a Hind, we'll two-man it. Because it's been a long time since I front-seated in a Hind. Yeah, we need someone in a Su-25. Beam riding in the 21. On an overcast mission, I'm not quite sure I'm ready for that much frustration today. I do need to take the beam riders out for... Well, the thing is, right? It's funny because they're shitty missiles, like... So it's still fun to use them because they're shit, but they don't actually beam ride in DCS. They're coded as semi-active radar homing missiles. They lead targets. Beam riders cannot lead targets, like, by design. They fucking cannot lead the target. It acts kind of like 3-point tracking, like I was talking about for SAMs earlier. It stays in a direct line between the radar and the target, because it cannot leave that beam. To lead the target, it would have to leave the radar beam, and if it leaves that beam, it doesn't know where it is anymore. You know, the missile doesn't know where it is, because it's a beam rider. It's not some fancy self-guided shit. It's not a Tomahawk comparing photos of the terrain it expects to see with what it actually sees. It's not semi-active, referencing like where the radar reflection's coming from. It's a beam rider. The only thing it knows is the radar is still behind me and I'm in this part of the beam. As soon as it leaves that, it's dead. So beam riders can't lead a target at all. That's why they're generally only effective in pursuit against non-maneuvering targets. Because if the target maneuvers, it's going to have to leave the beam to hit it. If you maneuver, it's going to have to, like, the beam's probably going to kind of pull away from the missile faster than the missile can maneuver to stay inside it. They're shitty in DCS, but they should actually be a lot shittier than they are. Put it that way. We'll take full fuel since we've got a decent distance to fly. We might need to loiter as well. Radar beam riding is a lot of fun though. Don't think the R word's against TOS. I'm reasonably sure it actually technically is. But yeah, like... Normally, I'm very much against euphemisms and bowdlerization because I think it destroys the English language, particularly when it's just dumb prude shit, like water closet. Just fucking call it a shitter, dude. Like, grow up. But, in that case, it makes it funnier. Like, certain euphemisms make things funnier, I think. So, for instance, referring to Tiananmen Square as the day where absolutely nothing happened makes it funnier, because the opposite of nothing happened. Calling it special person strength makes it funnier. Only only euphemize things, I think that's a word, if it makes it funnier. Or, you know, if you're actually trying to refer to something in the medical sense, in which case that's outdated terminology and not really suitable for use anymore. And, well, I think in some fields it's still used. Because it's, like, the term comes from literally, like, it means delayed, right? So, learning disabilities or whatever, you would say that they're... Twitch usually takes context into consideration when you say things, so you would previously say they're retarded because they have a learning disability that slows them down. But because people are people and they are going to use medical terms to insult each other, it kind of became a thing. It's kind of a problem, actually, in the medical field, because every time they invent a way to say this person has a specific disability, all the normies take it and start using it as an insult. Now, to be fair, I also use it as an insult, which is a habit I've never been able to kick, but I also refer to myself with that term, so... kind of balances, maybe? Like, I still use autistic as a fucking insult, and I am literally autistic. I don't know if Enigma's still in chat, but man, this fucking hoodie is warm as shit. Jesus Christ. I was not actually expecting it to hold heat this well. I'm kind of overheating now. Okay, let's get the engines up and running since we're fully loaded. Need the helicopter song in the playlist. Oh, God. Yeah, especially for when I'm doing combined arms and I try park my T-80 in behind a building. Real danger is pulling a sharp turn while supersonic, but slipping subsonic with still full deflection, inducing a Mach tuck. There's a lot of nasty stuff that happens around the transition of supersonic and subsonic. So, for instance, the MiG-21's limiter system, the ARU, you guys may remember earlier in the stream when I was talking about wing breakages, I mentioned that even I managed to break the 21's wings, and it specifically has a system to stop you doing that shit. That's the ARU. The issue is, as you get around transonic speed, a couple things are happening, one of which is that the pedostatic probe, or the dynamic and static probes, are getting fucked up by the shockwave. So you don't have accurate altitude or airspeed information, and the ARU uses your indicated airspeed and your altitude to schedule the controls. So it has bad inputs on both of those, that it can't work out what the fuck is going on anymore. It's the same reason autopilots get wonky around transonic, because they don't know what the fuck is going on, because your altitude is varying to them. Like, that's what they see, is the altitude is increasing, even though they're telling it, like, they're giving you nose down inputs, the altitude's still going up. So most autopilots, as a safety measure, will temporarily disconnect as you go through the sound barrier. Anyway, the ARU can't see the correct input, so it doesn't know what to do. And also it has trouble keeping up with rapid stick deflections. So even if you're not quite in the transonic region, if you're just really fast, like subsonic but really fast, like Mach 0.8 something, and you reef back on the stick, the ARU cannot keep up with that. Because the MiG-21, this is specifically a MiG-21 problem. It does happen with the 19, but not as severely. The MiG-21 has such aggressive speed bleed off, because of the delta wing, as you make a hard turn, that the ARU literally cannot keep up with the amount of energy you're losing. So it kind of, it gets ahead of itself, almost. And it starts scheduling for low-speed flight while you're still doing, like, a respectable amount of knots. And you end up with the wing getting fucked, or the aircraft getting fucked, I should say. In the 21, the fuselage would probably go first, because you just pull 12G, even though the aircraft's nominally self-limiting to 8. So if you've ever wondered why you snap the MiG-21's wing, that's why. Don't, especially if you're going vertical, while you're transonic or supersonic, when you're going vertical, fucking be careful with that stick deflection. As you bleed speed, push the stick forwards, let off the pressure. If you just hold full back stick in the 21 and you go subsonic, the ARU is going to schedule all the way over, you suddenly have no tail authority to full tail authority, and the aircraft's going to do this and rip itself. Which is a real concern in the actual jet. There's also, and this is modeled in DCS for certain modules, but not all of them. For instance, the MiG-29 and the Su-27 both model this. I don't think many other modules do, if any. If you are flying at reasonably high speed, not even transonic, but if you're flying at like 800-ish kilometers an hour indicated, on the deck, whatever, in the MiG-29 or the Su-27, and you boot the rudder over to one side and then rapidly boot it the other way, you end up with a massive side loading on the tail fin, and then it just snaps it off. That's a real thing. Airliners have crashed due to that. I forget the flight number. It was, I think, a DC-10 in the US. There were probably more than one aircraft lost to this, but the specific example I remember was the pilot was in turbulence and for whatever reason had been trained or had picked up the habit of booting the rudder left and right to fight the turbulence. So he's kicking the rudder left and right in this fucking fully laden airliner at low altitude in turbulent air, and he overstressed the tail. And the fucking vertical stabilizer separated from the aircraft, and the plane crashed. And I think it killed basically... I think it was complete loss, so I think everyone died. Like... side loading is a thing. Dynamic pressure is a thing. You know, a lot of the airspeed limits at low altitude are dynamic pressure limits. They're not necessarily thermal. And they're... I need to... My wing's taller than him anyway. They're not necessarily thermal, and they're not necessarily stability. They're... Oh, shit. Really? What? I thought I had wing clearance on you. Fuck. Sorry, dude. I'd love to know how that happened. It was clear of your wing on my screen.
Kinda.
Oh, it was APOT. At least it was you, not some random. It's funny too, because I've seen... Remember in the Eye for an Eye event, and fucking Zach got a bit carried away and took off the opposite direction of the Su-25s? He had about that much wing clearance and it was no issue. In fact, he had less.
As well. Broke something I cannot... Don't have the nose left clearing. Okay.
Oh, did you go into the grass? Yeah, the Su-25 breaks its nose wheel if you go off tarmac, unfortunately. Just leave that full. We're going to be a bit overloaded. Actually, no, we won't, because we're going to get rid of the fuel. There we go. Just under max takeoff. You can take off above max takeoff, but the reason max takeoff exists is two reasons. One, so you actually get off the runway before it runs out, and B, one and two, so you don't fuck the landing gear or burst a tire. Tires are usually the reason max takeoff weight is a thing in aircraft like this. If I was to take off over max, I would probably blow a tire, and blowing a tire is way more dangerous in real life than it is in DCS. Like if you blow a tire in a MiG-21 on takeoff or landing in real life, you'll usually end up on your back by the side of the runway. Same in the Vigan. That will often kill you. So it's kind of a big deal. You got to try and keep the weight off the blown tire as long as possible. Let me just catch up on chat while I'm waiting for them to load me up. Everyone still refers to ADHD as ADD. Yeah, a lot of people do that. There's different levels of it. ADD is like normie tier. ADHD is what I have. I got cool guy syndrome. I get to take fucking amphetamines to function. Oh, he needs to put on the G-suit? Maybe next stream. Maybe. I haven't worn it for ages. I don't want to wear it too much on stream because, like, legit, the material's so thin, it will wear out. and I'm scared to run it through a wash, like even a gentle manual wash. It is so thin, I don't want to wreck it, because I will not get another one of those, given current world the current world situation. The place that came from is probably getting bombed right now, so I want to treat it carefully. I don't want to put it in a fucking display case and never touch it, but I want to be careful with it. I want it to last. I want to keep my high-altitude compression suit OnlyFans options open, just in case my my attempt to redo my diploma doesn't work out. You know what I'm saying? Real talk, though. Real talk, though. I mean, on me, it isn't much, but those of you who were in Discord for Hellworld's little moment, you guys saw what I meant, right? That shit's flattering on the right person. Ooh. Attention deficit hello disorder. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. At least because I didn't blow up, we should have got the S-13s back through the warehouse, because we didn't have many to start with. Wait, no, Adderall's Dexies, isn't it? Adderall's the good shit, Ritalin's the weak shit. My sister's on Ritalin, I'm on, it's called Vyvanse or something. It's not actual Dexies, it's... So I've said this before on stream, but for those who missed it, the mechanism's quite cool. What it does is they attached an amino acid, L-lysine, to dextroamphetamine, and it renders it inert until it's metabolized in your bloodstream. And you basically become your own meth lab. Your metabolism splits off the lysine from the dextroamphetamine, and then the Dexies actually take effect. So it slows down the release because it takes time for your body to break it down. It's actually some pretty cool shit. ADHD is a fairly serious... It is. Well, I can tell you firsthand, ADHD is fucking debilitating. It doesn't seem like it, but if you actually have to live with it, or live with someone that has it, like both me and my sister have it, it will ruin your life. Like, I was a really... I'm not going to say a good student, but like I was one of those gifted kids that was supposed to grow up to be a doctor or the Prime Minister or fucking king shit of earth or something. And I have the brain power to do it. I know it doesn't seem that way given what I'm like on stream, but at some point in my life I was actually considered smart. So I had like the actual wetware to do it, but my brain chemistry's fucked up enough that it just doesn't work right. And so I've never actually been able to get anywhere in life. I didn't drop out of school, though I came very close to it. I dropped out of university 3 times in a row and didn't even attempt the 4th time. I completed a Certificate 4, which is like a... I don't know what the American equivalent would be for my US viewers, but a Certificate 4 is like a something you go to community... like trade college for, trade school for. So I completed that, but I did all of the... like, I literally did all the coursework in the last 2 days. I just marathoned it in the last 2 days because I'd done nothing to that point. I did drop out of the diploma that followed on from that, which I'm going to attempt to redo now that I've got my meds, 10 years later. I've essentially spent 15 years of my life, which should have been the prime of my life, going from dead-end job to dead-end job, living pretty much at or below the poverty line because I can't hold down a job, because I can't do basic shit. I can't even look after myself right. The meds help me focus. They're not magical and I'm still on the starting dose. Like, they'll probably take more effect if they increase the dose. They do help me remember where So I'll start things and I'll actually finish them now. I still have to force myself to start them. Like, the meds won't make me do things that I don't want to do. That's outside their purview. What they'll do is they'll make me able to focus on the thing I'm already doing. So I still have to train myself to do unpleasant or boring things, and then the meds will help me see them through. Because previously, if I was doing something even interesting, I would lose focus on it partway through and get distracted and forget for like 4 days. And then come back to it like, why was I doing this again? That was me. Like, every minute of my existence was, why am I doing this? Why did I walk into this room? Where did I just put that thing that was in my hand 30 seconds ago? Like, that's ADHD. like a lot of people will go, oh, it just means you get distracted by shiny things, or oh, just give them a smack over the head. If you know, or back in my day, this didn't exist. If we just beat kids and it taught them to fucking focus. No, it didn't. It traumatized them and made them even worse students. Like, it's actually a legit disability, and fucking people who go, oh, just fucking hit your kids, it'll fix them. Fuck me. If you gave me any kind of fucking power over the state fucking security apparatus, those people would be in fucking FEMA camps faster than you can say fucking Ritalin. I have no tolerance for that kind of shit. It just, like, having gone through, not that myself, because my parents are actually decent people, but having seen that happen to friends of mine, and the effects it's had on them, like, legit, I wish people who say that kind of shit and actually believe in it, or even just say it, because it means that other people will fucking believe it. People who fucking pull that kind of shit, if I said what I think should happen to them, I'd get fucking banned off Twitch. Legit, like, fuck them. Smoky boy. Is he... No, he is damaged. Salty, is that you flying low altitude just past Kutaisi?
I am on your right, settled.
Okay, well, whoever's in front of us either has a really bad fuel leak or has the smokiest engine I've ever seen. Your nav lights are on, by the way. Can you check mine?
Yours are off. The landing lights are on.
Interesting, the landing lights in the Su-25 don't synchronize over the network, because they're up and off for me.
Yeah, when you go gear up, they should reflect automatically.
They do on my screen, but yeah, they don't for everyone else.
Yep.
Might have to bug report that later.
Like anyone cares.
No, I know, right?
Radio check.
Land clear.
No.
Hi.
APOC was waiting for us, that's why he was parked on the taxiway, but yeah, it was my fault. I was too busy talking to you guys, I should have been paying attention to where my fucking wingtip was.
Hey,
I'm used to flying the 21, so... 21's got such small wings, it's not a big deal.
Been a while.
Yeah.
Ooh, our resident Iranian GCI is back.
A plane from Mono. Yeah, been a boy with cold war things. Just come back today.
Well, we had Epoch to...
Was it 20th of July? I was about a month off, I thought it'd be like late August. It's good to see. Correct as his thread locks. Yeah, I know, right? Watch out for that power line.
Mirage comes out in 2
Normally I'd climb up higher in a Su-25, but fuck it, we'll pop up when we're closer to the target. I was flying higher on the way in yesterday off stream when I was flying, and I kept getting intercepted, so fucking just coming low out.
Mantra.
Is sound quite debilitating? It is. I mean, I've got other shit combined with it. Like I said, I'm very much on the spectrum. Like, I'm functional enough to talk to you guys, but it's enough to stop me from actually going out and speaking to people I don't know. Like, on the internet I'm fine, obviously. Like, autistic people do fucking brilliantly online, but in person I struggle a lot with stuff. I'm not like Rain Man levels, but it's noticeable if you spend time around me. My sister is too, but because it manifests differently in girls, she's like way more socially adept than me. But the ADHD is the actually crippling thing, I think. Like, the autism, whatever. But the ADHD is what made me kind of fall behind, not in school, but what kind of fucked up my academic life, and what's fucked me over in jobs, more than anything. So, the meds are a start, but they're not magic. They've made a noticeable impact, which is good. Like, I feel a lot better, and I can focus on things, and, like, I'm generally less twitchy and less jumpy. Like, if I'm sitting in a chair just in a waiting room or something, my foot is no longer twitching at, like, 500 fucking twitches a second. But yeah, it's not magic. It's still... I've still got to work on stuff to actually help augment the effect that they have. it's good because they don't really fuck with the way I think. So one of my big things with meds is I've had issues with depression for pretty much, not my entire life, but my entire adult life, since like my early teens. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Someone's got a smoke generator on or something. But I'm completely against, for me, right? You take what you need. Everyone's different, but for me, I would not take any form of antidepressants because I don't really want to fuck with that. I don't want to deal with the side effects because a lot of them have quite strong side effects. I also don't want to change my brain chemistry too much. Like the ADHD shit, it just slows down my thought process. It lets, like, I can hear myself think because I don't have 20 different thoughts all circling at once. I only have one or none. And I notice things going on around me more. But with depression and antidepressants and antipsychotics and shit, it actually does change the way you think, and I'm scared it's going to fuck with my personality. I'm an abrasive shithead, but I like being an abrasive shithead. I know how my own brain works. I know what I can and can't put up with, you know? Like, I'm comfortable in who I am. I just get a bit fucking... I crack the sads sometimes. I found other ways to deal with it. I don't feel like I need meds for that. I also feel like it's not necessarily clinical to crack the sads, given the current world situation, but, you know, that might just be me. Like, my sister's had much more experience with meds than me, because as well as the ADHD and the autism, she also has other stuff as well. And it's had quite an effect on her with some of the side effects different drugs have, or ones that do or don't work, and it's too much shit for me to deal with. My antidepressant is just removing myself from whatever's stressing me out or making me depressed, and taking some time to chill out. I guess you could call it meditation. Like, my meditation these days has been playing Microsoft Flight Simulator and just clicking some random place in the world and flying around for a few hours. That's how I de-stress and unsad myself. Hate the med side of it. Manic depressive, meditation helps a fuck ton. I think if you can find a system of meditation or a thought pattern or something that works for you, and you don't, like, if it's not severe enough that you really do need the meds to fall back on, again, everyone's different. Some people genuinely need them or genuinely feel better on them. So don't take this as me saying meds bad. They're not. But for me personally, yeah, like, Dexies is the only thing I'm going to touch, and that's because I need it for my attention span, and it doesn't really affect who I am. Like I said, you know, it doesn't even stop the on-stream rants, it just makes them more focused, and I don't lose track of how I arrived at a particular segue. I can relate points back to each other instead of going on this fucking magical mystery tour. It's wonderful. I'm gonna throttle up a bit, sorry, I'm really slow here. 90%. Fucking leisurely stroll through the mountains as I'm sitting here chatting. Kid I was diagnosed with a good old 160 IQ, just stop being lazy? Yep. I don't remember what mine supposedly was, and my mother has a tendency to overstate my capabilities anyway, so I wouldn't trust her if I asked her how much my IQ supposedly is, and IQ is kind of a pointless number anyway. People fetishize IQ, it means fucking nothing. All it is how quickly you can absorb information or adapt to things. It doesn't mean how actually intelligent you are. Like, I've met people who are quite slow learners, but they're really smart, because they make the effort. I've met people who have, like, literally Mensa-level IQs, and they're fucking dumb as rocks because they don't give a shit. Like, yeah, IQ's like GDP, it means fucking nothing. It's a cherry-picked statistic people use to preach how, you know, how good they think they are. We actually had a bit of a discussion in my Discord, was it yesterday afternoon, because of the whole Boris Johnson thing. I went into how, you know, the Tory party leadership is just an old boys club for old Etonians. I, as a child, when my family still had money, and I was not, like, my ADHD and stuff hadn't manifested yet, and they just thought I was a bit quirky, I had a place held for me in Eton. I was going to go to Eton. And thank fucking Christ we moved to Australia, and I didn't, because God forbid I end up in the same fucking social circles as people like Boris Johnson. You know? I might be poor now, I might kind of struggle with life a bit, but fuck have I gained some perspective on how the world works, and I'm glad I did. I'm so glad I got away from the risk of being put into a... Like, this is what they do, right? This is how leadership castes work. They poach off all the ones with potential for leadership. All the really smart ones, all the really manipulative ones, they put them in exclusive schools, so they only interact with each other. They don't interact with the plebs, as fucking Bojo calls them. And so they feel no empathy or no connection to the general populace. That's... If you've ever wondered why political parties are these old boys clubs for schools like Eton, that's why. That's fucking why. It's an intentional system. You skim the fucking ones off the top that you know will have potential for leadership, and you condition them to otherize the general population. And it, like, legit, if I had ended up in that school, I would probably be a snot-nosed little fuck walking around with that yellow-haired fucking moron laughing about the plebs, as opposed to what I am now. It's probably a change.
Salty declared on our nose. It's probably made.
It's Week 21.
Первый. Дайте курс на ближайшую цель.
Do we want to hit the town, or do we want to go for the artillery? I'm just thinking if we've got Seal and a Hind, he's probably going to be able to take care of most of the tanks. Artillery's more risky, but easier to spot targets. Because it's fucking cloudy as shit, so the shadows make it
Or
hard.
like either the artillery or intercept that convoy Silent Eagle was talking about.
Currently, the blue town is safe for attack. There are 12 files over artillery units. And we have no chapter.
Alright, let's work the town to start with, then we can deal with the artillery later. Never felt like taking some test. I mean, I didn't have a choice in the matter. I was the classical, because my family, they weren't rich, but they were upper middle class, so we had enough money that I was raised in the bubble of being a special gifted kid, and, you know, the whole world revolved around me, and I wasn't an only child, but Mum had a lot of trouble having other kids. Like, I was supposed to be a twin, my twin died. My sister was supposed to be a twin, there were a bunch of miscarriages in between, so, like, I got real special kid treatment, even after my sister was born. And my little sister's 9 years younger than me, so it's a huge age gap as well. So yeah, like, I got all the tests, all the special treatment, everything. I never asked for it, I just got it. That was normal to me.
Okay, I'll go for this convoy then.
Might be worth dropping that bridge as well. They can just bypass it anyway, but it might slow them down a little.
The felt it should be on your left wing. For us, your right wing. You should see it.
Okay, I'm breaking off. This wasn't a good approach.
I got no eyes.
Okay, I see the 200 going for him.
I see a set of single... Oh, never mind, it's you.
Oh, I'm dead.
What the fuck? Stinger?
Maybe, yeah, flare. I don't know. I don't see it on map.
I got a tank in sight. Running in. That guy's always in that clearing. He's probably the easiest tank to see in the town. Breaking off. That one's wrecked. The auto flare dispense is a little slow for manpads. Sometimes they'll sneak in between a flare pair. Oh, I'm a poet and I didn't know it. Funny. Fuck. I didn't kill him.
And the F5s are coming into the bullseye.
Yeah, I'm gonna go in for another attack run on that tank. I missed him. You got to get pretty much a direct hit on the M60s with these rockets. They'll one-hit them, but you need a direct hit. So sometimes you get it, sometimes you don't. And I kind of was ruddering it all the way in because I came in at a skewy angle. That should get him.
There's a 5 in front of you. Range is 5, almost merged. Do you have 10? Yeah,
Check 6.
Yeah, check 6 first.
How close?
Close.
Should I jettison?
Check 3 now. Yeah.
Oh, I see the missile, yep. You're a bit close.
Friendly engaging here.
Yeah, I see the 21.
Second F5 on your nose, Rosman.
I don't see him. Oh, I see him now. He's going over the top. Fuck! Yeah, too late. Ah!
Also, second target on your left, 11 o'clock.
It's really hard to do anything in the Su-25 in this mission because it's like a fucking... It's not called phone booth, there is a mission named that, but it is more of a phone booth than the phone booth mission. This valley is just intense. I think probably the Hinds are better for mud moving in this one for red until you can clear out enough to get to the artillery position, but... If we had the KMG... Well, we do have KMGUs, but we can't use them because like I said, the cluster bombs killed the fucking game.
Can try.
Yeah, if we could use those, maybe it'd be easier for the Su-25. You just carpet the entire town and leave it, but it's difficult. We'll stick with it, but it's kind of difficult, frustrating. The other guy gets shot while shooting you. I didn't see. I was focused on the missile coming straight from my face, to be honest. I just kind of tuned everything else out when I saw that. I wish this song was longer. It's so good. And we're probably going to run out of... Oh, we still got some pods left. We don't have a lot of S13 pods though, so I've got to try and use them smartly. I'm almost tempted to not take them. No, we'll take them. I might try for the artillery this time. Like, it's easier going for the artillery than trying to spot individual M60s hiding in buildings. Yeah, I have to extend further into blue territory to do it, but... Like, just trying to spot M60s and hit them over that town, it draws attention like fucking moths to a light. Better off not doing it. Carpet with Fab 100s? I could, I guess. Sister's son was on drugs the whole time he was in school. If I had been on what I'm on now in school, I probably would have got much better results in my final 2 years. Like, I did brilliantly up until the last 2 years of high school, and then I just fell off the wagon, so to speak. So if I had... I mean, I had other issues going on as well, but if I had the meds when I was in school, I probably would have done better. I might have actually graduated from university. Like, my entire life would be different. I put it this way, I would probably not be sitting here in a kind of... not shitty, but like a cramped little former housing commission flat, in a debatably, kind of, you know, not upmarket part of town, put it that way. Like, everything would be different. But, you know, it is a case of making sure that it is actually the issue. There are people who... I think that the idea that doctors will prescribe shit like Ritalin or Adderall to kids that don't need it, I think that probably does happen, but I think it's overstated. I think, like with a lot of meds... Oh no, we are out of fucking S13 pods, shit. I'll just leave the outer rails empty. I think that does happen, but I think it's overstated. It's like many things, they happen, but they're overstated. You know, like the same with the claim that, oh, the welfare system's being abused by drug addicts, or, well, if they're on drugs, it probably means they got all these complex life problems that were not sorted out, that if they had been, they wouldn't be on drugs. But, you know, like the idea, oh, people are cheating the welfare system, they're trying to get fake compo. Yeah, that pays, or that does happen. I've seen people fake things for compo payments. They're usually not super poor or drug addicts, so they're usually, like, reasonably, you know, middle-class people. But even with all that, the amount of money this country spends on its welfare system, the majority of that money is going to things like tax breaks for upper-income bracket families. And then God knows how much we spend on corporate welfare. You know, like, there are so many things that, yes, they're bad, but they're overstated to try and get actually important things stopped. Like, for instance, the idea that ADHD isn't real or it shouldn't be medicated is actively harmful to people like me, just because somebody's worried that some kid in school is just an actual little shit because they have bad parents and not actually, you know, they don't actually have ADHD. Like, that kind of shit's really harmful, but it still gets pushed a lot. Predominantly inattentive. Yep, I'm inattentive as well. My sister's a bit of both, which is weird. She's hyperactive and inattentive. I'm a bit behind on chat, as usual. Chemists are very fucking clever. Very fucking clever. You're smart, but your brain's like, no, fuck you. Yeah, that's pretty much how it goes. Like, you could have the most powerful brain on Earth, but, you know, it's like having a fucking next-gen fucking RTX 6969 from the year 2050 in current year, except you're still running with a fucking Pentium 2. Like, it throttles the fuck out of your performance in every respect.
But never mind then. Yeah, let Petrovich do it just to be sure.
Yeah, emus are cool. Emus are absolutely cool. I'm down with emus.
Hey, Uncle, how are you? Hey, Silent Eagle, long time. I'm fine, how are you?
Least favorite ADHD hang-up is how little frustrations build into world-shattering things. That's why I can't hold down a job. Every fucking time, it just little things, and they build up to the point I have a complete fucking meltdown, and I end up quitting. But like I said a couple streams ago, the reason I end up quitting isn't because, ooh, fuck this job, I don't want to have this job. It's because I'm worried I'm going to do something stupid to myself or someone else. Like, that's a safety sort of circuit breaker tripping for me. Seal! Cheers for the primary sub, man. Appreciate it. I'm going to have to rebind all my hind front seat stuff and relearn how to do it. And next time you're on, we'll do two-seat hind stuff, I think. It's been a while since I've done that. I was lurking for a few minutes. My son got diagnosed 2 days ago with ADHD. We suspected, but it's official now. I'm glad you suspected. Like, legitimately, I'm glad you suspected. Now, like I said, my parents were great, but they had no idea. My parents never... Like, you know why? Because they're like this, too. That's the issue with my family. We're all fucked up, so we think it's normal. Like, we have fucked up sleep. The tism runs strong on both sides. You know, we all have sort of ADHD traits. So all of my problems, my parents just thought were normal because they have the same problems and their parents had the same. Like, it just runs so strongly in my family. But it's good that you actually suspected something was up and got it followed up on, because I was diagnosed with ADHD at the age of fucking 32. Like I said, I wasted what should have been the best 15 years of my life, the most productive 15 years of my life, both from an economic and a personal development standpoint, being a depressed, temperamental, inattentive shut-in who never actually followed through on anything because my brain didn't work. And I'm now faced with the kind of the prospect that now that I'm in my early 30s, I have to basically learn how to be a normal human. Or, not normal. I'm not going to say learn how to be a normal human. I don't want to be normal if such a thing exists, but I want to be able to function better in society. I don't think I should be forced into as a square peg forced into a round hole, and I'm very deeply against the idea that we should fix or cure things that are aspects of a person's personality. You know, like people trying to cure autism or whatever. For the high-functioning ones, at least, fuck that. You know, for our TISM brothers and sisters who don't know, like, who don't speak, they're non-verbal or whatever, can't do that stuff. I don't know how they can communicate with us whether they want to cure or not. the concept of a cure is probably fucking alien to them, so whatever. But for me personally, if I had a magical pill that could make me be a normie, I wouldn't take it. I'm pretty happy with who I am, despite all my issues. But ADHD is something I can at least work on, and it's something that would have helped me to work on earlier, if that makes sense.
That's not that hard.
F5 then.
If they fly slow, you can't take them out.
But yeah, like, having a diagnosis, especially earlier on, is huge. Absolutely huge, because you know what's wrong, and you know what you can do about it. You know how you can work at it. I didn't. I didn't have a clue. I began to suspect I had ADHD when I was 28. When I was 28. Because I was surrounded by people that did have diagnoses, and I realized I am so much like them, and all of their behaviors are the same as mine. Makes you think. And then, sure enough, I started asking questions, and turns out that not only do I have it, but I am very good at having ADHD. And the little test they give you of, you know, the 1 to 5 rating scale of never to always, I got a lot of 5s. I'm really, really good at having ADHD, it turns out. So, yeah. Now I finally know about it, I can do something about it. You know, before it was just frustrating because I didn't know what was wrong with me. I knew there was something wrong with me, but I didn't know what the fuck it was, and I didn't know how I could do anything about it. Yeah, do try and be a bit discerning of who you go to as a doctor. Now, to be fair, some will write you a script and fuck off, but some will also not write you a script because they decide you have something else. Second opinions are great because there are a lot of doctors in the world, and my sister especially, being female, has to put up with this a lot, where the doctor will not listen to the patient's actual lived experience and will instead project their view of what the patient is onto the patient. So my sister has had, not like super bad weight problems, but she's had trouble regulating her weight for a while. Part of that is meds she was already on for other things. And so every issue she has had for a long time, for some doctors, was, oh, it's because of your weight, you need to lose weight. Turns out, no, she actually has a genetic disorder that fucks with her connective tissue. So she'd spent years getting run around by all these different doctors telling her, no, you're just fat, don't be fat. And she actually had a problem, which made it just about impossible for her to change her lifestyle to not have weight issues. Like, find a doctor who wants to help people, not a doctor who is a doctor because their parents told them that they should be one. You know, doctors who are in it for the status are fucking useless. Find a doctor who actually cares. If they drive a silver fucking Lexus, nope, right the fuck out of there.
They are called heading east.
There are so many people, and this isn't just true of the medical profession. I know people in the social work sector who are legit fucking psychopaths. But there are people in all sorts of sectors, but particularly the medical sector and the social work sector, who do not fucking belong there. And they're only there because either it's a status symbol, particularly in the medical field, because their parents made them do it, and they never stood up to their parents and did what they actually wanted to, or because they find it as a way that they can get power over people. You gotta really be fucking careful, and that's one reason I don't want to be a normie, is because having, you know, the tism, I'm a really good judge of character. I'm excellent at picking up on cues that normies miss. I'm not so good at, like, if a girl likes me, she has to fucking write it in 50-foot neon letters and I might start to suspect. I'm fucking hopeless at that kind of shit. But if somebody's not quite right to me, I pick up on fucking psychopaths like that. Very rarely does one get past the radar. It is that finely tuned. I don't know why, it just is. I'm really good at spotting manipulative, shitty people. Sometimes it requires me to have an actual run-in with them, sometimes I spot them before I even speak to them, but I am really fucking good. Why are my flaps still down? Because I'm too busy talking and not busy enough flying. But yeah, like, I am really good at spotting those people. Did you see that? The differential flap extension? I didn't know they modeled that. Because I fucked up my flaps. They didn't deploy at the same time. Interesting. An FC3 module, An FC3 module has some more fidelity in its systems modeling than some full fidelity modules. I'm not even joking. This is the only one that gets fuel fires. This is the only one that seems to actually blow up if an engine fire is not dealt with. And this is also the only module I know of where the flaps drop differentially with either low engine power because the hides aren't pressurized properly, or if you do that to them. Legit, every time I fly the Su-25, I get more and more impressed with how well it's modeled for what it is. Anyway, I'm still behind on chat. Of course I am. But yeah, like, it swings and roundabouts, right? There is no such thing as normal anyway. Normal is a continuum, but I trade off having shitty social skills and being all standoffish and weird for being a really good canary in the coal mine. The issue is that people don't believe me when I tell them, hey, that person you're dating, they're fucking, they're nuts. You know, they find out a couple of years later that I was right. I really fucking hate being right, but it happens a lot. Like I joked a couple streams ago, my big L for this year was Ukraine. I didn't think the Russians were actually that fucking stupid or you know, malicious. I was wrong on that one, I'll take the L. But on everything else I predicted for the last little while, I've been pretty on point. Watch my Mirage predictions be on point as well. Watch them. I've been telling people for fucking how many weeks now. I've been telling them, wait until it comes out and watch the fucking disappointment as it isn't what they thought it would be. It'll be, you know, it won't be bad necessarily, but it won't be what they have been building it up to be. It's not a super fighter. And it's not even going to be better than the F5 in some respects. Stop taking my antidepressants and ADHD medicine in high school because I was taking it at the same time. It made me feel like a fucking robot. Yeah, that's the other thing. Sometimes your meds do unpleasant things when they interact, so I'm just going to keep it simple, and the only thing I'm going to take is this. Miss me with the antidepressants, anything else, I'll just stick with this. The rest of it I can deal with in my own terms. Yeah, IQ tests are mostly pattern recognition, I think, and your ability to, like, sponge up information or something. It doesn't factor in emotional intelligence, it doesn't factor in actual knowledge, it doesn't factor in specific knowledge, it factors in just a general... Like, it's useless, basically. It's a number that middle-class parents use to dick wave about how precious their little snowflake kid is. I should know, because I was that snowflake kid.
Okay, he lost you. You're good for now. So, okay, can you hear me?
Just napping in school. That was me in the last 2 years of school, because my sleep cycle's fucked, just naturally I can't sleep. The meds had mostly stabilized it, actually, until the last 2 or 3 days, and it's got all out of whack again. I don't know why. But yeah, like, I've never slept well, even when I was a baby, so... it got particularly bad in high school. I think Su-25T should be on Enigmas. No. No. Why? It's shit. Like, it's bad. Why do you want that fucking piece of shit? They built 8 of them, ever, so it's a fucking unicorn. It shouldn't even be in the game at all. This should be the free module. Fuck the Su-25T right off. So first of all, no, because it's bad. Second of all, you can only carry 2 TV-guided weapons. And on this, you just carry the laser-guided version instead. So, big whoop. You get 2 fat mavs. And they'll one-shot anything in the game. That's it. The Vickers are crap. You have to get within about 7 kilometers to use them. 7 kilometers of a tank is going to get you shot at by air defense. It's going to make you an easy target for fighters because you have to maintain the laser lock. Guided weapons in the Su-25 are a fucking death trap. They're something you use when you have complete air superiority and you're trying to destroy a specific unit that isn't shooting back at you. They're something you use to kill bridges and bunkers. To kill actual shooting targets, you use unguided rockets and bombs with a diving attack with the laser, and you're just about as accurate anyway. Hey Raccoon, cheers for the raid, man. Hope you had a good stream. Good fights yesterday and possibly today. I don't know if we had any run-ins together today. Good to see you on the server, man, and the other 104th guys. Hope to see you on here more often. It's nice having actual coordinated opposition that isn't just the 475th, because usually it's only them that coordinate. I have to say I kind of may have peed a little yesterday when I saw 3 pairs of F5s all being vectored on me from different directions.
His wings are off also.
So yeah, the Su-25, bad visibility, so you can't see shit. Handles like a bucket of crap because it's heavy. It's draggy as fuck. No, it shouldn't be on Enigmas. It won't counter the A10 anyway. Like, the thing is, the Vicar is still not fire and forget. You still have to guide it. The only fire and forget that Red has is the Ha-29T, and you get 2 of those, versus 6 mavs on an A10. What's the point? Just stick with this. I can kill frontline targets with this about as quickly, if not faster, than most A10 players can kill frontline shit. Just get good at the Su-25A, well, Su-25, the A designation is a Western thing that didn't exist. Get good at the original Su-25 and you don't need a Su-25T. The other thing is, if Red had an actual seed platform and Blue didn't, they would cry themselves blue in the face. They already complain enough as it is. Oh, it's Mother Goat. I've been so focused on chat I wasn't even listening to my own music. Yeah, get a second opinion, Saber. Get a second opinion. Now, I'm not saying you should go door to door until you finally find a doctor that just gives up on you and signs off whatever you want, but sometimes it does take more than one or sometimes even 2 doctors to get an actual diagnosis for something. Again, my sister has this problem because she is female and male doctors do not believe female patients in current year. Like, it took her years to get diagnosed for some of the issues she has. But she finally got diagnosed, and holy shit, now that she knows what's wrong with her, she can actually get it effectively treated. You know, the whole point of the fucking health system, to actually effectively treat what's wrong with you so you can have better quality of life and be more productive in society. But, you know, some doctors are so obsessed with the idea they know everything that they will go against that. Psychologist and neurologist? Yeah, good question. I mean, technically either of them should have knowledge in the field. A psychologist, I don't know if they can prescribe you anything. It might depend on your country. I know you're in the Czech Republic. Here it needs to be a psychiatrist to prescribe shit. The psychologist can refer you, but it needs to be a psychiatrist to prescribe shit. Neurologist probably could as well, I'd imagine. Class is currently having a bitch fit over the idea the Su-27SK manual describes shooting at incoming missiles. If you have the page for that, please post it in Discord. I'd love to see it. I would love to see that page so I can then repost it at people when they, you know, when they argue. I'm gonna go for artillery this time. Hopefully I don't get jumped. Russian manuals are fakes, etc. Oh my god, that's amazing. Yeah, I've had that. I'm not going to say who it was because he's a decent stand-up guy and I don't want people fucking taking the shit out of him and harassing him or whatever. Like, most people I get in arguments with aren't that bad. They're just misinformed, honestly. But I did get in an argument with somebody who a lot of us know, who was convinced that Soviet performance figures are just... It came to me in a dream, because they're all secret still, even the old shit, and none of it's real, and they all overperform in DCS. So I may have sent him the complete MiG-29 combat employment manual in 3 different languages, Serbo-Croatian, Russian, and English, from 3 different air forces, which was obviously Serbian, or Yugoslav at the time, Soviet, and Luftwaffe, you know, post-1990 Luftwaffe, and I did not hear about that again. Like I said, most people, like, there are people who are specifically bad faith, but most people aren't. Most people are just misinformed and kind of cling on to, you know, the way they've always been told things are. Kind of takes a bit of a shock to get them out of that mindset sometimes. And sending a lot of allegedly classified do not exist documents, which actually state that the DCS MiG-29 is underperforming, I think that had the desired effect. Also, a lot of it is that the aircraft isn't, like, even if it is underperforming, again, the MiG-29 and the Su-27 both are in terms of turn performance. Radar is obviously overperforming because FC3, but in terms of kinematics, they're slightly under. But the reason a lot of people think, thank you for that, the reason a lot of people think shit's wrong is because they don't know how to counter it. They don't know their own aircraft well enough to know how to counter it a lot of the time. Like F5 pilots complaining about shit, they just don't know how to counter it. Vulcans! Alright, let's get the fuck out of here. Since there are Vulcans still active, I'm gonna RTB. If the Vulcans were down, I would just start gunning that shit. The Su-25 gun is quite good, it's just really accurate, so whereas the A-10 is kind of point and spray, and you will kill everything in that general direction, like the A-10 is so brainlessly easy to use, I actually kind of like it. I hate it, but I like it, if that makes any sense. The A, that is, the C is too many screens for me. But, the Su-25's gun is so laser accurate, you have to really rudder it in and line it up perfectly. If you're the slightest bit off, you miss. So there's something to be said for shotgun accuracy, honestly. Both air-to-air and air-to-ground. I actually preferred the old Hornet gun accuracy before they corrected it, because it meant I could spray at somebody head-on in a merge and it would scare the shit out of them. It might even hit them. Now I actually have to aim. I think the F5 could use a little more accuracy, but again, like, I get so close to people in a gunfight, the F5's spray and pray guns don't really bother me. It means if a MiG-21's doing his fish out of water wobble shit, I'm gonna hit him with something. I can just put the nose generally on him and pull the trigger, and something will hit him.
Something on the hill in front of me is an EWR site.
Yeah, everything in front of you is blue.
Okay. Some man pads over there, isn't it?
Yeah,
I'm tempted to airquake, but we'll RTB. I'd have to punch off the pods anyway. I'm not sure if they all refill them at the base, or if I'm just slugging them back for nothing, but whatever. We'll take them back. Tell us what you think about the F-35. I think it's a good aircraft. I think it was, you know, it had a torturous procurement process and development process, but so does everything. Like, every weapon system, particularly aircraft, developed since the 1980s, and even many beforehand, had tortured design and development processes. They were all over budget. They were all late. It gets worse now because they're even more complex, but they're all like that. They're fucking all like it. The F-35, as it stands now, is a good plane. It's not the fastest plane, it might not be the most maneuverable plane, but it does some pretty impressive shit. Like, for what it is and what it's supposed to do and the doctrine it's designed to operate in, important to take into account when analysing military equipment. It's good. It's a good aircraft. I don't like the cockpit because I hate glass screens, but I'm not flying it, am I? Somebody 10 years younger than me is flying it, who has grown up with a fucking iPad since they were, like, 6 months old. That's second nature to them.
Roger, what was this, Angel?
Likewise, I don't think the Su-57's bad. I think that probably they, you know, it's going to be a struggle for them to fucking have any decent numbers of them now. Good luck building them. Enjoy your sanctions, but as an aircraft, I don't think the Su-57's bad at all. All the fucking hype about panel gaps and uneven screws, look at a fucking F-22 or an F-35 after they've been in service for a couple of years, they look the same. All jets are like that. In fact, you don't want them to have perfect tolerancing because then it makes them incredibly hard to build and repair. You know, you seal that shit up with tape or whatever. But all the hype about panel gaps or, you know, fucking RCS, I think the Su-57's a perfectly good aircraft. It compromises in some areas because of the way the Russians operate and their design philosophy and what's available to them. You got to remember, their economy is a fraction of what the US is. Their economy is was, past tense, was only just catching up to where the Soviet Union was at its fucking, like, nadir in the 80s. Right? The Soviet Union in the 80s was still better off than modern Russia was for a very long time, economically speaking. So the Russians have got a certain set of limitations they have to work within, and they design well around it. They always have. You don't fucking design this Gucci amazing fucking jet that you can only afford to build 3 of. As it is, they're struggling to actually get it into large-scale production. Again, it's going to get worse now with sanctions. But you don't build, like, 3 amazing things that are, you know, it's going to get slam-dunked by a mass-produced thing. Like the Japanese battleships. God, I love the Yamato-class battleships. They were the most gorgeous fucking battleships ever to take to sea, but they were stupid. Because, at the end of the day, a bunch of American mass-produced torpedo bombers and dive bombers shat on them. Completely. They did nothing for the whole war and then got completely fucking shat on by dive bombers. Like, this is... America's always going to have a lead on everyone, at least until it implodes and balkanizes. But the Americans are going to have a lead because they understand how to do a military-industrial complex. They understand what total war means. Perfect is the enemy of good enough. So the Americans design something that's it's not usually the best in anything. These days they tend to be either the best or one of the best in terms of networked shit. But back in the day of mechanical stuff and less digital systems, the Americans didn't always have the best of whatever capability. They weren't always the fastest or the best maneuvering, or, you know, they didn't always have the best radar or whatever. But they were good at everything. The Americans have always designed shit for generalism, and it served them well, partly because of the way their military doctrine works, partly because they can just churn them out in ridiculous numbers, partly because it's easy to train crews to transfer from one to the other thing when you switch to new equipment, and partly because the Americans tend to do a bit of world policing, so you need something that works everywhere, no matter how far from home you are. If you look at Soviet equipment of the Cold War through the lens of how the Soviets intended to fight, and what they had to design around in terms of economical and industrial concerns, they did the best they could. You know, if you gave the Americans the same limitations, they would probably churn out something that's reasonably close to what the Soviets did. Warphammer and I have a running joke going about Convair OKB because of all the American aircraft design companies. Convair was so Soviet in them thinking it's not even funny. Like, you'd look at all the other companies, they'd use, like, distinctly American or Western kind of problem solving. Then you look at Convair and they're doing weird shit like pneumatically operated weapon bay doors, or fucking lift jets, and the idea of lift jets and a rotating afterburner nozzle, that's not new. A lot of people know that kind of concept came from the Yak 41, but Convair were also doing the same thing around the same time. It wasn't just the Soviets doing that. Convair had the same idea for the Convair Model 200. They had a swiveling afterburner nozzle, so it could use that as its main thrust, and then it had lift jets in the fuselage. And Convair also had an enthusiasm for triangles, like the Soviets. You know, Convair loved their delta wings. Why were they like that? I don't know. Because the Americans had a bunch of design bureaus that, I know they're not called that in the US, but whatever. You know, they had Seversky and what was it, Kartveli, I think. I think Seversky was Ukrainian, I think, and Kartveli was Georgian, obviously, from his name. They worked for Republic. Then you had Sikorsky, who was, I think, Ukrainian-born, but obviously Russian Empire, so... His nationality would get you killed these days if you made the mistake of saying it in the wrong company. Yeah, so, like, they had American design bureaus headed by people of Eastern European extraction, but of all of them, Convair just solved problems the same ways the Soviets did, for some reason. Which is quite cool. Makes them interesting and different. I wish they were still around. You know, it's... like, I might cheerlead for this or that fucking thing, kind of, because it's funny or I personally find it interesting or like it or whatever, but people that sit there and base their entire life, their entire identity around, ooh, my freedom, my NATO, my America, or my fucking glorious, impervious Soviet military, whatever, like, if you can't appreciate good design, no matter who came out with it, then it's a loss on your part. You know, I might prefer the Soviet way of doing things just because it, for some reason, jibes with my particular brain chemistry better. Like, the way I think and the way they think seems to line up more. But I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, the Americans can't design shit, the Americans never built good stuff, that this is bad, that's bad. It's clearly fucking not. The Americans are very good at designing things, or they wouldn't be the dominant world power for fucking however many years it's been. Yeah, I don't know. I know I have some spicy takes sometimes, and I might come off as biased one way or the other. I get that, everyone is. But I pity the kind of people that sit there and can't think outside that kind of box and can't appreciate things for what they are. You know, can't appreciate good design no matter which country it came from, can't appreciate good doctrine no matter which country it came from, can't appreciate good ideas or good policy no matter which fucking political party came out with it. The reason the political system's so fucked is exactly because people can't do that shit, you know? They just fucking tribalize.
23249. They are going to merge with 12 fires they didn't see before.
Oh, dude. The Americans in World War II in particular, the scale of industrial mobilization that went on is just phenomenal. And then you compare it to Germany. Germany made the decision to go to a total war footing in 1943. They were losing in 1943, and then they go, ooh, it's time for the totale Krieg. Yeah? Bit late for that, my dude. And they still didn't mobilize women to work in war factories, and they still insisted on trying to genocide a significant part of their population by working them to death, instead of giving them actual good working conditions and saying, maybe we're wrong about this whole final solution thing, because otherwise we're going to get wiped out. Maybe we should actually, like, you know, be a bit more practically minded. Nope. Nope. But, you know, that's fascism in a nutshell for you, and we're seeing that now with racism from modern Russia. It's a ridiculous ideology, it's self-destructive, it relies on a lot of smoke and mirrors and a projection of strength, but there's no actual strength there. There's no strength there at all. You know, ever since the collapse of the Soviet Union had real strength. At times it had some moments, but the Soviet Union actually had real strength. But the Russian Federation, because it's from its kind of rise after the Soviet Union collapse, the Russian Federation's been led by this cabal of weirdo, nationalist, kind of racist, neo-imperialist, orthodox Christian, like just shitty people, like the far right of the far right. That came up, like that was starting to become a problem even during the late years of the Soviet Union. As soon as the Soviet Union was gone, it was all gas, no brakes. And we see where that led them. Did they fix corruption? No, it got worse. Did they fix the economy? No, it got worse. Like, it's the same shit as with the Nazis. Everyone goes on about Hitler's economic miracle. What fucking miracle? There wasn't one. There was never a Nazi economic miracle, because it was all just a sham. Exactly like the Russian economic miracle. Like Putin putting down the oligarchs and the mafia. He never did. He fucking legitimized them. He turned the mafia into a fucking government franchise, my dude. That's not the same thing as destroying the mafia, that's becoming the mafia. Like, those kinds of ideologies, and this is why fascism never actually survives. You can say what you like about communism not working, but fuck me, it made a pretty good run of things for, what was it, 69 years in the Soviet Union? Giggity giggity, and some countries are still going. Compare that to the Nazis, who made it a grand total of... What? Maths is hard. 12 years? 12 years. Even the milder fascist regimes like Spain and Portugal fucking went tits up. Because it's a shit ideology. It doesn't work. It's this fucking strongman ideology that comes about from somebody who is usually not a strong man. You know? It's a kind of projection of strength and the kind of oppressive rule that comes about by somebody with severe insecurities who has to project like a hologram upon society to cover those insecurities. They don't actually fix anything. They don't improve the economy. They don't improve the military strength. They start wars they can't win, and they get their fucking shit pushed in, and then they blame everyone else.
Keep my head to
Which is what the Russians are busy doing now. They're getting their shit pushed in and blaming everyone else. And every time it looks like they might actually seriously take a big L, they start ramping up the nuclear threats again, because that's all they have. That is fucking all they have. And even then, it's debatable whether they'll go through with it.
Okay, I lost sight of the Saber. I got RTV. I'm getting low on fuel.
And that's what it's come to. And as I wrote that article, or as I was writing the thing that was supposed to be that article, the more I started to realize my own knowledge of the immediate sort of post-Soviet history of Russia had great gaping holes in it. I had always thought if the West had intervened, you know, if the West had just not done NATO expansion, if the West had done this, if the West had done that, differential flap extension again? Hello, interesting. If the West had just done this or that 10 years ago, there wouldn't be a problem. If the West had done this 5 years ago, there wouldn't be a problem. No, there would have been a bigger problem. The West should have acted in 1980-something. Not even 91, 1980-something. Nixon called this in, what was it, 92? 92 Nixon called this happening. He knew it was going to come. Fucking all these people knew it was coming in the late 80s, early 90s. Nobody did anything. But this is what you get. Like, geopolitics moves on a very slow time scale. You got a 20 to 40 year lag time between cause and effect. And we're just now feeling the effect part of the cause of the Soviet collapse. Or not the cause of, but caused by the Soviet collapse. And some of Gorbachev's reforms that, while well-intentioned, he did not think through at all. Gorby was kind of I mean, he was also very much led astray by other ideologies, but also Gorby, I think, was a victim of his own childhood in the Soviet Union. He was the first leader from the new generation who'd always grown up in the Soviet Union. They hadn't experienced the Russian Empire or the revolution, and so he didn't actually realize how many skeletons were in the closet when he went and opened the closet. You know what I mean? But it is what it is. Something should have been done, not 10 years ago, not 20 years ago. Something should have been done in the 80s. Debatably, the West probably... And nobody would have done this, of course. Nobody would have done this because they would have been seen as being soft on communism, and they would never have got re-elected. But they should have probably propped up the Soviet Union to stop something worse from coming along, and they should have probably told Gorby to fucking chill his roll with his reforms so that they were brought in slower, and it had less culture shock upon Soviet society. Maybe if that had happened... Maybe if that had happened, this wouldn't be happening now. But hindsight's 20/20. And instead we get shitty off-brand Russian fucking Nazism, except they're calling everyone else Nazis. In modern Russian, like, parlance, at least within government and media circles, Nazism just means you're anti... not anti-Russian, not Russophobic, but against the Russian state. Not Russian people, not individual Russians, not even the Russian people as a whole, but the Russian state. It's literally textbook fascism. That's what it is. Personally, I would rather have stuck with communism, even if the Soviets weren't very good at it. Because while it was kind of not always the best thing for their own people or the people around them, it was certainly a lot less dangerous for the world than what we have now. Particularly after Stalin died, after Lenin died rather, and Stalin brought about socialism in one country, and they never undid that particular change to the ideology. Yeah, the absolute last chance was the 98 collapse, but even then, the thing is, all the people that are in power now were already maneuvering by then. Putin was already maneuvering to put himself in the place he is now by the early 90s. Like, you would have had to really act before 93 to have much impact on the timeline, I think. Think it was worse before? I mean, before, yes, they did lay claim to large parts of Eastern Europe as a buffer state, but it was... Put it this way, it was an ideology where they thought people should be brought about to the Soviet way of everyone being equal, even if they weren't, rather than them trying to bring about Greater Russia and make the entire world kneel before this ridiculous vision of something that never existed in the way they think it. Like, it's literally fascism. They want to bring about this mystical view where, you know, Russians were the greatest power on earth back in fucking 890 something AD, and they want to make the entire of Europe fucking heel to them. They're not interested about looking after their own lot. Like, the Soviets, by the end of the Cold War, were mostly concerned about defending their own, or like, not defending, but protecting their own interests, like the US. Like, both countries triggered the fuck out of each other, but mainly they were concerned about propping up their own system and stopping the other from undermining them. Now, we don't have that anymore. We have a Russia that is, incredibly expansionist. Like, they are, by the core of their ideology now, expansionist. And not in the way that they want to take over and make everyone have brotherly communist love, but in the way they want to take over and turn everyone into Russians or make them disappear. Like, it's literally Nazism, but Russian. And I would definitely take, as fucking flawed as it was, I would take, like, you know, post-Stalin, obviously, Soviet communism over fucking Nazism, but with Russian fucking characteristics. The only saving grace that we have now is that they're so corrupt and so fucking incompetent because of the way that people like Putin come to power, they can't even do Nazism right. Because fascism is usually installed by incredible corruption and is empowered by incredible corruption, but, like, Russian corruption's on a whole other level. Like, a whole other fucking plane of existence. What gets me is that there were people that knew about that book. I mean, Dugan isn't the only one here, and he's not necessarily the main character even, he's just the one that all Westerners know nowadays. But that book was well known when it published in the West. There were analyses of it, published months later, which recognized the danger. There was knowledge that there were extreme nationalist elements rising to power in Russia in 1992. Like I said, literally, you can look up the article. I'll have to find what date it was. It was, I think, August 92. It was before some fucking conference he was doing. Nixon, in his memorandum to kind of lead into the conference to prime people for it, warned of a new and dangerous Russian turbo-nationalism that would come about to fill the void of communism. Because, like, the Soviet state used Soviet communism as a placeholder for religion, right? A society needs something to define itself by. For America, at least until now, because the fucking Christo-fascists are trying to take over again, in America generally, it's been that they're a progressive, secular state that represents certain ideas of independence and individual liberty and freedom of agency and all this. You know, whether they achieve that or not is neither here nor there, but that's what America's about. It's about being a melting pot of all these different people, but they all care about individual responsibility and liberty and all these great things. That's kind of what keeps America going as a whole, but then you've got, obviously, the fundies taking over these days. Christianity, like, fundamentalist Christianity does that for them. But, like, people need something to cling on to. For the longest time in human societies, it was religion. Obviously, you weren't going to have religion in the Soviet system, so it became Soviet-style communism, or socialism, however you want to fucking phrase it, if you want to split hairs. And if you look at Soviet propaganda and Soviet murals that they would paint on the walls of their military bases or their hospitals or their scientific buildings, whatever, Soviet murals are beautiful because they're religious iconography. They are literally religious iconography because Soviet communism, within the bounds of the Soviet Union at least, was essentially the state religion. It wasn't called a religion, but it performed the same purpose. It did the same thing. And it was treated the same way. And when that collapsed, something had to fill the void to give people purpose and meaning in life. And unfortunately for everyone, for about a decade and a half preceding the collapse of the Soviet Union, a small group of intellectuals with some, shall we say, alternative ideas had been priming themselves for that moment and began to move into positions of influence. And that's where we end up with what we have today. When a society starts running into an identity crisis, or it starts having severe, like, it doesn't matter if it's economic or if it's a severe military defeat or just, you know, kind of social malaise that comes from stagnated growth or whatever. When a society hits the point where it has an actual identity crisis, that's when these dangerous predatory creatures come out of the woodwork. Yeah. And a lot of, the thing is as well, a lot of Soviet-era propaganda did feed into it, because the Soviets were very paranoid, with good reason in a lot of cases. You know, that you have to remember their perspective. They get invaded a lot. Historically, they've been invaded a lot. They were, you know, they had serfdom until the fucking 1850-somethings. Like, it's a very different kind of society. It's not because this is just how Russians are, but it's, each country is kind of, you have, like, generational trauma, you have generational attitudes, things like that. It's not saying that the people are like that, but when they are within that environment, like, you could take them out of Russia and they're totally different, but when they're within that society, it kind of, you know, it pervades, it affects you. You can't pretend you live in a society and it doesn't impact your own values. And a lot of the groundwork for the really nasty modern Russian turbo-nationalism, thank you for pressing that button, by the way, cheers to the Prime sub. The groundwork for that was a lot of Soviet-era paranoia that NATO was out to get them. And, I mean, Western actions were seen to feed into that. Now, I previously said on this stream, when I was a little less, you know, well-read on the 90s aspect, I knew the Soviet history, but I wasn't so up on the 90s part. I was like, oh, well, NATO should have not expanded. I still think probably it was a bad idea to expand the way they did, or as quickly as they did, but having seen what happened and the threat being always there, yeah, they probably were doing the right thing. But they should have acted sooner. They should have fucking... Maybe a Marshall Plan in the early 90s. Like, not shock therapy. Shock therapy worked in Poland because Poland already had a massive grey market, so they could just bypass it. Shock therapy didn't work in the Soviet Union because it didn't have anything like that. And it was a fucking disaster. Also, the guys managing it were fucking incompetent. I mean, even Jeffrey Sachs has gone on the record since saying that shock therapy was done incredibly badly in the Soviet Union. It was massively harmful, and if he had his time again, he would have done things very differently. And he would have insisted that certain people be replaced. That's Sachs saying it. He was one of the fucking main architects of it. So, it's a big deal. Maybe a Marshall Plan in the 90s might have helped. Maybe that might have kept the nationalists from gaining a foothold. Maybe that might have kept the brotherly attitudes going, brought Russia more around to actual democracy and actual, you know, Western attitudes, but 6 to 1, half a dozen to the other. Yeah, it is a domino effect. Neighbors want protection. It is. I can totally understand why the Baltics and countries like Ukraine and such, Poland especially, I can totally get why they wanted in NATO as soon as they could. I get it. But at the same time, you got to kind of think, like, this is just gonna throw fuel on the fire, so we have to be ready for when it does. I don't know, dude. I don't know. It's too late now. We're stuck with it. We made our bed, we gotta lie in it. And I don't know if anyone could have seen, like, back then, given the information they had, the social attitudes they had in particular, I don't know if they could have really done anything any differently, but it is what it is. Dugan's the flagship, but he's not necessarily the one that pulls the strings. He's kind of like the clown that they trot out. Other figures are much more influential. Putin himself is very influential in that kind of scene. But people like Surkov, I need to look up what's happened to him, because I remember I've kind of been out of touch with the Ukraine stuff for the last couple months because it just got too much for me. Watching two places that I desperately want to visit destroy each other, not good. Not good for the old mental health. Knowing people that could potentially be conscripted on both sides, not good for the mental health. So I'm kind of out of touch with it. I want to see what happened with Surkov, because I remember before I kind of lost my place in it, he just got fucking arrested. And Surkov getting arrested is massive, because that is one of the men who kept Putin in power where he is now. There's certain guys like Surkov, Putin himself obviously, Gherkin is a fucking pain in everyone's asshole, but nobody can do anything about him because he has dirt on everybody. They can't go after him. It would be too destructive. There's a lot of guys like that. This is how the Silovics came to power, is they had dirt on fucking everybody, and so they just manipulated and blackmailed and assassinated their way into power. And there are some of them that you can deal with. That's why there's political maneuvering going on. You know, certain oligarchs get bumped off or arrested. But people like Gherkin, you can't do anything about them. They're too powerful. You just have to tolerate them. Like, and that's why, you know, a lot of people kind of in the West were on the hopium that maybe Putin will get overthrown. There's not going to be a popular revolution in Russia anytime soon. They have more cops per fucking head of population than even the Americans. The Americans have a higher prison population, but the Russians have more cops, and much more fucking violent cops. You think American cops are bad, look at what the fucking Russian ones are like. As well as being more corrupt. So, the Russian population doing a revolution, yeah, good fucking luck. It's gonna have to get a lot worse before that happens. The oligarchs doing something, well, you can see what's happening now. The oligarchs are starting to get a second round of disappearances and arrests. Anyone who has dirt on Putin is starting to really have second thoughts about being anywhere in Russia right about now. Like, his inner circle, they either came up through the same fucking ideological bubble that he did, so they all believe the same batshit insane fucking racist ideology. They're not going to attack him, or if they do, they're going to be worse. Or they're just too weak to do it. You know, that like, it's fucking depressing to say, but I don't see an out. I really don't see an out. Unless Ukraine is able to hold the Russians off long enough and grind them down badly enough that the Russian military decides to nope out. That's the only thing I can come up with. If the Russian military cracks the shits with the government and does something about it. If the military boots out the fucking Silovics and the security services in general, because they're who hold the real power, that much never really changed from the Soviet Union, it just got worse. I don't see anything changing. It is what it is. And we're just going to have to deal with racism until it eventually dies out. It will die out. Fascist systems inevitably die out. They can't sustain themselves very long, because just the way they're designed. Like, they've never been able to self-sustain, but the question is how much damage can they do before burning out? You know? That's the real question. Hafiz Aladdin, like pointy rock. Yep. Yep, pretty much. And one specifically recruits psychopaths, which is nice. Mm-hmm. Yep. Which makes me wonder, there must be a really hot red-headed psychopath out there in the world, because there's this one chick that was... It was back when, you know, everyone was in the sort of the mid to late 2000s, everyone thought Russia was so based and cool, they were unironically supporting Oman as they beat the shit out of protesters. And they got this photo of this Oman officer who's very pretty, but yeah, probably a fucking psychopath. And a redhead, so... They can be a bit spicy sometimes. Please don't, if there's any redheads watching, it's a joke, please, I'm sorry. Don't murder me. Do you know how much of a difference the pointed rocket pods actually make? On the ingress, a bit. The reason the West uses smaller pods for a start. Let's get that kind of straight. For the most part, they use smaller pods. The older pods, which carry more rockets, did have aerodynamic caps, which would blow off before firing. The newer ones, some of them still do, some don't. Particularly on shit like the A-10, where it's like the thing's so draggy it doesn't make any difference anyway. But yeah, like, on a Su-25, they use pointed pods. I don't know if you've noticed, but on the hind, the pods aren't pointed. The S8 pods on the hind are not pointed, so it doesn't matter as much. So it does make a difference. How much, I don't know. A lot of such people are in power in the USSR all throughout in different numbers. Yeah, I mean, that's the hazard you have in a society. You can't know who's a fucking ladder climbing psychopath and who isn't. Look at the US now. Same problem. The US didn't deal with these people when it could, and now they're reaping their reward. It's not just the US, the entire English-speaking world, large parts of Europe, we're all dealing with it. I mean, you look at all the Tories jumping ship after fucking Bojo's little moment. They're not doing that because they genuinely feel he did something bad. They're doing that because they know that their political careers depend on them not being associated with him anymore. It's opportunism. Opportunism and careerism all the way down. That's why the worst people to get into politics or into any position of power are the people that want it. You want somebody in power who is competent, but also doesn't want to do the job. It sucks for them, but those are the only people who you can trust not to fucking go absolutely mental the moment you give them any power or control, and even sometimes then they do. Well, it's just... Ladder climbers are gonna ladder climb. And psychopaths, unfortunately by nature of how they are unusually adept at manipulating their way into positions of power. So, you know, all the conspiracy theories about lizard people or, you know, specific ethnic groups like mine, for instance, fuck me, I wish that the protocols of the Elders of Zion or whatever the fuck was real, I would actually not be poor. You know, I might have some power if we actually control the world. But, like, all that bullshit about, you know, Satanist cabals or child trafficking or fucking the Jews or whoever, like, it's not them controlling the world, it's just psychopaths, dude. Like, psychopaths, they come from all sorts of backgrounds. They come from poor families, they come from rich families, they come from the Middle East, they come from Europe, you know, they have dark skin, they have light skin. Psychopathy is not tied to your fucking identity, you know? Cheers for the follow, Cyber. Appreciate it. I hope you're enjoying the rants, since there's not a whole lot of flying going on here today, I have to admit. After this sortie, I think we'll be hopping over to MSFS. I was going to do some gliding. We're already at hour 6 of the stream. So once again, oh, I don't know how long I'm going to stream for today. And it's fucking 6 hours before I even stop playing DCS. With like 4+ hours of MSFS lined up. The meds just... They just amplify what I already was, but they do make me able to think clearer. In the right place, buddy. Yeah, if you like rants, oh boy, do you get them here. Don't murder me unless... You know, you're right. You're right. I have, you know... Referencing my earlier metaphor about my preference for women and aircraft, maybe murder me.
Flash target.
At least you can buy now breast implants in Russia with camel or Russian flag design. Oh my fucking god. It hurts, man. It genuinely hurts. And I kind of wonder how many of the... Tankies are really bad for this, especially. Tankies hitch their fucking wagon to modern Russia and China. Like, they think that it's still fucking 1922. The Soviet Union is still actually a revolutionary entity that has fucking, you know, revolutionary goals. And that Russia is just a continuity of that. Like, my brother in Christ, great powers are not anti-imperialist. You cannot be a fucking great power and be anti-imperialist. Those things are mutually exclusive. Especially modern Russia. Like, it's like their brains are so short-circuited by seeing what Russia has become. They can't handle it, so they just tune it all out and say, no, Russia's still good. They still act like it's the Soviet Union, and the Soviet Union wasn't a fucking disaster as well, you know? Like, I don't know, dude, tankies are... I've been accused of being a tanky enough times, and sometimes my views do overlap with theirs, especially if you catch me on a bad day, but, like... Fucking tankies are fucking idiots. Honestly. Absolute fucking morons. Siding with fascists to own the... Not even the libs, to own the fucking actual socialists. Well done. Fucking morons. Dogmatic to the bone. Exactly. Except it's not even dogma at this point. It's just cope. It's just cope that the thing that they loved so much and thought was perfect is dead and gone and will not be coming back. And the thing that replaced it is the absolute, you know, the opposite of what it stood for. Obviously, the common thread of Russian-style authoritarianism has never changed. Even you can even see the continuity between the Russian Empire and the Soviet Union, and indeed the Rashist ideology does see that. They treat the Russian Empire as the first empire, the Soviet Union as the second empire. They divorce it of its communist ideology, and they treat it as the second empire, and they extol the great Russian strength. Like, they totally divorce the ideology from the actual authoritarian nature of it, and praise it. And now we got the third empire. Oh, fuck. Who else had a third empire? Uh-oh. But that's what it is. You know, despite all its lofty goals, the Soviet Union, within 5 years of the revolution, was starting to regress. Quickly. By the time Lenin died and Stalin came to power, he just fucking stamped the accelerator. By the early, late 20s, early 30s, pretty much all the progressive policies were gone. Women were being kind of gently shepherded back to traditional roles. They could still get educations and serve in the armed forces and stuff, but they had to go through a lot of fucking bureaucratic mess to do it. It's like the way Western countries deal with mental health and social problems, right? They just try and make people's lives hard until they stop trying to claim disability. Same shit, but for like education and non-traditional gender roles. Shit like that, shit like Russifying the population instead of Korenizatsiya, which was the original policy of celebrating each individual ethnicity within the Union, and kind of Russian was very much a second language, and everything locally would be in the native language. That went down the tubes when Stalin came to power. I mean, the guy was Georgian and he still Russified the fuck out of everything. So yeah, like, the ideals of the revolution were already dead by the time the Soviet Union proper was signed into existence in 1922. Let's be real. Like, let's not fucking beat around the bush. And they put down actual counter-revolutions that tried to unfuck that situation. But, you know, even within the Soviet Union, there were certain things that they realized they had to do to make the country work. One of them was internal passports. Internal passports are a really nasty idea to Westerners, and rightly so. It's alien to us. You would need some kind of internal document to travel to another part of your own country. Like, what the fuck, you know? But that has its roots not in the Soviet Union, but in the Russian Empire, as part of the serfdom system. So, for kind of context, the Russian system of serfdom was closer to what Americans would identify as slavery, chattel slavery. It wasn't like what they had in Western Europe under serfdom. It was very different. It was Russians enslaving Russians. You could not leave your landlord's land without their express permission, which you would generally not get their permission to ever leave that land. That's why internal passports existed. They were a tool of the empire to enforce serfdom. After serfdom went away, the internal passports never really did, because the empire was so authoritarian, they needed some way of enforcing population control to stop people from mixing with, you know, shall we say, undesirable elements. The Russian Empire was incredibly anti-Semitic, and they wanted to keep the Jewish settlements within the pale of Jewish settlement, which was all through Belarus and the western parts of the empire, you know, what became independent Poland, stuff like that. That's why the Holocaust was so devastating, because pretty much all of Russia's Jews had been forced to the west, bordering, you know, where the Nazis invaded. Just by the Tsarist regime. The ones that hadn't been forced out anyway. My family left before the revolution because of pogroms. Went to the UK instead. So, UK and France. So, that system already existed. That was already in place before the revolution. And after the revolution, it was reinstated, because it turns out if you want to have a planned economy, you kind of need to know where people are, and like a census every couple of years ain't going to cut it. So they brought back internal passports. It also made it easier to compartmentalize, so people wouldn't, you know, you knew who was talking to those dirty outsiders, because they already were paranoid about outsiders. During the Russian Civil War, pretty much every major power on Earth invaded to try and reinstate the throne, right? So they had reason to be paranoid. They just took it a little far, perhaps. So you got that. You've got the secret police trying to enforce all this bullshit. You've got the need to actually plan the economy, so you need to know who's where and when they move. So they just continued the internal passport system, and it's still here. It's still fucking here. Russia still has internal passports. They never got rid of it. Noseku, I'm pretty good, thanks. Good to see you. We're kind of in the middle of a rant at the moment. Which plane is this? This is the Su-25. This isn't the Su-25T though. This one comes with Flaming Cliffs 3. Lenin was terrified of Stalin inheriting... Yeah, exactly, exactly.
Down to the 150 kilometers up behind.
Like,
Run rate.
the worst possible guy to come to power. I mean, Trotsky, let's not pretend Trotsky was some little angel. He fucking wasn't. But, it's kind of complicated because there's debate whether they would have survived the Germans if Trotsky had been in power. Stalin did some pretty nasty shit, but he also made some pretty shrewd decisions at times. Like, this is the problem with historical figures. Very few of them are 100% good or 100% bad or 100% competent or incompetent. They're these mixed up, fucking muddled up mixes. Like, it makes it hard to categorize them as any one of the other. Like, humans don't like complicated things, let's be real. Humans really don't like complicated things because it becomes hard to process information. So they'll distill stuff down to cartoons, caricatures of countries or people or whatever. You can't do that. Like, one of my favourite historical figures is Winston Churchill. Winston Churchill was a fucking piece of shit, I fucking hate him, but god, he was an interesting person. And he actually had, like... He was a shit person, but he did have some redeeming qualities. Like, there are not many people that have absolutely zero redeeming qualities. That's not to say that they weren't bad people, or they could have been saved. Obviously, there's no saving fucking Hitler, but he treated animals really well, even if he treated people like dog shit. You know, like, people are complicated. You know, any one person often has multiple contradicting multiple contradictions in their worldview, like... I don't know, it makes it harder to process the world and harder to take action, I guess. But I'd rather take an action that's better thought out, even if it's slower to process, than just jump on something and break things 20, 30 years down the line, because, you know, I'm operating off incomplete information. What server? Cold War 1947 to 1991. But I'm going to be switching over to Microsoft Flight Simulator after this flight. We're going to do some glider flying. What about Spray? Was he any good as a record producer? I don't know. I've never listened to any of the records he produced. Was he good at that at least? I mean, well, no. Spray was good at having pull with the media. I mean, he used it for evil, but Spray was good at media relations. Like, that's the thing. There are a lot of people who are shit people, and they use good powers for evil things. You know what I mean? Radio Free Amanda. No. I'm about Radio Free Europe and all that, but... Or Radio Liberty, whatever. Radio Free Amanda's new on me. Who's Amanda? Why does she need free radio? There's something got shot down in front of me. Should I be worried?
That was Davey. Yeah.
Oh, okay, I see Davey.
Check 6. A19, you have 6. Careful. 19, check 6. You broke off.
Where's that fucking Vulcan down there? Oh, it's been moved. Okay. Oh, fuck me. I'm very worried.
1024. 15.
Let me just... I can't tell what's still alive and what's not. Okay, there's a Vulcan on the left, I think. Starting to tick down, so... Oh, somebody else got it, never mind. 50 cal, not too concerned about. Unless it goes down my engine. Radio Free Manda's a woman on Twitter who simps really hard for China. Oh yeah, heaps of tankies do that. Tankies fucking love China. Which is funny, considering China's the country that stabbed the Soviet Union in the back for its own benefit in the 70s. Just saying. Like, I've told this story multiple times on this channel before, but for any new viewers, my mother's Australian, but she used to be part of a national swim team, so she travelled a lot. One of the places she travelled was the Soviet Union in the late 70s when they were preparing for the Moscow Olympics. And she told me, as a kid, the positives and negatives of when she was over there. Like, they had lower quality of life compared to her. But everyone had the same general quality of life unless they were a member of the party, in which case, you know, they were better off. And she said she couldn't see any other way that country could support that population with the resources they had. But, you know, there were certain downsides to it too. Like most countries, they have upsides and downsides. Nothing's absolute. But yeah, when she was over there, the totally not obvious KGB handler on the tour bus tried to engage with her on politics and said, like, I don't know why your Western governments are afraid of us. It's the Chinese they should be worrying about. That's in the late 70s. That was fucking prophetic, wasn't it? Fucking prophetic. Hey, Rhino, you fuckwit, you... Why did you keep interrupting me when I was slapping F-86s around? Good fights, man. Good fights. You're fucking lethal with that F5. Blue team would do a lot better if they took some fucking pointers off you, I tell you what. What are we talking about? Just the general situation with Russia and how it happened. Sorry, say again?
Do you have rockets?
Yes, rockets.
Hours since you started streaming and you're still going.
T for you, 20144.
I'm also in the area just behind Rossmont in the Hind.
Is there any chance of smoke marker on it? It's really hard to see stuff under the clouds.
Marker 342. T is on your 11 in the open. One tank.
I'll have to circle around, I don't see him.
Check your 10 o'clock. It's moving.
I see some wreckage, but I don't see a tank. Turn my fucking overflows.
I don't know, maybe.
I see the guy on the marker. I'll kill it.
Yeah, if you can put some shots on it just to get my attention.
Okay, I'll mark him with 30 mil. It's far east from the town.
Is it my left or right wing, Silent?
Round the target.
Yeah, on your 8 o'clock.
Oh, I see. I see where you're shooting, but I don't see him yet.
Green flare out.
I see you. He's on your nose in those trees, yeah?
Nope, on my right, in the open, kind of. It's on my 3 o'clock now.
Fuck me, this guy's hard to see.
He's surrounded by a few trees.
Oh, yeah, okay, it is him, I see. On that little ridgeline, yeah?
Kind of. No, not the ridge line. It's in the valley.
Shit, hang on, I lost eyes on him. I'm gonna have to come around.
Yeah, put a few more rounds on him.
I can maybe stand for a quick fight, but otherwise, yes. Suppose oh, okay, yeah, Vito.
Yeah, put some more rounds on if you can.
Vito 098425.
He's about there. See?
No. I saw him before, but I lost sight of him. He's fucking so difficult. I'll totally interrupt my train of thought here, but we'll catch up on chat. Oh, he's maybe behind a tree. I'll come around. Oh, I see him firing. Motherfucker, he's invisible. He's so well camouflaged. I'm coming in.
I managed to hit
Probably gonna lose sight of him again.
Power cable.
If you can keep him shooting at you, that lights him up really well. But he is so difficult for me to see. There he is, behind that tree.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Oh, I know it's risky for you, but...
8 o'clock. lock on your 60.
Okay, I'll see what I can do.
I'm running in. Where the fuck did he go? There he is.
Put some rounds on him. Oh,
Ooh! Barely.
good kill, good kill.
Fucking grass stains on my ass.
Okay, control. Rosters of flying on your tree. Calls range is 3. Eto'o, come back 286 for 6.
Talia 5. Murder mode engaged.
Yeah.
He's totally blind. I think he doesn't see me at all. We're going to lose him in cloud. That might be a bit far. He's pretty slow though. It might get him. Yeah, it's going to get him. Splash! Yeah, Trotsky did want to export communism. Trotsky was the internationalist, Stalin was the socialism in one country guy. Which is probably one of the more harmful parts of his legacy that they never undid. That was for the Soviet Union, obviously. Western countries might view it as less harmful, but to the Soviets it was kind of what stagnated the country and killed it eventually, or part of it.
I found hidden.
So yeah, cheers for letting me slap him first. I appreciate it. Yep, Frogfoot, Su-25. This is the Flaming Cliffs 3 one, not the Su-25T. Is that a...
343.
Disregard, I just saw tank brew up on my left.
343.
Yeah. It's in the rings.
Silent, is that a friendly tank on my left wing right now, about 500 meters?
No, you are blue
Okay.
town.
I'll make a run on it. Hopefully a bit less spicy than the last one, but knowing me, it won't be. It'll be even worse. Especially if I lose sight of him. He's right there. God, they're fucking difficult to see with this cloud, man. Fucking invisible M60s. Oh, I punched my shit off, didn't I? Well, gun it is. The gun will hurt the M60 a bit from the side or rear, but not much. Oh, I need to pull my flaps up. That's fucking me over. Get the air brakes in and climb. Come back around. When you check out the Corsair guns, I've done it before. I just didn't do it on stream. They don't actually like. It's just a sound and a 2D sprite effect, dude. It's not that much. Oh, he's dead. Might have target marked him, maybe. Or like me engaging him lit him up for silent. Cool. Cold War, 1947 to 1991. If you search for Cold War, you'll see it. This is the server I usually play on.
Yeah, I cannot fire anymore. Do we have gas here?
Noseku, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I hope you've been enjoying it.
There's F5 to Ross, there's F5 Haka Union, 16 from 9. He's Haka Union. Ikran. Yeah, Ikran hit him. Don't worry.
Oh, the eagle is spoiling all my fun.
There's another F5.
Ooh.
066 for 12.
I'll fix him. Then I'll RTB.
Yeah, Nick 21 one, he's not on cards. Ross 00746 is cool.
I think I saw him for half a second there.
Заруливайте на стоянку.
Be careful I don't overspeed. The Su-25 gets really aggressive mark tuck. Like I mentioned, it'll just nose into the ground if you get too fast, and there's nothing really you can do to fight it. So I'm not going full throttle at this altitude because I will die because of mark tuck.
298,
Oh, I need to turn much harder.
Oh, he's 10,000.
Oh, no wonder I can't see him. Alright, I'm gonna RTB then. The server's still populated. Mind you, it is earlier than I thought, because started early.
Just west of the blue town.
Okay, I'll gun it. I jettisoned my rockets to that other merge, but I'll gun it.
Let's drop a smoke marker on him.
Thank you. Let me know if the F5 commits on me. It's west of the town. After we land this sortie and launch MSFS, I'm gonna need to take a break
I'll hover above
to
him,
eat.
or I'll make circles above him.
Yeah, just pop out a flare or something so I can spot you. Oh, I see you. Never mind.
Okay, flares out. It's on my left, next to the wreckage.
106. Заруливайте.
Oh, it's the guy straight before. I thought I killed him. I was looking at the wrong tank. This wind is fucking with my aim.
Первый. 101. Дайте курс на ближайшую...
Nice of him to start moving so it's even easier to see him.
101. Первый. Обнаружена цель. 331. Удаление 30 на 9000. Сближайтесь.
There's an F5 coming into the blue town
Altitude.
from the northeast. Yes, Ross, 505847.
103. Стоите. Разрешаю руление на полосу 2-5.
He's dead.
Good kill.
I mean,
I see it. Yeah, I see it. It's headed your way, Salty. Watch out. He probably sees you. He doesn't see me. Missile away.
oh, there we go.
And here comes a kill. Splat.
Boom, nice. Good one.
Good mission, guys. And I think that'll be me for DCS today.
Was good, was good.
Did you win last round? Or what was the mission?
That was the mission. We got the objectives.
251.
I just got a merge call.
Цель рядом.
That's high.
Oh, the space cadet.
That's fine.
Is he still up there?
Yeah. Yeah, that's good. At least it's good. Didn't shoot.
Knowing my luck, I'll head home to land. Well, the mission will probably cycle before then anyway, but... Oh, he's locking me! He sees me! Bring it! Fucking try me!
Next time.
Oh, that's cute. He's attacking me. Oh, I wanted to get him. God damn it! He's right there! We could have gunned him. Oh, I'm going to put the be right back screen on. I'm going to get some food, take a quick break. I will be sitting here as MSFS loads. We can continue chatting. I will attempt to catch up on chat. But give me a couple minutes, guys. I will need something to eat because I'm very hungry. Oh, if I can get the right screen, that would be good. I wouldn't be surprised if there was some sort of plan for that, to be honest. Hey Plub, good to see you, man. I'm taking a short break. I'll be back in a little while. We'll be doing some gliding in MSFS after I have something to eat. And probably rant for another 3 hours. Sorry if the music was doubling up there. I was AFK and apparently Flight Sim decided to pop up the dialog box whether I wanted to launch it in safe mode or not. While I'm waiting for the kettle to boil over, just to kind of close out the whole tangent about the situation with Russia. Like I said, I don't think it's an ingrained thing. Like, I don't think that's just how Russians are. I think that's a ridiculous point to take. It's going to make the problem worse. But what I think is, until they're given some sort of alternative where they feel like they're not being played by somebody, where they're not being taken advantage of, where they don't have to feel like, or you know, they don't feel like they have to fear the outside world, I don't think things will change. And I think that was what was missing after the Soviet Union collapsed. They, like, you have to get rid of this kind of closed up mentality of everyone's out to get us. You know, everyone has always been out to get us. That kind of mindset, when it kind of sets in a country, when it entrenches itself that deeply, it's very hard to get rid of and it's very dangerous. And it doesn't mean, like, it's not a negative against the people. The people are mostly fine. It's, you know, like almost an aspect of national identity that comes along. So until they're presented with something where they don't feel like they're being played along for someone else's benefit, or they're being, you know, set up for a fall, I don't see things improving at all, unfortunately. Oh, I pressed the mute button at the wrong time. Adelron, thanks for the follow, by the way. I really hope I didn't just literally mute myself while I was talking. It's 9:30 in the morning here, Sniffet, but I've been up since about midnight. I only got about 2 hours of sleep last night. My sleep patterns are fucked up again. Don't know why. ADHD, I'm just going back through chat for the stuff I missed while I was flying. ADHD, depression and anxiety all seem to come as a package for some reason. Yes, autism as well. It seems to be like show bags at the local show. You get a show bag, and they tend to contain at least 2 of the same sort of elements, regardless of what else you have. So ADHD and autism go together a lot, which is very funny since the diagnostic criteria for them typically say you have to exclude the other diagnosis, which is bullshit. I mean, the interplay between a lot of these things is very intense. A lot of conditions are very poorly defined, or they have a lot of overlap, so... But yeah, autism and ADHD seem to be very, very, very common together. There are certain other things that are at least seem to present more frequently in people with autism. Like when I was talking to the psychiatrist who gave me my prescription, one of the first things, actually it wasn't one of the first things, but it was fairly early on because I guess he didn't want to say something that would bother me. He was like, you know, do you identify as anything other than, you know, whatever? I was like, no. But I know that's common in the autistic community. Like, it seems to pair up with dysphoria a lot, but I just told him, like, no, I'm a dude. I'm pretty happy being a dude. I'd be curious what it would be like to not be one, but not enough to actually, you know, not enough to care. Things like different tic disorders as well. So I have a tic disorder of some variety. It might just be like a side effect of my ADHD or the autism or fuck knows what, but tic disorders often come with ADHD and or autism and or you know, things like that. Thankfully, it's calmed down a lot. It used to be like, it's been persistent throughout my life, but I never really realized that was what it was until a couple of years ago, because it got really, really bad. And it's usually manageable unless I'm around somebody else with a tic disorder of some sort, or somebody who's just like, you know, jumpy or erratic. It kind of gives that impression, and it sets mine off. My sister and I bounce off each other sometimes with it. Son's doctor's quite young and has ADHD himself. He says first he'll work more with us as parents and actually our son. Yeah. So the best doctors I've dealt with have all, you know, either had the condition themselves or know someone kind of close in their family or social circle who does, so they recognize it and they actually know how to deal with it. You just got to be careful they don't go too far in the paint. Like there was one psychologist I was seeing at one point who every complaint I had, she related it back to autism. Like, I know I'm a fucking puzzle piece, but like, I do have other shit going on in my life besides autism. And sure enough, I did, because I didn't get the ADHD diagnosis until after I kind of gave up on seeing her. She wasn't bad or anything, it's just because, you know, she couldn't see past the autism. It was kind of counterproductive, I think. Hadn't seen the expectation the F want to be a super fighter. Some people seem to have that idea. A lot of them have the idea it'll be like a big sort of, not a super fighter, but a revolution from the F5. It really won't be. It'll be pretty similar in a lot of ways. I also, I would say that getting hyped up on features that the Mirage F1 theoretically could have and expecting ours to have it is a mistake. Like, for instance, the GCI data link thing. I mean, it's very rudimentary to begin with. It's nothing like TAF on the Mirage 2000. It's way more basic than that, but I wouldn't expect that on it because the Spaniards never used it, and I don't even think it was widely implemented on Mirages in general. Stuff like the loadouts too. I don't know about you guys, but like with the thrust to weight ratio of that aircraft, I do not want to be putting any more than 3 missiles on it. 2 wingtip, 1 centerline 530. That's it. You will not see me lugging more than 3 or at most 4 missiles on that aircraft ever. One thing I really hate about the health system as a person who had cancer as a kid, it seems like it's just easier for a doctor to just be like, yeah, it's probably from when you had cancer. Yeah, it is. Doctors do that all the time. It's just easier for them if they can point it. Like, you know, remember on House, it was never lupus until the one episode it was lupus. That's because doctors are so prone to just say, oh, it's the most obvious thing. But what else could it be? It's how you get people that go their entire life without a diagnosis for something that should have been obvious because they had some other pre-existing condition and everything just got thrown in the same basket. Saber, I like the A10 in the fact that it's very effective at deleting stuff. It flies like a bucket of shit. I actually don't think it's that ugly. I kind of like the way it looks, but I don't like the cockpit. It flies like garbage, but the weapons are pretty nasty. The gun especially, like you just point and pull, and anything in that general vicinity is dead. Now part of that's probably DCS over-modeling the gun to appeal to the, technically, well, I get TOS'd if I say it, the Burtards, shall we say. I think the same's true the Su-25's gun. I think it's too powerful. I should really not have that much of an easy time killing M60s with it. Like, you should maybe be able to do minor damage to them, but killing tanks with the fucking 30mm airborne gun is fantasy. Honestly. Mind you, actually, the distances DCS players close to use the gun are probably well below what actual pilots did, because we're fucking dipshits and we don't care about dying, because if you die in the sim, you don't die in real life. So maybe that factors into it a bit. Also, simplistic DCS damage models. happy days. I think I'm mostly caught up, so I'm going to have something to eat and some tea. And MSFS is still loading, and when it's done, we will be doing some gliding. And yeah, I did hear that Abe died, and like, I don't feel any particular sympathy for him, put it that way. About the guns, yeah. I haven't done it on stream, but yeah, like it's just an effect. It plays a sound. It shows a muzzle flash kind of sprite. That's all it does. Like they're not actually working guns, but it's it gives you something at least, I guess. Not today, but at some point, sure. I just realized I accidentally paused the slideshow. Sorry about that. My dad used to fly ultralights before he got his Citabria. He very nearly died crashing one outside the hospital in High Prairie when he was, he would have been in his about early mid-20s, I think. But yeah, he actually used to instruct on them as well. I guess if you're gonna have a fucking really bad crash right next to the hospital, kind of across the highway is probably the best place to do it. you guys obviously can't see it, but the session this was recorded at, one of the guys was playing with a fucking traffic cone as like a... I don't even know. I'm not a saxophonist, so I don't know what the term would be. Like a mute or something? Like he had a legit traffic cone stuffed down the front of his fucking sax. Held in place by construction tape. It was fucking beautiful. Nearly ready, and then we'll just be waiting for the sim to load, as usual. And we got some real-world aviation happening overhead, since, you know, I live at the end of a runway. I know, isn't it great? They're called moon hooch. I told you he was playing with a fucking traffic cone, dude. I wasn't joking. Hello, hello. I'll be back in the sim in just a minute. I'm having a quick drink. And, Cold War only 4 people and no slots for F5. Oh, because it's on the Bandar mission. Yeah, it's, not all the missions have F5s and MiG-21s in them. Sometimes Alpin decides he wants to do, like, older-fashioned ones with, MiG-15s and Sabres. If you join the Discord, well, I mean, you can join my one too if you want, but there's a separate Discord for the Cold War server. If you join that one, usually there's like, not really a schedule, but he'll have an announcement for different missions that are going to be on different days. The server primarily populates over the weekend. Hang on, let me get a link. If I can find one. Where's the invite link? I need to add that to the bot so that people can grab it out of chat directly. That's the link to the Cold War server Discord. Guy in Enigma's new video asking for Hornet on Cold War was told, yeah, an F-15EX is a Cold War 2. Cold War Jet 2. Grow up, Lamau. Yeah, I know, like... Like, they just don't understand. They don't have a fucking clue. Syria? Yeah. the maps cycle through, so some missions are on Caucasus, some are on Syria, some are on Persian Gulf. I don't think there's any on Nevada or any of the World War II maps, though. Most of the missions are Caucasus or Persian Gulf at the moment. Yeah, it's like people with the Hornet on Cold War servers or whatever, like, yeah, it was designed in the early 70s, but it didn't enter service until, what was it, fucking early 80s it came into service. So late 70s it was flyable as a prototype. Systems integration was happening, and then early 80s you got the Hornet actually in service. Or maybe, actually, was it like the end of the 70s? I don't remember. Pom would know. Either way, like, yeah, the F-18A was a Cold War jet. The F-18C Lot 20 is very far removed from the Cold War jet, though. Do you think the Soviets ever regretted allying with North Korea? Good question, actually. I'm not sure. Like, North Korea is... It's a pariah state, obviously, but... On the other hand, it meant that they, that was one less section of border they didn't have to worry about. It was something they could use to kind of leverage against China after the Sino-Soviet split. Yeah, I don't know. That is a good question. I might have to do some actual research on that, you know? I might actually have to read up about Soviet-North Korean relations, because I don't know that much about it after the actual war ended. I do know, obviously, they continue supplying them and such, but essentially prop them up for a long time, but I don't know. It's also worth noting, though, that North Korea's kind of ideology didn't start out completely batshit insane, and North Korea wasn't always a complete basket case economically. It got worse with time, especially after the Soviet Union collapsed. Obviously, that was their main kind of support gone. But up until about the mid-70s, it was actually economically stronger than South Korea. And during the Korean War, although both sides committed widespread atrocities, you could make a pretty fucking strong argument that the South was the worst party in the actual Korean War. Obviously, afterwards, it went completely the other... Well, no, actually, it didn't. South Korea didn't become a respectable nation until, like, the fucking late 80s. There's one fucking murderous military dictatorship after the other. The whole peninsula's fucked, basically. It's not as fucked as it used to be, but the South Korean kind of nation-state moved in a more positive direction, although it's still got a lot of problems, and the North Koreans went kind of the other way. It's an interesting place. It's, I don't know if I'd ever fucking go there. Knowing me, I'd somehow offend, you know, fucking God himself, and I'd be off to a prison camp, but it'd be an interesting place, I think, if you were, you know, the adventurous sort and not really worried about that kind of thing. I'm very much of the mindset that people shouldn't be so afraid to visit places that are supposedly dangerous or whatever, but I'm not, like, me personally, I don't cope with risk or danger well, and I have a bad habit of putting my foot in my mouth, so in my particular case, I'm kind of more prone to preaching that lifestyle than living it myself. Like, I mentioned this on stream a few times before for the regulars, but a guy I went to school with, really great guy, he traveled through the southern part of Afghanistan back when the Taliban was still kind of resurging before they, you know, officially took back over. This is going back 5 years or more. He went on an overland trip from the southern tip of India to Germany, and that involved cutting from Pakistan across the southern tip of Afghanistan into Iran. And he really loved Iran. They loved him too. He fucking went down a treat in Iran. I mean, as long as... The thing is, if you're the kind of person that's able to put your, you know, kind of check your prejudices and stuff at the door and not make everything about you or about, you know, where you're from or whatever, it really is worth traveling to all the places that you're not supposed to go to, because you get a lot of perspective out of it. I just have to kind of live vicariously through braver people, but, you know, if you go somewhere like North Korea or fucking Iran or something and you won't shut up about my freedoms or whatever, like that shit pisses off Europeans and Australians and such when tourists come here and they're on about my fucking right to this or right to that or the other. But if you can avoid doing that, if you can just, you know, actually experience the place without trying to foist your own beliefs on the locals, there are a lot of places in the world that are really worth traveling to. You don't have to agree with the way they do things. It's just, you know, it gives you some better perspective of why they do things the way they do. And also a much better sense of the fact that people are, like, you know, as a general sense, people are not the problem. This nationality or that nationality is not the problem. Government is the problem, and it's not always because people put them there voluntarily. Even in a nominally democratic system, you know, democracy only goes so far. A lot of it's just a sham. F-18A may technically be a Cold War jet, but I think the F-18A wouldn't feel much like a Cold War jet. Yeah, I mean, that's true. It depends on what kind of feel you want as well as what specific setting you're going for. Like, having Hornets fighting in fucking Central Europe makes no goddamn sense at all. Like, even... I get why, especially to Americans, the MiG-23 and the Tomcat are viewed as an iconic couple, but, like, the only place MiG-23s would be fucking engaging with Tomcats is the air defense regiments at Sakhalin and around, like, I don't know, fucking Khabarovsk and shit. Like, they'd be dealing with PVO 23Ps. They wouldn't be dealing with actual 23MLs. The actual counterpart to the MiG-23 in Europe would be the late model, or like the upgraded Air Force Phantoms, upgraded F-104s. I don't even want to say the early Tornado necessarily. Also, you know, the early F-15, 16. But primarily the Phantom. Primarily the Phantom. Alright, okay, I'm going to stop procrastinating now. Hopefully I won't forget that I still have some tea here and I won't let it go cold again, but let's get set up. We'll hop back in the sim and we will get flying. If you go to North Korea, you have to salute the Kim Jong-il statue. Refused to do that, so I couldn't go, among other reasons. Yeah, like, fair enough. I mean, not everyone's going to want to kind of make themselves amenable to the will of the locals. There's a lot of stuff that I wouldn't want to do if I traveled somewhere. Like, there's places I wouldn't go just because the way they do things there is completely outside of what I would want to do or what I can tolerate. But like I said, if you are the kind of person that can kind of, I guess, separate yourself out from that, or you know someone who is, it's a really interesting way to learn about the world, and it's a lot better than trying to learn about the world from some fucking screeching fucking shitbag talking head on whatever news channel, you know what I mean? If you can't speak to the people in that country directly, then you may as well speak to someone that's actually been there without any ulterior motives, just travelled there to see what it was like. Because of course, if you speak to someone who travelled there with ulterior motives, you're going to get a fucking skewed picture as well. I'll try not to lose my voice today, but it might be an uphill battle. Let's see, is everything set up? I think everything's set up. Hopefully you guys should start seeing MSFS in about... now? Maybe? Anyway, I can see MSFS, so what we're going to do is we're going to set up a flight. I need mountains for what I'm going to do. I'm toying with a couple different locations, but I think we might do kind of up north in the US, because I want to check out McCall. I haven't flown from there yet. Milo did a very nice job of it, but I haven't flown from there. So, that's what we're going to do. We're going to fly from McCall. We'll start up here so we're near the end of the runway, because this thing is not ideal for taxiing. We'll see what live weather's like. We're going to have to wait until we're in game to see what the METAR is, but... yeah, we'll go with live weather for now. If the live weather's an issue, we can change it on the fly. One of the beautiful things about this sim. Montana, it is... fuck, what state's McCall in? Idaho, I think. I really like this chair, but the gas cylinder's a bit unreliable. In cold weather, it sinks. Yeah, Idaho. It was somewhere up there. I know, right? Should be quite nice around here. There's plenty of, not super high mountains, but good for ridge lift, which is what we want. Because ridge lift is probably the most reliable thing for me. I'm not running Kinetic Assistant. I don't even have it installed, to be honest. And I've heard mixed reports on how useful it actually is in certain areas of the world, so we're just going to rely on ridge lift. I'm going to have to figure out where the fuck the wind is coming from. I'm also going to have to... oh, fuck me, not that. Alt and arrow key to move forwards. Oh, except I don't want to be too far forwards. This is a free mod. Can I do that without clipping through his face? No, I can't. I'll have to just set the camera here, I think. Unfortunately, the pilot model's always visible. Like, I mean, that's not a bad thing. I don't mind having a pilot body, but having his head is distracting and kind of in the way. But whatever. This is a free mod. This is freeware. You can get this on flightsim.to. It's the AS33ME. It's a really neat little glider, if I can stop sticking my head through the perspex. So we'll just go to the external view for the time being, so we can kind of have a look at it. Oh yeah, you know, standard glider, nothing special, except it's got solar cells on it. I wonder why it has solar cells on it. Because there is a little motor hiding under that, so if I come down here and turn my... Now the pilot model disappears. Is he going to be flickering in and out the whole time? That's going to get distracting real fast. If I come down here, master power on. There we go, there's the Lara avionics. Turn the engine on, or turn the activation on, and whoop. And if I look back behind me, oh, what's this? It is a little electrically powered propeller. So I don't need a tug. You could use a tug if you really wanted to, but I don't need a tug. It also means I can get myself out of trouble if I act quickly enough, if I lose lift. So, really neat little feature. I'm not sure how common that is. I know the discus that everyone's raving about at the moment has a little sustainer prop on the front with the folding blades, but yeah, neat feature. We're just going to leave that out for now because we're going to use it to get to the end of the runway and take off. Little stutters here and there, bear with me. It's the first time I've loaded in this scenery, so my PC's probably having a bit of a moment. I want my... flaps negative, because negative flap is a thing in gliders somehow. Do I know what the beeping means? Yes. The faster and higher pitch the beep, the more lift you're getting, or the more, you know, the better your glide ratio is going to be, the more you do this. The lower and sadder the tone, the less lift you're getting, and if you hear it steadily go, you're fucked, because you've just hit a massive sink. I can actually turn that up if... Oh, no, that's max volume. Okay, the music's drowning it out a bit, but you guys can probably still hear it. It's like that Pearl Harbor scene. He's just taking you for a flight. Yes. I'm not sure if I consent to this flight, but okay. What I might do is just... Can I drop my... No, I better not drop my head position down a little. It might clip him even worse. It's because I'm kind of bumping my head into the canopy a lot. So this is what you would normally use to jettison the tow cable. We don't have a tow cable, so it's not clickable anyway. This is your spoilers. So that's bound to what would normally be my spoiler or air brake switch. And then this top thing is the flaps. So negative flaps are a thing in gliders. You use them for high-speed cruising. So we'll typically be using -2 this flight. A is, I think, automatic, I'm not sure. T1 and T2 are for thermals when you want to slow down and circle in a thermal. We're not using kinetic assistant, and I'm not very good at finding thermals without it, so we probably won't use them much, if at all. And L is your landing position. Over here, you've got your water ballast controls. We won't fuck with that until we go to land. This is your landing gear. This is your trim, which I repeatedly forget exists, but you can trim this. This is your little flexi mic for your radio. VSI. This thing, so it shows your average vertical speed, which is the green... No, the blue indexer. Blue indexer. The green indexer, I forget what it is. But the blue one is your average, I think, vertical speed, and the red one is your instantaneous vertical speed. The red one should agree with this. This is your gear indicator. Radio and no, just radio. We don't even have a transponder. And then you've got your altimeter. Chuck us. Oh, no, that was on. I did turn it on. That's your HSI. It also has a couple other functions. When you go to drop the ballast, it switches to a little ballast indicator. I forget what the orange arrow on this is. I don't know if it's wind direction, but it moves a lot, so I don't think it is. I don't know. Then standby altimeter there. The engine won't actually start the prop turning till we move the throttle. It is an electric motor, so it doesn't need to be idling. It will drain the battery. So battery recharging isn't simulated because the battery is considered to be fuel, but we can just go into this menu here and bump it up once it runs down a bit and say that, oh, the sun recharged the batteries, whatever. It's pretty cloudless, so I don't know how we're going to go. Oh, there's clouds over there. I think they did add thermals in under clouds, but I'm not sure how we'll go on clear skies here. Especially with me being a novice glider person, I'm very much clueless in the ways of these things. We should be able to taxi under electric power, I think. Takes a while to get up to speed. We got little bumper, skid, wheel, whatever things under the wings, so...
Ross, this is not Kabul.
I know it's not polar. Cheers for the bits. I would have liked to actually do a glide around Kabul. Because it is quite beautiful, except for the fact that the scenery has gaping great holes in the satellite imagery. But, like, the actual scenery there is gorgeous. I did do a flight there. I posted some screenshots in my Discord. But, yeah. Big gaping holes in the imagery. I got a bit carried away with cutting the power there. It's like, this engine isn't really designed to get you to the runway to be perfectly fair. You would actually just either drive the thing there on a truck and then assemble it at the end of the runway, or you would push it over there. So we'll go left here, and that should put us into the wind. We'll use this, like the little electric sustainer motor to get us up to altitude, and once we got some altitude, we will start trying to glide. I'll get us towards some mountains as well, because I'm going to need some ridges for ridge lift. It's kind of the whole point. We'll get the wing up. We do have a bit of a crosswind here, so it's something to be mindful of. VSI is getting happy because we're starting to get lift. I was wrong, it is the green one that's your average VSI, sorry. The blue one is just a manually set indexer, I think. I've never seen it move. There we go, we came off the ground a little suddenly there. Gear up. There's a sky crane. So, Milo Sanks, who stops by the stream sometimes, made this airport scenery. It's quite gorgeous. I've had it for a while, but I hadn't flown on it yet, not even off-stream, so this is my first actual up-close look at it. We'll do a little, like a couple circuits of the airfield, I guess. It will drain the battery quickly, but I just want to kind of look around. Do take a little bit of a frame rate hit looking back towards the apron, but I've also got my settings cranked to ridiculous levels, so, you know, it's partly on me. Oh, actually, no, I tell a lie. I did fly out of here once when I was flight testing the P-40 when I was trying to unfuck its flight model. which I have not succeeded in doing, sadly. Might need to get CCM on the case for that. It's a bit beyond my ability. Is this an interceptor? I mean, it could be. It intercepts airflow. It's going to intercept some ridge lift in a minute. Quite a nice little airport. So where was the wind coming from? It's... Whoop. Jesus. We're overspeeding a bit. We don't want to be doing that. So the electric motor's pretty beefy then. You know. Pretty strong shit. I think that is a wind indicator on the... Wait, no, it's coming from the other direction, isn't it? Because it was going right from memory. Should have looked at the windsock-wise on the runway like an intelligent human being. We'll do a kind of inspection pass. We'll be able to see. I've never heard it make that sound before. No, we're not. We're going to actually deploy the fucking spoilers, which I've never done except on landing before. We might actually not need to go too close to the ridges for this. It seems like we're getting a shitload of lift regardless. Where did my windsock go? Is that it down there? I think that was it down there. So it's coming from that direction, behind us now. So, out of the southwest. Okay. That was with the engine idled, by the way. So I probably, with a little more altitude, I can make it to that ridge already. Definitely land with a quartering tailwind. Yeah, that sounds like a great plan, hey. Brilliant idea. I'm sure there's no way that could go wrong. So one thing that, not just this glider, but all the gliders in MSFS so far need work on is they don't exhibit enough adverse yaw. Gliders are notorious for it. They all do it. You know, big, long, thin wings like this with huge control surfaces. Kind of obvious. And that's not really modeled, but it's probably a pretty easy fix. In fact, if I dip into the config files later, might be able to fix it myself. I'm going to go ahead and stow the engine. I don't think we're going to need it. I really don't think we're going to fucking need it. So I'm going to idle it. That should actually kill the prop. Watch as I hit a massive sink having just done that. And we'll pick up that ridgeline in front of us. Follow it to the bigger ridgeline, and we should be able to kind of tool around the edge of this valley a bit. Go ahead and retract the engine and hope for the best. If you turn off the, like if you hit the deactivate while it's partially retracted, it'll get stuck there, by the way. You can reactivate it to finish retracting, but you just gotta wait for it. Oh, the trim indicator. I didn't even notice that was a thing. I wonder if it automatically switches back to the HSI. Yes, it does. Oh my god, I love this thing even more now. I love this thing even more now. To be honest, doing this makes me want to try out gliding in real life sometime. I've never done it before. The air cadets at Bathurst would typically spend a lot of the summer gliding. They were such a fucking navigation hazard that they switched the airport to permanent right-hand circuits on runway 35. So there's no shortage of them around Bathurst. It's just, you know, I never tried it. I was mostly trying to fucking see and avoid the little shits. Much cheaper than powered, yeah, it would be. And you don't need to worry about what to do if the engine goes out, because the engine's out by default. There isn't one. Having one like this, where you can get yourself out of trouble with a little kind of backup motor, would be nice, but... To be honest, around Bathurst, there's so many places you could do an outlanding if you had to, but it wouldn't be that big of a concern, I think. We're probably getting blanked by that ridge there, so I'm going to try and just hold what I got on this one, and we'll hop over. because the wind's coming from across that way, so we might be catching like a bit of aerodynamic shadow off that ridge. Because again, like, MSFS doesn't do canned effects for this shit. This is actually simulated. Simplified a little, but it is simulated. I'm on the wrong side of this one anyway, I should be on the other side. So across this ridge we should hit an updraft on the far side. We're actually holding pretty well. So yeah, once we get across it, we should be okay if we can get out of this sink. VSI is very bipolar at the moment. So I'm gonna try and avoid having to use the motor. We may need to use it here and there to bail me out from bad decisions. So my two big glides I did one flying along with starflies, and I should have used the motor of shame, but I'd waited too long and stacked it into a mountain about an hour and a half into the flight. Because I thought I was going to turn into a thermal, and I was like 3 feet out of the thermal, and there was a ridgeline. For the Kabul flight, which I did afterwards offline, and, you know, just by myself, I had to use a motor of shame for about 10 seconds to clear a ridgeline. I probably would have cleared it without the motor, I just wanted to be sure. And for the rest of the flight, I didn't need it. So we're making progress. Like, you guys may remember the last time I flew a glider on stream, and the only time I'd flown it on stream, I couldn't go more than about 30 seconds without stalling and eating a mountain. Because I had no idea what the fuck I was doing. Starting to get a little slow here. If I get, I think on the... Once I get out from behind that, hopefully we'll have a bit more updraft. I know, right? That's pretty much standard equipment in most gliders. It's very helpful. Because a lot of the time you don't really want to be staring down into the instruments, you want to be looking outside, looking for places to go if you have to, you know, make an outlanding, or places that you think might be good for lift. We might need a motor of shame here in a second. If I can just sustain this, I am getting very low, but if I can just sustain this a little longer, to the point where I get on the other side of that, it might be okay, maybe. So the wind should be coming from my right-hand side. Should be. What the? Ooh, track IR? Hello? I think the sun might be shining through my fucking green screen a bit. We are getting awful low. Because it takes time for the engine to deploy, we're gonna prepare just in case we do need it, but I'm hoping we won't. And then once we're free and clear, we'll retract it. I think we will need it here though, just to get over this last little bit. Because we are getting awful low and awful slow. What glider is this? The AS-33ME. Designed by Alexander Schneider, I think. Yeah, we need the motor of shame. It takes a while to spin up, but it should bail us out here. It should bail us out here. Oi, oi, oi. It doesn't make that much thrust. No, we're not going to make it. God damn it. Well, that's off to a great start, isn't it? It counts as a landing. I mean, I'd probably be in pieces, but it counts as a landing. Let's restart the flight. We'll just drop me in at the end of the runway so we don't have to go through the startup and the taxi again. Yeah, it has a little, retracting motor. Yeah, I probably should be working the flaps more, but I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. So it's probably more harm than good for me to be manually trying to micro the flaps when I don't know which stage I should be using for what. I also should have got more altitude, I think, before getting rid of the motor originally, because I was, like, over here when I turned it off. By the time I got to the ridge, I had no altitude anyway. Oh, not there. So, lesson learned. 30 seconds to befriend the squirrels. I'm just worried I'm going to drop them too far and then I'm going to bleed off all my speed, because you can't make lift without making drag unless you're flying a certain DCS module. Oh, I already drank all my tea this time. I'm not going to forget this time. Beeps sound fairly comical. I know, right? They're great. Alright, attempt number 2. Oh god, the fucking ATC is going to give me the shits. Oh no, we don't want the fucking ATIS. No! No! Okay. Let's go ahead and we're also going to zoom this out a little. On and extend. Yeah, we'll set it to automatic for now, and we'll set it to -2 once we're airborne, I guess. So the wind is coming almost southerly, looking at it. It's a decent wind too. So yeah, I think the direction I was going was good, following that ridge. I just needed more altitude before I tried to do it, because I was already in a kind of precarious situation by the time I got there. Try dropping another stage of flap. That should get us off the... Whoopsie daisies. A little sensitive on the stick there. Gear up. Turn my strobe on. Safety first, kids. Safety first. So yeah, we'll try and get over to that ridge, because what I did last time is I went all the way around that, then down that little piddly one, and the big ridge next to it was masking me, I think. Well, actually, fuck, if the wind's coming out of the fucking, like, southwest, no, I was getting blanked by that big ridge, or, like, the thing I was climbing towards. So maybe if I do stay on this side, I'll be better off. We'll try it. I should have crossed over it when I started dropping lift. There's a lot of planning and strategy that goes into gliding, which I just don't have yet, because I have, like, no experience at all. That's why I was watching Starflies do it, because she knows what she's doing. And then I decided to just hop in for a fly along to try and see if I could pick it up myself, and I did pretty well, I think. Although, it's hard to tell that how I'm going so far. Ejection seat. The ejection seat is yeeting the canopy and rolling inverted. Also, I'd like to propose an alternative title for this song. Men Only Want One Thing, and it's disgusting. I should be on the side of that. That's what I should be doing. I should be going around the fucking north. We'll try that. Actually, no, we'll stay going south. We'll come back around that way. But I think if I stay on the left side here, I should be better off, because... yeah, it's getting... maybe? I don't know. We'll give it a little longer before we kill the engine. Glide all the way to Canada. It's a bit far. I mean, the distance I went, the last 2 times was pretty decent, pretty impressive. Congratulations, Pink Cube, on being the only Saber I engaged today who wasn't, like, pants on head. I'm not sure if you saw what I did to the guy that attacked before you did, but it wasn't pretty. Yeah, we'll get a little bit higher and we'll kill the motor and tract it, and we'll just hope for the best this time. I think, yeah, I was in a dead spot there, probably. So the wind's hitting that, and I wasn't getting any off this side, and I wasn't getting off that side or that side either. It's in a bit of a hole. We're already kind of on the edge of an overspeed, so I'm gonna cut the throttle. And while the engine's still out, we can kind of get a feel for where we want to be here as well. Yeah, the left side of this ridge isn't very good either, to be honest. Give it some automatic flap, but... or not. 0. Automatic. Fuck, it's a bit turbulent. It's a lot turbulent. Should I cross to... No, I think I was right the first time. We're gonna have a tailwind here, but let's try this. Because this clearly isn't working for us. It's not much of a ridge either, if I'm honest. Probably should have gone for a higher one. We'll give her a bit of nose down trim too, because I don't want to get too carried away here. We'll go for the actual mountains. The actual mountains would be the smartest place to try this shit. I'm also going to pull the flaps up, because I think they're actually hurting me more than they're helping me here. Oh yeah. Yeah, like, horrible thunderstorms that any sane pilot wouldn't go into are a fucking wonderful thing for a glider pilot. They're nuts. Absolutely nuts. So if we got a southerly, I want to stay, you know, on the southern side of these slopes as much as possible. We just got to get there first. And then we can kind of work our way around those mountains in front of me. So we got the motor of shame deployed, but it's not actually running. So it's actually kind of hurting us drag-wise, but it's not a big deal. It's not that draggy. It's pretty slim. Fucking beautiful spot around here. Hopefully once we get closer to some bigger slopes, we'll get a bit better lift out of this, but... getting little bits here and there. Figure out if I want to go right around the lake or left down that valley. We might go... might go right just to hit the bigger mountains, I think. Although it could be a little sketchy around the water, I'm not sure. Bro, like... It's probably going to make the problem worse. I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm also trying for distance at the moment, so I want as little drag as possible. I know I'm not going to get a shitload of lift in this area, so I want to get to the ridges themselves so I can get better lift, then I can start fucking with the flaps, I think. But like I said, I don't really know what I'm doing, so if I'm sitting here trying to micro the flaps so I'm not paying attention to where I'm actually going, it's going to be more harm than good. There's no point trying to run before I can walk. Try him here. I should probably try and get over to those clouds, actually, so we will go this way. We'll go for the clouds. Because clouds should mean thermals. That's kind of why I didn't want to be microing the flaps here. I should have just left them -2. I'd probably be better off. I'm bleeding way too much speed. I could also always just set the weather to have steady wind from a known direction. Because the air here is pretty turbulent, there's probably a lot of weird shit going on. But we'll see how we go. See how far I can get with this. Looks like you're gonna die. Yes. Yes, it does. I also don't know gliders. I'm gonna hit a massive fucking downdraft in the lee of that. So I generally want to stay on the southward side of these ridges where I can, but it's not going to help me much if they're already shadowed by the thing next to them. Oh, that's a nice little hut. That was a decent spot. Is this gonna give me anything? Let's see if I can about face myself here into where the wind should be coming from and get any decent lift out of it. Not really. Kinda crap. No, we don't want thermal flaps, we want the flaps up because we're in Struggle Street. Dive downhill and build some speed because we nearly ate shit there. I'm gonna be real, I might change the wind direction so I actually know for sure where it's coming from and what it's doing. So let's go ahead and... I do like this weather though. We'll give it a little longer, but... I think we'll probably just have to set up some custom shit, which is what I was planning on doing originally anyway. Because live weather is a little squirrely to glide with sometimes. I can figure out which side of that I want to ride on. We might be able to get something. Get myself some speed. I would like very much to hear some happy beeps right about now. I want to set like a really violent storm because that's kind of cheating. Let's set like kind of normal, calmish weather, but with a little bit of wind. I actually suspect that orange arrow is the wind direction. In which case we should be on the right side of the ridge. It's maybe just not enough ridge. Or we're too far down it or something. Also, it is a tailwind, so... No, I really don't want to do that. I'm going to bleed too much speed. We're getting a little bit. Like, it's not quite enough to sustain what we're doing, but we are getting a little bit. If we can just hold that long enough. Chino motor is still out, because I was worried I was going to eat shit, and I'm still worried I'm going to eat shit, but we can put it away. It just wasn't running. So when you fully throttle it back, because it's electric, it just stops spinning. We're getting a bit here. Getting a bit there. Yeah, so I think that is the wind direction. That would actually make sense. We are getting some lift here. We'll, generally try and keep this direction, because I do want to get over to the clouds. Weather is a good sign. We can, maybe get some thermals or something. Or at least get stronger wind. Let's get back on the right side of the ridge. We're going to lose some altitude to do it though. So the speed showing in the VSI, down bottom, 149 now, that's the airspeed I need to maintain my altitude. So if that has a big mismatch above the speed I'm currently getting indicated, then I'm in deep shit. Yeah, the wind is gusting a lot, and it's not that strong. That's probably why we're not having a great time. Might improve as we get further over, if we make it that far. We can just kind of ride the side of this ridge. We're going to have to make a hop across there at some point. Which I'm not feeling real confident about, I'll be honest with you. Down to fucking 8-9 knots. Winds are quite variable around here. Nice little river down there. But there's some nice rapids too. Look at the height difference. On the left, that's my... So the top is the... It's my airspeed. I got airspeed up the top, then I got altimeter below that, and I've also got a standby altimeter. It's in metric since this is a German glider, so 185 kilometers an hour, well 167 now. And we're 1,720 meters above sea level. Field elevation's pretty high though. So, we're not actually that high above the ground. Oh, I'm starting to hear some sad noises. We got like no wind here at all. Need to get some, there's different weather presets that you can get, like from the community, that are good for gliding. I need to grab some. Should help me learn a bit better. Because yeah, like this live weather is not doing me many favors here. And it's going to get worse once we get behind this ridgeline. It's probably why we're not getting any wind, is because that is blocking it. But I don't have enough speed to clear that unless I use the cheetah motor, which I might have to. Let's see, the wind can't make up its mind where it's coming from. I'm not sure what's on the other side of that either. There might be an even taller ridgeline that blocks it, so I don't know if there's much point using the motor to get over it and then hope that the other side's clear. Well, I can see what's on the other side of it. It is another ridgeline, so... We'll see how long we can go before we stack it, but I'll probably just make my own kind of easy mode weather, where I've got a constant wind coming out of a particular direction, so it's easy to just ride the ridges. Because that is a very sad sound we're hearing right now. Maybe if I follow this one. Maybe. I want to believe. We're getting little beeps here and there, but it's not really enough to hold it. It's worthwhile. Like I said, this is pretty much how I de-stress now. I just hop in this and do some flying around. Pick a plane, pick a place, and tune out the world for a little while. Yeah, the wind down here is, I think, because of the actual turbulence coming off the mountains, is quite spicy. Keeps changing direction and speed on me, which does not make my life very easy. We're going to have to duck away to the left here, I think. We're not going to clear this. Yeah, we're not going to clear it. Oh, just a crumb of lift, please. I should go left here. I don't want to turn into that. Again, pretty much nothing here because that's screening our side from where the wind is allegedly coming. So really I should be on that side of the valley. By the time I get there, the wind's probably going to change direction again. Best music to listen to while I try to drink away my anxiety? I don't know, dude. Whatever you find suits you best. It varies from person to person. It's just fucking trolling me now. It's a very pretty view, but I'm scared that we're going to have a very good close-up of the lay of the land here in a minute. Feel the turbulence coming off the hills. It's just so inconsistent. I mean, considering how this started out, I'm better off than I expected to be. But I don't think this flight has much of a future, to be honest with you guys. We'll see how far we can get, and then we'll do another flight. But we'll set the weather up so that it's a little easier for me to figure out what the fuck I'm doing. Because like I said, I'm still very new to this whole gliding thing, and I don't really have much understanding of what I should be doing when the wind's changing around. The extent of my knowledge is be on windward side of hill. Which is very hard to do when that keeps changing constantly. If we're a little higher up in altitude, we might be able to get out of shadow of this, but I just don't want to be kind of climbing a mountain and then have a downdraft dump me in the trees. Which is what I suspect is about to happen here. Chat dead. Rip chat. Ooh. Yeah, it was a little turbulent there. We actually gonna get something here? We're losing speed pretty fast here. Where lift? Dunno. Lift gone. It's just coming in dribs and drabs, it's not really consistent here. This is the Alexander Schneider AS33ME. You gotta find it, man. It's not gonna find itself. Hey, Nebula. Bonsoir. Not sure which fork of the valley I want to go down. We'll go... it's gonna end in dead end. We'll go left. If I go down that one, I'm gonna end up in a blind corner, I think, and I won't be able to get out. This is not ideal, but it's better than nothing. That's alright, man. Just try not to dwell on it too much. Just gotta find a distraction and run with that. Don't do what I do and end up in a hole where you just kind of think yourself into a worse and worse state over nothing. We're getting some lift at least. Yeah, it's really nice up here. I feel like the narrow valleys are kind of like I want a bit wider of a valley, or like a more widely spaced ridge. So when I was flying along with Starflies, she was flying from what was it, Kernville, I think it's called. It's down in the Sierra Nevadas in California. It's like south-ish of not Yellowstone, fucking whatchamacallit, Yosemite. And we just went kind of northwest-ish along the ridges there. They're much wider valleys. And the ridges, like the valleys aren't quite as deep, I guess. So it was a little easier. Also, I did have a consistent wind direction. I wasn't dealing with what I am here, where it's constantly changing on me. We're getting just enough to kind of sustain ourselves, which is not bad. We're gonna get masked by that ridge in front of us. We'll end up in a bit of a sink here, probably. So we'll lose all that altitude we just gained. A bit of turbulence off the hill. Come on, just a little bit of lift. May have got myself into a spot of bother here. Got away with it. We'll stay in the main canyon, or valley, whatever you want to call it. Just because I don't want to risk going up a blind canyon and eating shit. I do have the motor if I need it, but I just rather not use it. It's, as Starflies calls it, the motor of shame. I'm going to adopt that name because it's a good one. Better than being dead, but, you know, you don't want to use it unless you absolutely have to. Glide over the Grand Canyon. Might do that sometime, yeah. I've flown it in the T6, but never flown a glider over it. Might be worth trying. I could probably afford to climb a little more when I get some of these bits of ridge lift, but I'm just paranoid about getting myself into a situation where I don't have the airspeed to get out of it, so I'm probably keeping my speed a little higher than I need to. But I don't mind having the extra airspeed, to be honest. Rather have it and not need it than need it and not have it. And we do have some weather starting to form up ahead, so... Where can I find this glider? On flightsim.to. It's the Alexander Schneider AS33ME. It's freeware, you don't need to buy it. We're a little fast here, so we'll trade some of that for altitude. Got MSFS just because I was enjoying watching you just cruising around. Super fun when I want to chill. Yeah, it's great for that. Just fire up the sim and vibe. Uh-oh. Making sad noises. You want it to sound like the, You want it to sound like the SPO-10. Mine sounds more like Petrie's brothers and sisters in The Land Before Time. With the little fucking sad noises. We do have the speed though, so that's something. Does sound a bit like that, doesn't it? Been hit by the... Oh no. Oh. What fucking wonders have the Brains Trust brought forth this time? Want to get on the other side of this. Probably should be on that side of the valley, since the wind's coming from that way now. We're getting away with it though. We're plenty of speed. Drop the I word on the 23. Tell the guy I know it's a tactical fighter like the F4. Gives me a saying how it's not the same because F4 have precision. Got fucking morons, dude. I swear to God. Like, every time I stop and think, maybe I am a little too toxic towards Hoggett, I see something like that, I'm just like, fuck. No matter how many times you fucking explain it to him, in basic bitch language, and link them actual sources, like period sources, fucking written in the original language, that describe it as a fucking tactical fighter, they still insist, you fucking interceptor. I'm just waiting to see what wonders I get in reply to that comment I left on Showtime's video. Showtime's videos are fantastic, but his audience sometimes are just... They're self-appointed aviation geeks, so they have really dumb takes, because they think they know about planes, but they like, don't. No. The Discus is brand new, I haven't got it. This is the AS33ME. It's freeware, so it's like downloadable in the mod section of flightsim.to. The Discus is apparently pretty good, but I haven't flown it, I don't have it. I might pick it up at some point, but not right now. So I gotta watch my spending a bit for a little while. Which one is that? The Starfighter's having a bad day of a Vietnam one. About where they got fucking smacked by SAMs. Like, ooh, the F-104 was a bad fighter, it can't turn... Yeah, fucking... That's gonna really help it against a fucking Dvina it didn't see the launch from. Okay, dude. Okay. Fuck me. We'll follow the river, so we're gonna go left. Nice little town there. Super, you still here? Oh, the Discus? Yeah, there's the free and the premium one. The premium has a few more features, I think. Super dead. Rip. Oh yeah, okay, you are. This is, Santigold and MIA. I said super. Oh, this is looking a bit sketchy. A little bit sketchy. We're kind of running out of hills here. I know you do. Well, nice storm in front of us, though. That should, if we survive to get to it, that should give us some decent lift. We'll stay on this side. Oh no. Oh no. I know you're about to tell me it gets worse. Oh god. Oh my... Fucking Hoggett brains, dude. They have no idea what they're fucking talking about. But they're convinced they know everything. And whichever one of them makes the most unfunny fucking 2000s era fucking jokes, and therefore has the most karma, because fucking Reddit, is, you know, an all-knowing expert, apparently. The only thing Reddit's good for, other than laughing at people making shit takes, is porn. Like, no joke. It's the only thing you should ever use fucking Reddit for. And it's starting to get sketchy for that, too. Lifties, please. Lifties? Lifties? Please? Just one? That big ridge in front of us is kind of fucking us over, I think. I can just kind of maintain what I got. Just a little bit longer. Maybe. Cheetah murder. I'm going to turn the power onto it, but I'm not actually going to deploy it yet. Because it's more drag when it's out, right? It does take a few seconds to deploy and spin up, but I don't want to deploy it unless I'm actually going to need it. And I think we might just get away with this. Barely, but I think we will. If we don't sit on the wrong side of this fucking valley. This should help us. It might do the opposite. It might yeet us into the fucking ground if we hit a downdraft, but it might also do the suck and pull us up into it. Come on. Couple little sad peeps there. Yeah, we're gonna need to deploy it here in a sec, I think. Just kind of watching my airspeed. Yeah, there's different third-party apps like Neofly or fuck, what's the one that CCM uses? Neofly, On Air, that's the one he uses, and then there's another one as well, which I always forget the name of. Cheetah Murder. Maybe. No, CellNav is Celestial Navigation. These are apps that give you like missions to do and stuff. Like Neofly has search and rescue missions. You can do like passenger flights and stuff with some of them. Oh, please, lift, please, just one. No, we're not going to get anything here. Cheetah motor out. We'll just use it to get us a little further down this valley until we can find a decent spot, and then we hopefully we'll be able to. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Takes a little while to spin up. Starting to get some more, like more powerful winds at least. So we'll want to stay close to or under the weather here. Let's get a little more altitude to play with. I mean, considering the circumstances and all the, like, fucked up wind we were getting through that canyon, that went pretty well. Like, we didn't die. We were gliding for like a probably half hour or something without using the cheetah motor. I'm happy with that. Like, look. I'm so inexperienced with this gliding business that I'll take any fucking time I can get as a win. I mean, lower the flaps. We're not raising them, we're lowering them. We could lower them to get more lift and climb faster, but I had them on -2, so they were already raised as far as they go. See what we get here. So we're going to have a crosswind off the right. So if I kind of stay to the left here on this little straight stretch, we should get some, hopefully some ridge lift off this. Don't know if I'll pull the end or pull the motor in yet, but see how we go. What I'll do is I'll cut power down. No, -2 is negative flap, remember? So Negative flap is a thing on gliders. Yeah, we're getting a bit of reg lift. Much stronger wind. 15 knots. That's what I like to see. I got the motor still extended, but off. So we're going to leave it out for a little while, just in case we need to quickly slap the power back on, but we're going to try and get a little more distance with it off, and then see if we can get some altitude. Is it the guy that Super replied to, who has like a million posts about how it's an interceptor? He did that last time fucking Showtime uploaded a video about the 104 too. Every fucking video I see him comment about the F-104, he beats the drum about it being an interceptor and completely useless, totally worthless fighter, couldn't turn for shit, like every fucking meme on the bingo card. Like, bro, shut the fuck up. Go read a fucking book. Primary fucking source documents? Never heard of them in my life. Let me just repeat whatever the fucking German media said 60 fucking years ago, so I can get more fucking Reddit karma, except I'm not even on Reddit, I'm on YouTube. I reckon we're on a good thing here. That's a 20-knot wind almost. It's not quite consistent though. And we're gonna have to cross this valley. But hey, it's not going too bad. Famous last words, but you know. Multi-page response. Oh yeah, like I did the same thing on the actual video. Showtime's gonna fucking hate me. Every time he uploads an F-104 video, I'm gonna be leaving like fucking PhD dissertations on how the F-104 was actually, first of all, an air superiority fighter, and second of all, an actually good one. Oh yeah, fuck you. But yeah, I'm glad you liked my reply. I'm just gonna leave the motor activated, but not extended, and we're gonna say, while we were actually in sunlight, which we're not anymore, that we recharge the battery, because it doesn't have a way of automatically recharging. The sim doesn't really model that. I wouldn't be surprised if at some point Asobo didn't add, like, electric motors as a naturally supported thing to the, or like a natively supported thing to the sim. It'd be quite cool to have. Oh, he replied to it already? Okay. I didn't see that because I haven't checked YouTube yet today. Hey, Jack. It's going okay. We had a bit of a spill earlier on. We kind of ran out of wind, but we're doing okay now. I've only had to use the motor of shame, what? Once or twice this flight. Twice, I think. But this is just with live weather too, so I'm not entirely prepared for what it's throwing at me. Also flying a glider and doing aerobatics? Nice. I think aerobatics in gliders are a bit beyond me at the moment, so this is my third time flying a glider in the sim. I have no real-life glider experience either. My first time was a disaster. My second time was it 2-3 days ago? It went really well. Not perfect, but really well compared to what it did the first time. It's going okay today. I still got a lot to learn, though. Especially dealing with live weather, because it's so unpredictable. I mean, if I was a good pilot, I would have checked the weather and I would know what it was doing, but you know what I mean. We're just on a kind of a discovery adventure tour at the moment. I don't know where we're going. We're just following a river. I'd love to have my own glider in real life. Yeah, it'd be the cheapest kind of plane to own for sure as well. Would be nice. The further we get from the actual storm, we're probably going to start losing our wind again. With a jet engine on it. That would be helpful. Just climb up to nice high altitude with the jet engine, then switch it off and glide all the way down. Hyena Sid, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Sorry if I mispronounce your name. I'm trying to read alerts on my phone, which is at a very sketchy angle on my desk, because they don't come up on my stream, unfortunately, or on my screen where I can see it. So if I butcher anyone's name or miss an alert, please do excuse me. I'm a low-skill streamer. Yeah, and he does that every time Showtime posts a video about the F-104. Like, I've seen him do it before. In fact, I'm pretty sure I replied to him on a previous video with a shorter version of the spiel I just gave that other guy, and he just blew the whole thing off, clearly, because he's still spouting that fucking garbage about it being an interceptor. Probably is. I mean, I was supposed to be a twin. Although, my twin was going to be named Jess, not Matthew or whatever that guy's name is.
Good morning.
Hey Floyd, good morning. Thanks for the resub, man. Good to see you. I don't want to get too far from this side. Like, I want to try and get over that if I can, but I don't think that's going to work out for me, so I'll just stick on this side of the river. We're maintaining our speed pretty well. So this is why I'm running -2 flaps, so I'm not shedding speed, and I can just kind of pick up lift where I get it. We're not descending too quickly here. We are descending, like, overall, but we're not descending too quickly, so it should balance out. Fireworks on a glider. Interesting combination. I'm not sure, not sure how the FAA or whatever your local aviation authority, not sure how they would take it, but it's certainly been an interesting show. That is true, for air shows I think you can get away with that. Put some neons under the wings as well. Get that underglow happening. Smoke generator. I have absolutely no idea where we are. Oh, the river's going to give us a tailwind here if we keep following it, but I don't think we're going to have the speed to climb out of the canyon. And even if we do, there's not really many ridges to get lift off of. Oh, actually, we might get away with it if we cross over here. We'll have a look. Ironically, this song, the conditions it was written under were kind of one of the first well, not the first warning signs, they were quite advanced by that point, but one of the warning signs of what was coming. And the kind of conflation of what had just collapsed with historical ideas of the Empire. It's a fucking banging tune, though. Actually, probably about half the uploads of this on YouTube, and I think virtually all the live ones, were Letov playing at Nazbol fucking rallies. We might have a murder of shame moment here, I'm not sure. I want to climb out of this valley, but I don't know if we're gonna have the lift to do it. Do I go? No, that's a bit steep. I'm not sure if I'm gonna make it. That way might give me a bit more leeway to play with, I think. And we're flying. Oh, we are flying into the window, so I'm not sure. Go up this way. Oh no. More? Yeah, no, I saw that one. I tried to ignore it. The number of potato brain takes on anything to do with the F-104, dude. Showtime's trying to be very diplomatic in the comments. He's like, oh, it's certainly a very controversial aircraft or whatever. It's like, man, you got more patience than me. I'd be saying you're a fucking chimp if you know, if you genuinely think it was useless, if that's your genuine opinion. You call yourself a fucking aviation enthusiast or whatever. I mean, clearly you don't know that much about it. Fucking posers, man. They're not real plane nerds. It's what happens when you don't gatekeep hard enough, obviously. I'm just being toxic now, I'm sorry. But it's true. It's true. Doomed to a world of bad takes about the F-104. Bro, just give me some ridge lift. Just give me some ridge lift. Get me over this. Problem is I don't have enough margin under me, so if I hit a sink here, which I'm about to, my only option is to just dive away to the right side. Oh no, oh no. I think we may have overcooked it! Ugh. Oh my god, I can see the grass. I don't like it when I can see the grass. You just copy-pasted the same thing. Get better at clipboard, my dude. Get better at using Control-C, Control-V. Yes, that is a base take. Very base. Man, I just want to go up. I just want to go up. Please. There's not really any fucking spots here where I've got a thermal or anything. Let's try. See if flap 0 gives me anything. If I just orbit here, maybe, if you... Oh no, we're gonna hit a massive fucking sink, aren't we? Yeah, you don't really see much said about the F-100, so I don't blame him for not knowing. Most people don't even realize it existed. Yeah, I don't think the flaps are actually helping me at all here. I think they're doing the opposite. Trying to see if I can get at least enough altitude to push past this ridge and then get kind of onto the plateau behind, but I don't think I'm going to do it. And the other problem is, even if I do, once I'm over the plateau, I'm not going to probably be able to get ridge lift off anything, so I don't know. We're probably better off if we just stay in this river valley, even though we're going to end up with a tailwind here. At least I know here I got plenty of ridges to work with. We've got traffic up there. Pretty slow, so we're gonna veer away from that. So if we get dumped, we aren't gonna get dumped straight into the ridge. Fucking 24 knot wind. Oh, please. Can we have that? Can we keep that? No, let's just hit the fucking biggest sink on Earth. Oh. Oh, the tune. We can't crash it now. Maybe if we ride the back of this and then head further down the river, because that does kind of slope downhill. Might get away with it. Good old double attack system. Has he clapped back yet? Might take him a while to process it. Motherfucking 1040 Eagle getting spanked by starfighters. Yeah, I saw that one too. Massive sink. You really could. You absolutely could. I'm gonna do a stupid and cross the valley here. Get the switchback on that road, or trail, or whatever it is. More traffic above us. Fucking incredible scenery around here. I mean, it's barren, but it's barren in a beautiful way. Tranquil. You know we're hitting repeat on this. Gotta have this one at least twice. Let's just stick with the river. Oh look, there's a little airport down there. Little bush strip. Private strip probably for that house. I have no fucking idea where we are, but that's a cool little find. It's not even marked as an airport, but it clearly the sim thinks it's one. It's got planes down there. Ground vehicles too. I wonder if that's one of the bush strips that I downloaded from .to. Might be. Okay, we've got to have that song again. You cannot have that song only once on a Misfits stream. Especially when we're gliding. So we got another big airport coming up ahead. That's as far as it zooms out. We started out like way down here off screen. That might be McCall's airspace there, I'm not sure. Actually, that looks a bit big for McCall. It is, hey. Swap sides here because we're going to get blanked by this ridge unless the wind changes again. So if we can survive along this entire river valley, especially if we can do it without the Motor of Shame again, we can land at that airport at the end, whatever it is. I'm doubting my abilities to do so, but let's see how we go. Convert some of this airspeed into altitude here. He says as he hits a tailwind. So we're going to hang a right at the next joint of the rivers. We could keep going south. We'd be more or less paralleling the river we followed on the way up here, but I think we'll hang a right and we'll go for that airport up there, wherever it is. It'll be a nice little magical mystery tour. I feel like we need a stopwatch counter on the screen for like minutes between uses of the Motor of Shame. Have I still got it out? No, I don't. I did retract it. Okay. Oh, it shows it retracted anyway. There's power lines down there. Nice little road. Man, it's a shame you all Americans are going through some shit right now, because you have such a beautiful country. Such an incredible place. And a lot of decent but extremely misguided people. Might have to poke around the configs later and see if I can find what value controls the adverse yaw and fuck with it a bit. So we get a little more, like we should have. Because I'm giving it the rudder inputs, like I'm giving it a shitload of rudder like you would in an actual glider. It's just not actually helping me here, because it's doesn't have enough. I don't give it enough rudder in the Su-25, and I give it too much in this. Oh, we're gonna... Bad no-no. So we're gonna veer left a bit so we got some ground clearance. And we'll probably cross this valley and pick up the other side of it. That's the fork down there. We're gonna stay on the right side of the fork so we can head up towards the green area with the airport. That takes us back the way we came, but we're gonna be... Like, if we follow that, we'll probably pop out about 10-20 miles west of where we started. You can... Dude. You can see the fucking strata layers in the rocks. Fucking MSFS geology survey right here. Look at this shit. It's like, erosion channels, the fucking different rock layers. Like, oh my god, dude. I love this fucking sim so much. Yeah, it's really good. So we took off from McCall. And we stacked the first flight. I wasn't quick enough with the motor of shame. We didn't die. We clipped a few trees, but we landed at low enough speed that it didn't consider me dead, so that's a plus. And we'd just been following this river. We went north, kind of around the mountains north of McCall, like on the other side of the lake, and just followed the fucking first river we picked up, because I needed to go downhill to pick up speed, and downhill just so happened to be the river. Oh, man. Look at it. Fucking hell. I think we'll have to do that when we glide. We'll get a timer going for minutes between motor of shame use. Because I think my current record is about an hour and a half or something like that. And that wasn't before a motor of shame use, that was before a crash that could have been saved by one, so it counts. Look at the fucking rock layers, dude. Like, legit, you could do a fucking geology excursion in this shit. Ricard. Yeah. A Wankel engine. Huh. Interesting. Very uncouth design. Very strange, in a good way. This one's electric, it's solar charged, but yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there was a version with a Wankel engine. It's a German plane, so it's going to have some sort of weird, overcomplicated engineering in it. The Germans already did that. They called it the Heinkel 162. And the plan was you get up to altitude and then you'd bump the throttle and the engine would explode and you'd glide back down. I'm joking. For anyone that wasn't sure. Although the 162, I think you were equally at risk of either the, was it a BMW or a fucking Junkers engine? I don't remember which. They both looked the same. You were equally at risk of the engine blowing up or the aircraft fucking delaminating because it was just fucking plywood. And the Germans had really shit glue. That was also why the Focke-Wulf TAR 154, the German Mosquito, which they even called Mosquito, fucking shameless ripoff. That was what unstuck that thing in a very literal sense, is it would delaminate in flight tests. They lost, I think, like, they went through about 3 test pilots or something before they decided it wasn't worth it. Because they just couldn't get the glue to fucking stay stuck. I mean, you know the war's going pretty badly for you when even your fucking horse knuckles aren't good enough anymore. We might need the motor of shame here in a minute. We're losing a bit of altitude. I'm getting a bit carried away with the airspeed is why. Jesus. We nearly redlined it. What am I doing? Yeah. Well, I mean, it's plywood, right? You glue it together. It's like the Mosquito. The Mosquito used glue as well. That's why they're such a bitch to get airworthy again. You've got to make sure the glue's actually going to hold. Obviously, they use nails and screws and shit as well, but like because it's plywood, it delaminates if it's not stuck properly. I'm not sure what exact setup the Germans used for the 154, but the Mosquito was balsa sandwiched between rose box plywood, from memory. So it was quite springy, but it was also really stiff. Or, like, not stiff, but, like, sturdy. Like, it had a bit of give in it, but it wasn't too soft. The fucking, fuck, what was it? Not the Fire Bee, the one that was developed from it. Those things are sick. Man, we gotta get Egg to put his fucking Strish in DCS. You gotta do your Yak 28p as well. We need them in DCS. It's non-negotiable. We gotta get some Cold War hype happening. Get some Cold War assets. And, like I said, you need to talk to a certain someone and ask them what the preconditions would be to add some custom stuff to DCS as like an asset, like a free asset pack or something, or even a paid one. I don't know what you want to do, but we just need something, some Cold War stuff, and I fucking guarantee you, ED are not about to trip over themselves putting in 1960s and 70s era reconnaissance drones. You already have? Good. Get on that shit. So part of the reason I'm not struggling, I guess, but I'm not doing amazingly here is because I'm using live weather, and the live weather is not super cooperative today. The wind's quite squirrely. I mean, the fact we're in a canyon is not helping matters. It's going to be redirecting the wind all over the place. You can see how much the little wind indicator's swinging around the HSI. But even over McCall, over relatively flat ground, it was all over the place, so it's a little more of a challenge than if I just set custom weather with the wind coming out of a predictable direction, but it does kind of put a little strain on me because I'm not experienced with this whole glider, shebang. I haven't really done it much. Good learning experience, though. When I get more confident, I can start min-maxing the flaps more, start kind of watching my speed and not building up so much excess. Like, I don't really need to be this fast right now, but I'm just worried I'm going to hit a big downdraft or hit a bit of a dead zone, and I'm not going to get the altitude. Another fork in the river there, a little stream running off. We'll stick with the main branch. We're going to cross the valley here, I think. Man. That looks awesome. Drift right a bit so we get some off this. Yeah, it is, Yellow Fox. I think I put this one in CiviSim resources in the Discord. I don't remember if I pinned it, but I'm pretty sure I posted it. And it's free, so it's definitely worth getting. Because you can't really go wrong for it being free. I might have to try that free discus, and if I like it, I might pick up the paid one. Not right away, though. I've got... being between, you know, well, a job and study at this point, I need to kind of mine my money for a couple weeks until I get myself established again. I still haven't unfucked the fallout from quitting work, so... I'm not quite on a rice and water diet, but we're getting a little close. As with most things in my life, I did not think through the consequences before I did it, but I'm glad I didn't, because it did need to happen. Can glider use Sidewind as power? Yeah. So what you do is you find a ridgeline like this, and you put yourself between the direction the wind's coming from and the ridge. And as the wind gets pushed up the hillside, it'll take you with it. So that's what I've been trying to do for this flight. That's where I'm getting my my lift from, is I'm just sitting next to a hill, or next to a ridge, and using the ridge winds to push me up. The wind here is changing direction a lot because it's getting kind of reflected and bounced down the valleys, but it's enough to keep me in the air. Yeah, it's the AS-33. I did fly the 808 for my first glider attempt, which was miserable. It did not go well. Like, the glider was fine, I'm just bad at gliding. But yeah, this is my new love, since it has the motor of shame, so I can bail myself out when I fuck up. Why does no one fly a glider over the sea? If you run out of air, you're screwed. You know, so you'll have to send a full-on search and rescue for you. Like, you can get decent thermals over the water, sure, but if you miss the thermal and you end up, you know, in the water, you're kind of fucked. Something like this, where you've got a little motor on it, as long as the motor can last long enough to get you back to land, it might not be a bad idea, but I would not get more than maybe 1 or 2 miles offshore with this on a calm day, and even that's a bit sketchy. Are there thermals in Misfits? Yes. So under clouds in particular, they added them a sim update ago, I think, 1 or 2 sim updates ago. There's also Kinetic Assistant, which adds like visual cues to thermals. I don't use it though, so I'm just operating off ridge winds or like ridge lift, and where I can find them, any thermals I can pick up on the way. So in real life, the way you'd usually spot thermals is birds, because the birds ride them. So things like eagles or hawks, just buzzards, whatever, circling, that's a thermal. But because the sim doesn't natively have birds, and because birds are kind of hard to see on a computer screen, Kinetic Assistant adds like these whirling coloured ring vortices. So it's pretty neat, I just don't use it, really. Might try it out sometime, but for the time being, I just go with what we got. There are add-ons, like third-party add-ons that add birds, but they're mostly just as scenery around airports. Also, they're paid add-ons, so... I mean, it would be nice for immersion to have birds at airports, but also, like, I'm not that rich. Paid version of Kinetic can... Oh, okay, so the paid one does birds as well. I might pick up the paid version of it at some point. I'll see how it goes. Try the free one, if I like it, I might upgrade it. Also, if you end up in a storm cell, it will suck you up into the thunderheads. And then spit you out the fucking bottom somewhere. So just like real life, if you are a committed glider pilot and certifiably insane, you want to fly when there's a big storm around because you get shitloads of fucking lift out of it. Allegedly, we're getting some sort of visualization in Sim Proper. Oh, nice. I like... Man, fuck. For a bunch of devs that had never done anything flight-related before, as far as I'm aware, Asobo are really getting into this. I love it. It's like a passion project, but without the ADHD. Can you do dynamic soaring? Yeah, you can do pretty much anything you can do in a real plane, you can more or less do in this. Because this has proper weather, like and the air currents move pretty realistically. Maybe there are flights. Maybe there were. A few of them, well, I think actually all of them have some flying experience because they did it as like research for making this sim. I think a few of them may have been pilots beforehand too. Remember what we were talking about earlier in the stream? Relevant song. Phil Oakes, such a great fucking songwriter. Yeah. Absolutely. We're nearly there. I don't know where we are. To be honest, I'm not sure. I don't know much about gliding in the real world. I mean, theoretically, I guess you could, but it'd have to be built strong enough. It would be for most gliders. But if you built one strong enough, it theoretically should be able to do it. Yeah. Very somber song, and we got the fucking R2-D2 over here. It's a big plateau. The river's just cut across it. This one's got a little retractable motor in it, which has got a solar cell to charge it. It doesn't actually recharge in the sim, but you just cheat the fuel bar back up. Because it doesn't model electric power at the moment. So it's just like fuel. That's funny, like that song coming up, given what was being discussed in Discord, was it yesterday, the day before, and earlier in the stream, is very relevant. Because it seems that people want to forget the actual man and all of his actual teachings. That's coming from me, who isn't actually religious. But it is worth noting that at the time when the man himself was walking the earth, was a time when Judaism was particularly centralized in terms of power. Like, the temple was very esoteric and obtuse, and it had a very distinct kind of ruling class in the term, like in the form of the priests. Almost like, say, a certain other modern religion that descended from it. Just saying. Lots of corruption, you know. Lots of untoward political influence. Just a thought. A town coming up ahead. He was. I mean, he basically was. It'd probably offend the shit out of a lot of people if you actually phrase it that way, but the dude was fucking... He was a Marxist like 1800 years before it was cool to be a fucking Marxist. And if you actually fucking read any of what he, you know, was quoted as saying and any of the things he was supposed to have done, it becomes pretty fucking obvious. Yeah, without the political baggage, exactly. Well, I mean, to be fair, everything's political. I've said that before, like, you can say, oh, I'm apolitical, or I don't like politics, or whatever. Everything humans ever do is political. Your fucking Sunday football club is political when they start arguing over, you know, how the fucking lunch money's gonna get spent. Oh god, literally. Who? Jeebus. Yeah, shame about the seams. But, that said, even with the seams, still better than other Sims, scenery-wise. Fuck though, it looks gorgeous. I was gonna land here, but I'm not sure how much more lift we'll get off this, because it is getting a bit flat, like your waifu, but we could follow that, I guess. Just follow the river west, see how far we can get. I think we'll do that. If we can get far enough, we should be able to. We do have a decent amount of speed. We'll follow the river west. Getting a little sore, getting a little tired. I only had about 2 hours of sleep last night, like I said, but I'm enjoying this. I think, and I need to, you know, knock my sleep schedule back into a normal pattern anyway, so I'll try and just power through it. I have no idea what fucking city this is. If we had a little more altitude, I'd do a couple orbits of it just to get a better view, but we don't have enough altitude, so we're